under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the biggest symbol of the United Cultures. Thank you all so much for being here. We greatly appreciate you taking the time out of your busy lives to be here with us. Mrs. Turley, would you mind doing the roll for us? Please, leaders, thank you. Ernie Crossett. Walter Hamilton.
Here.
Shamala Lorenzo. Here. Monica Salazar. Here. Francis Lee. Present. We do indeed have a quorum. Board members, at this time, are there any changes to the agenda? And if so, what? I imagine there probably are not. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented? Motion. Thank you, ma'am. And a second, please. Second. Thank you, sir. It has been moved by Ms. Lorenzo and seconded by Mr. Jaramillo to approve the agenda as presented. Board members, any need for discussion? No. All right, hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Turley, please. Mr. Jaramillo?
Yes.
Ms. Lorenzo? Yes. Ms. Salazar? Yes. Ms. Lee? Aye, the motion carries. Mr. Wagner, sir, would you like to introduce
Sure,
what we're doing today?
I would love to. Good morning, everybody. I think I know everybody and have contacted everybody, but my name is Lane Wagner. I'm the superintendent of the Grant Cibola County School District, and have just started my 4th year as superintendent. I was the principal at Grants High School for 5 years before that, and really enjoy our community. I'm thankful to all of you for coming today. You guys represent all aspects of Cibola County and our different populations, our different towns, villages, schools. And I'm thankful to all of you for giving up your Saturday to be with us today. This is important work that we're going to do today. And it's work that we've been working on for more than a year. Our strategic plan ended in 2025, and the board has talked about it, about, you know, we need to get together, we need to work on the new strategic plan, look at our goals, look at what didn't work, what worked, you know, and where we're having successes. And so today's an exciting day because we have people here, we have leaders here that are going to help shape the decisions and the future of the school district. A few months ago, we partnered with an excellent consultation group. We are, the board has gone through applications, they've gone through bids and applications, and they selected Dynamic Leadership Solutions. And I'm very glad that we're partnered with Dynamic Leadership Solutions. The ladies that are in charge of DLS are known in our district. They've worked with our district. They have partnered with us through the years. And so it's very good to have this group of individuals here with us today. I'm going to introduce Anne-Lynn McElroy. I'll let her give you more about her background, but Anne-Lynn is one of our facilitators today. And we also have Bonnie Lightfoot, who has consulted several years ago. The school board said, hey, we need a mentor in the district. We need somebody to mentor you as the superintendent. We need somebody to mentor, you know, the work. We need somebody to mentor the board. And so Bonnie has worked with us almost 3 years. And so I'm very glad that we have this partnership and very excited that you're here today. And you guys might introduce your team.
Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Wentz.
Yes, thank you. I am Anne-Lynn McElroy, and I am thrilled to be here. In fact, I'm going to stay an extra night and go do a bunch of the really amazing things that are around this area tomorrow with my friend and she's probably gonna kill me because she's gonna make me hike all these places. But I said, hiking has to have a purpose. Don't just make me go walk around in nature. I want to see something at the end of my hike. I want a purpose. I need to have a destination, which is really kind of apropos for this weekend. Strategic planning is giving you a purpose. It's giving you a destination. And so it works beautifully in conjunction with our plans for tomorrow. But a little bit of my background, I started as a classroom teacher by accident. I will tell you, student teaching was probably the worst 16 weeks of my husband's life. But he survived, and we still have, and 42 years later, still hanging in there. But classroom teacher to a guidance counselor. I did elementary, middle, and high school school counseling for 12 years. Then I became an assistant principal. I loved that. Had an amazing team. My mother's are kind of like the mafia talking about my mother's sister because we were tight. And then became a high school principal for a year, and then was named the superintendent in Loving. And Loving is a little bitty school district outside of Carlsbad. I don't know if any of y'all have been there before, but you would miss it if you blinked. 500 kids at the time, K-12, and so I wore every hat in the district. I was the person, which is a great training ground. Then I moved to Roswell and was superintendent in Roswell, 10,000 kids. And I was there for a couple of years before I retired. Fortunately for me, I retired January 2020, pre-COVID. Yay. And so I did not have to endure the trials and tribulations of navigating that space that my pals in the superintendent seat had to do, and many of the board members had to do. What a nightmare. But I did get to help with the COVID monies. And so I contracted via CPS with PED to help schools navigate all of that spending. I love spending other people's money. I am totally good with that. Great at that. But then Bonnie and I and some other friends were talking about what we felt like the need was in New Mexico, because what we see every year is at least a third of our superintendents are replaced. That means 1/3 of our school districts start fresh. And that's not always from a good place. And we were seeing that some districts are actually doing that multiple times during a school year. And that is incredibly troubling. The research is showing significantly that not only does teaching matter and what goes on in the classroom, but leadership matters. And so it just kind of became our burning desire to try to help school boards improve their ability to be effective for their districts. And part of that was in creating a better bond between the superintendent and the school. So we want to create a team of 6 instead of it being 5 over here and 1 here. We want those people all working in concert together, because who is the final beneficiary of that? It's your students. And when there's always that turmoil, your kids suffer. And we don't want our kids in New Mexico to suffer. We want to always be in a building process. So that's what drove us to create this DLS, Dynamic Leadership Solution. And so that's my story. I live in Hobbs. I love coming up here. I've not explored up here enough. I've been in and out of Hobbs. My dad was in the oil field, so I've been everywhere, and so it's really exciting to get to come and work with you and your community members and your administrators and educators. This is a fabulous opportunity. And so thank you for the opportunity to do that. So Bonnie?
So I'm Bonnie Lightfoot, and I'm happy to be back. You guys played among friends. I spent lots of time in this room. The lights in the back are still not quite fixed, so I'll have to work on, the drawing about the lights in the back, but I'll work on it.
Gotta tell Gary.
The balance to figure out. Any case, I'm happy to be back, you guys. I started my career as an ag teacher, so FFA is my true love. My favorite thing in the whole wide world is to watch show hogs and show sheep and all the fun stuff. So that's my passion and claim to fame. I like to get dressed up, but I like to get dirty too. So that's a fun thing for me. We're going to ask you guys to do a lot today, and I'll be the keeper of the time, if you will. So we'll have a clock on probably this monitor that is going to take us up as we move along. So we have a lot. We have an ambitious agenda today for you guys to do. I am very excited about the end result of the day, but we are gonna push you to be kind of succinctly processing and working together. So before we kind of divide up into our little activity, I would like to introduce our other partner in our group here is Flannery Cowan. So she'll be here taking pictures. She's gonna be kind of capturing all the conversations and putting it up on post-it notes and data, so we have some results of what our conversations today look like. So this is Flannery. So I don't remember if we have another screen about our activity we're gonna ask you guys to do next, but just so you have an idea about the whole day today, we are going to have every one of you work with every other one of you. And so before we get to the objectives kind of thing, we're gonna have you guys kind of meet and mingle for a few minutes. This part on the agenda, I think said we're supposed to start the next part at 9 o'clock. So I'm gonna give you guys like 4 minutes, so you gotta be quick, okay? I want you to find somebody in the room.
Somebody from a different table.
No offense against the 3 people on the peripheral, but you guys are the team. So find somebody from a different table that you're not at. Okay, go find their name. They have a name tag that will help you. Okay. Why did they say yes to come today? It's Saturday. There's a gazillion things you could be doing. Why did that person say yes? Okay, and something interesting about that. They will kind of abbreviate it. Their name, why they say yes, and something interesting about them. And then you're going to report out who they are. You're going to introduce your person to the rest of us. Okay, got it? All right, like 4 minutes. Go. Thanks to me.
Okay, you have 2 minutes left. Bonnie's or what?
I have binders, yes. My binders.
Yes. She was a post op. She was just a basic youth for. That's okay.
It's a bit longer, but. Have you kind of dropped your names, they're volunteers to introduce your partner to the group? Or should I go by table by table?
You can volunteer, told you, or you can volunteer yourself.
But
All right, time's up.
gotcha.
Good job, you guys. So, who would like to introduce their partner?
Oh, Lisa, that.
So my partner was Donna Lynn. She's a newer board member, and her interesting fact is that she used to play the violin.
Awesome. We have a musician, or used to be musician. All right, thank you. So would you like to reciprocate?
Yeah, so I met Lisa and she is the new principal at Milan Elementary. She said yes because Nancy Lee asked her to come. Her interesting fact is she used to live on an island. So when she was on break from school, she went to Martha's Vineyard to make some money to pay for school.
Nice, all right, like it. Very good, thank you.
I guess I'll go
Okay.
next. I had the pleasure of meeting Jenna. And Jenna said yes because she has a daughter in the school district. And when all the crazy things were going on earlier this summer that everybody was hearing about, she said to herself that she wants to be a part of the solution, not just complaining, but actually be able to contribute. And fun fact for her is that she actually went to school to be an educator and had 1 year in the classroom and said, nope, this isn't for me, and is actually now in the assessor's office. And so we kind of laughed about that and joked about going from, one level of children to the other.
Is collecting money, collecting homework, I don't know. Is it-
Right, right, that's when it comes. Exactly.
I don't know, they used to do it high sale.
Go ahead.
So I met Patsy Lee. I never met her before. Fun fact that I thought was that she married into the community and is now taking the lead on the board and like. And that's what she said, yes.
You didn't have a choice.
Yeah.
Who'd like to be next?
Wonderful.
I had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Reyes, Camille. He was the assistant principal here in Grants High School. He was also the athletic director. He has been here for 16 years. He graduated here at Grants High School. So he's been here, raised here all his life. He also attended UNM and MSU. When asked why he wanted to do this, not only is he dedicated to his career here at Grants High School, but also it was an opportunity. It was an opportunity to work in the district and make.
Good deal. All right, Grace.
So I had the pleasure of meeting Bobby Little Bear. She's a small business owner in the community. So that's been interesting about her. And then why she said yes is she's working on her thesis in cultural aspects in education. And she just felt like it was a great opportunity for her to dive into the work today.
I love it. Master's thesis, doctoral thesis, master's thesis. How for you?
Then I'll just continue from
Go
there.
right ahead.
I met Nicole, she's a fourth grade teacher at Milan, and she agreed to come to say, I guess she was a last resort.
Bless her
She's also
heart.
interested in education, And I asked her, she teaches third grade, and I asked her, why she decided to come, and one of the reasons was I asked her if those third grade teachers are actually ready to start fourth grade, and she says sometimes they aren't. Then
Thank you, Walter.
Nicole, do you want to?
I met Walter and he was telling me that he actually liked to come and, dive into everything that everyone was doing. They took everyone from all aspects of the community, the school district, and my fun factor that I thought that something was interesting was he's never seen the Run for the Wall and you haven't been to Milan, so you need to come when we do the Run for the Wall activities.
Thank you, Nicole. Go right ahead.
George Garcia. I had the pleasure of meeting Miss Debbie here from Laguna. Her long years of experience as a teacher, not only at Grants High School, but on the Pueblos, was one of the reasons that inspired her to come out and talk to us today. Interesting fact about her is a lot of her former students are now mayor, governors of the Pueblos, so she's educated leaders within our community. So I think her insight's going to be valuable.
I have the pleasure of meeting George Garcia. He was a teacher at Grants High School. He taught ROTC, which when I was on Guna, I would see his name on the roster and knew who that was. I was thinking of George Garcia, and I used to teach math. Anyway, now I put a name on the face 30 years later. But anyway, he's on my city council, very interested in education, born and raised here, knows everyone in the community, and he's interested in the education process.
Thank you both. Good. Looks like we're coming around to this table.
Yeah.
This is Laura Coles. She's the principal of Cibola and Cabero. She said yes to being here today and having an interest in the goals that we set and ensuring the goals are going to have that impact on students as well as something that they need and be attainable. We will have that. And then her fun fact is that she loves music. She loves to jam up to music. So this is Amanda Valdez. I've known her for a long time. She is now the principal of Mount Tabor. She has been for a few years. We both had the same reason for coming, for student growth, for everything for our students. We set great goals and work on them. She loves to read. She's a quiet one. She likes quiet, calm, peaceful, being able to read. She didn't say she liked the dramatic. Everybody has in the mental.
All right. Thank
You. Monica.
Partially knows she is a Pueblo of Acoma, education department. And she's here because one, we've been talking, but two, her interest is with the children and their education.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I apologize for being late, but this is Monica. She's a resident of Cabero, also an alumni of Grant High School, along with her 3 children. And the reason why she is here, she's also invested in our children, especially in the aspect of safety environment, looking at the bullying and
Fantastic. Well, thank you. Thank you, then.
I just want to say I'm really grateful for Nicole being here, even though it was like a really last minute ask, and thanks for Mr. Weiner. So we were asked to bring a community member and a faculty. So I represent District 5, Acoma and Raymond Navajo. And I really wanted constituents from my district, but there's no faculty member that lives in Raymond. And so we spent a good week and a half trying to find that lived in Raymond Navajo. So thank you.
And Nicole, we're very excited that
Yes.
you're here because
Absolutely.
you're a teacher.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
and you bring that perspective. So we're really glad.
thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
All right. Well, I will just tell you, I think we've got everybody. I don't know about you, Bonnie, but I mean, we've got rock stars here today. And because the common thread that came from all of this is you guys aren't bringing some other kind of agenda. You are here 100%, and I'm not a child. but you've got the children that focus the center of your focus. And as long as you keep that as the center of your focus and forget about all the adult stuff and think about the center of your focus, we're golden. This day is going to be amazing. And what a wealth of experience and knowledge and abilities that come together to do this very important work. So well done, board members and Mr. Weiner on finding these fantastic community members. I applaud your efforts. Okay, so we are going to move on. Our objectives for today. Let's look at those very quickly. Number one, we want to develop a vision for the district. We want to decide what our mission is for the district. Along with that, we're going to identify some core values, things that we all share. That may run a huge gamut, but there's probably a set of core values that we really want to adhere to within this district. We're going to create 3 to 5 strategic goals, priority goals. Then we're going to figure out how we're going to measure whether or not we're achieving those goals. We're going to begin looking at how the board can monitor this, a monitoring scorecard of sorts. And then finally talk about the next steps in the strategic process, because here's the deal. This is just the beginning. Strategic planning, this day is just the groundbreaking. From here, you build. This just gets you all focused on the same targets, and then you go from there. And it is a dynamic, ever evolving, changing based on the needs and what is occurring in your district. So it's not something that we work all day long and then it gets put on the shelf and becomes a dust collector. That is pointless, and it's a waste of your time, your expertise, and your knowledge. And we're not going to do that. So we want it to be something that is a living, breathing dragon of a document that's going to go out there and breathe glorious life into your district for the next several years. So that's our goal. So to that end, this is our general guideline as far as our agenda. Bonnie is I love Bonnie because she is so good with timekeeping, and I love doing timekeeping stuff. We're going to really try to adhere to this because it is a very ambitious agenda, and it is very deep and profound work that can be done if we stay on task and keep it to just the topic of the minute. We're going to get there. We're going to talk about those things, but let's worry about what's in front of us at that moment. Okay. And we'll continue to lead you through that. So this is our agenda for the day. We've already done the partner thing. We've talked about why we're here. Now,
Let me explain real quick.
yes.
Okay, so we're gonna give you, the next thing we're gonna do is talk about vision, mission and values. And we're gonna give you some time to work. And while you're doing that, I'm gonna move the poster board sheets over here, but that'll be a little bit more accessible. So there's several steps in what's coming next, okay? You guys, as board members, you're not ever gonna leave your table today. Okay, so if you're the board members or Mr. Widener, you're not gonna leave your table. You're stable. But every other person is going to move every time you have a section. So we can add, literally, you're going to work with every single person in this room today. Okay, so to start this process, I'm going to tell you where you're going to move and where you're going to go to in just a second. I'm also going to explain the form that we're going to have before you, and then I'll let you take that from here. So let me explain the form first of all. So we're calling this handout A. Okay, and I'll give it one. Once you move, I'll give you one to you at your new place. It's called Vision, Mission, Clarity, check. Okay. I'm going to get every one of you will have one of these. And then there's a place for a statement, your vision over here. In a second, we're going to ask you to write some things down. Please use this form to do that. And then there's some strengths about what you've written down. And then there's some suggested revisions to what you have written down. Okay, and at the bottom, there's gonna be some prompts. So we're gonna do each one of these separately, vision, mission, values. Same process, 3 different times, and we'll lead you through all of them. Okay, is there clarity about this form? Donaldin, please tell me what I said about this form.
Okay, so we're gonna. Yeah, no,
Okay, Amanda, tell me what I said about this form.
the board members or Mr. White and Mr. Whitener are going to stay put. Everyone else will rotate around to work with everyone. We will go through the process 3 different times for the mission, vision, mission, values with the criteria that's set along with it, and we make notes on that paper.
Okay, Lisa, tell me what the form. Tell me about this form.
Did a pretty good job. So we'll rotate.
Well, we'll do a couple different times.
3 different areas, vision, mission, values.
Can you write on this form?
Right?
Yes.
Yes. How many of these forms are you gonna have?
For one.
You're gonna have 1 form. Each of you has 1 form. Each of you will have a form.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. I printed up the last vision for strategic plan, the old one. And there were 4 goals that were listed. Are we going to start over completely fresh, like not look at these 4 goals? Or are we
You-
going to stand
You
for-
kind of get to decide as the day progresses.
I don't know if we're starting over, we had a meeting Wednesday with community members. And one of the members suggested that we look at these 4 goals. Whatever we didn't complete, continue with there, or if it's not working, scrap it and start fresh. But we're starting fresh.
I think that will come to light as the conversations today continue, because we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but also if there needs to be some changes, we can make some changes as well.
So we can use
Good
this
question.
if we want to.
I think it's your room, right? It's your room to do the work you want to do with your work.
That's right.
Yes. Okay, any other, did that help? Was that clear?
Yeah, so we're gonna rotate 3 times.
No, you're gonna rotate just once.
So okay, just
For this part.
board members are gonna rotate just.
Your board members.
Board members stay.
Right,
Yeah.
okay.
Board members stay. And so I'm fixing to move you to your new places, and you're gonna stay in those new places for the vision, mission, and values component. And then when we switch gears, I'll move you again. And then when we switch gears after lunch, I'll move you again. So you'll move all day long, but for right now, I'm gonna put you in your new places, board members stay, vision, mission, values, that's the focus for the next hour and 10 minutes, I think. Okay? Clear? All right, before I hand you your new forms, gather up your belongings, and I'll try to do this the same. I'm gonna start with Walter's table. Walter is going to have Lisa and Marcia come join him. Okay, at Francie's table, Autumn. Oh, Nicole and Debbie. All right, I'm gonna go with Francie. So Nicole and Debbie at Francie's table. At Mr. Whitehead's table, Reyes and Bobby. Here, okay.
Are you? Good morning. How you doing?
At Donovan's table, Laura and Jenna. And at Monica's table, Amanda and George. Starting, Reyes. And these after.
You guys already?
But as strong as your forms, and then I'll tell you what to do next. Specifically.
Okay, so I think we have everybody resituated. We want you to hear from every voice in the room. We want you to have an opportunity to work with every single person that is on this committee. And so, because you guys need to have that solidarity going forward in this. And so that is the purpose of switching this up. So I'm going to walk you through a little bit of background information regarding vision, mission, and values, because sometimes those are a little bit confusing, and we want to make it very crystal clear for each one of you so that you understand exactly what you're looking at. So By the end of this particular session, we want you to be able to develop the shared vision, develop the shared mission, and identify your core values. As Debbie said, you may be good with what you have and maybe just want to tweak it, or you may want to create something completely new. That is a collective decision of this committee. Okay? All right. So moving forward. So we're going to talk about the foundation of a learning organization, which is what you want this school district to be. That is a learning organization is not just about student learning. It's about the adults in the organization as well. We all need to be learners. And so with that, we're going to look at these different aspects: the mission, vision, values, and goals. Those of you who are educators in this room will recognize that as the foundation of a professional learning community. You've had lots of training on professional learning communities, and those are the same big 4 ideas from that work. So your mission talks about why we exist, what we're here to do. The vision is what we must become in order to make that happen. Our values are the ways in which we are going to behave in order to achieve our mission and our vision. And then our goals are how we're going to get there. Those are that's the boots on the ground stuff. Okay. So that's the foundation. So what I want you to do is at your table, we're going to give you 60 seconds. And I want you to, and okay, board members, no cheating. Name that mission. What is the mission of your school district right now? Y'all have a conversation. See if you can figure it out. What is the mission of this school district?
Potential for students.
Did I say vision or did I say, did I say vision? Vision. Vision. What's your vision?
Develop our students to their highest potential.
I agree. That's what her
Your vision.
Ray is kind of the plus.
What do you?
Impressive.
If you can tell us actually, Cibola, the first person without cheating, you kind of cheated, no cheating.
I was gonna say raise the time.
We have candy.
Personal skills, social skills.
If you know your vision word for word and you did not cheat, stand up and tell what it is.
Is to be the number one. This is
Right? Is he right?
There you go.
He's right. Yep, that's your vision.
You know, that's-
I think so.
Yeah, I feel that.
He had the mission. He did.
Oh, okay. Okay, so tell us again, what is the vision?
be the number one school district.
Be the number one school district in the state of New Mexico.
And more specifically, the language of that is. The language we
Performing.
currently have is literally to be the number one performing district in the state of New Mexico. So
Okay?
all those verbs are important. The number one performing
Performing.
district
Mhm.
in New Mexico.
All right. Now, let's move on to mission.
Before we do that, actually, on this little corner where it says vision, might be helpful to write down what we just said. So now you all will have it. Okay, so in that little corner, again, the vision is to be the number one performing district in the state of New Mexico.
We just can't say it slow. Oh, there we go. Thank you. So 60 seconds. Name that mission. What is the current mission statement for the district?
No cheating, no cheating, no cheating.
Percent of our life. Yeah. It's been for a while.
And Lynn has candy again, whenever you're ready. What is it?
You got it, stand up.
And then we have a winner right here. Say that a little bit louder. Every student, every day, building a person for life. Is she right?
Yes.
Yep. Yes.
Okay, awesome. There we go.
That has been there forever. Okay, so write that in the next little box. It says, mission, again, every student, every day, building a person for life. That's the current CCS. One more time for values, 60 seconds. What's your current value statement? Write that one down too. You got candy one more time. You got it? You ready?
This Debbie. ready.
Okay, Miss Debbie, ready, and Lynn?
GCCS values respect and professionalism.
Is she right?
I think
Is it right? Okay.
Right.
All right, so
Awesome.
write that down in case you don't have that already. Again, the value statement right now is GCCS values respect and professionalism. So put that in the little box. GCCS values respect and professionalism.
Okay, so we're gonna do a little thought-provoking activity. Some of you have your phones with you, and guess what? It's okay to pull those out. But I want you to look for a picture, or I want you to picture that here. So for me, I'm gonna pull up a picture of my granddaughter that started first grade on Thursday. My little Aussie Iris feral child. And I want you to think about that child that's so important to you. I mean, you're probably, but that one kid that's really, I mean, that's your thing. And I want you to hold that in your heart and think about that kid and all your hopes and dreams that you hold for that child. Very special child. You see him? You want to squeeze him a little bit? Kind of makes you a little emotional, makes you teary to think about that kid. That's who I want you to keep at the forefront of your thinking as we work today. Because if it's not good enough for your kid, it's not good enough for anybody's kid. That's what we have to keep in mind. So what we're talking about is we're talking about their dreams, their future, because that's going to be your legacy. What you do today, that's your legacy, but you're creating their future. So think about that kid as you work through this important stuff today. Okay? Because this is a work of the heart, y'all, as much as it is a work of the mind. This is a work of the heart. So how do you start either reinvigorating or building a new mission statement or a vision statement? How do you do that? How do we design a collaborative culture where when we talk about integrity, we're all talking about the same. When we talk about professionalism, we're all talking about the same. That we have a common definition of those words and that we want to carry that forward. You want that language to then, because words are so important, we want that language then to become the catalyst that's going to help close gaps and create opportunities in the future. Okay, so we're going to look at our current reality and then where do we want to go? What is that hope and dream have for that special child? That's what you think about. So we begin with an evaluation of our core values, because really and truly, that's where everything stems from. What is it? And funny, where's our values? Our aim. So at your table, and here's the thing, we've identified that the current values are respect and professionalism. Have a discussion at your table. What does that mean to you? Is that enough? Is there something else that needs to be added to them? Or we're good. I mean, because you could say, hey, we're good. That's what we're going to play. But there may be some other things that come to mind that you're thinking, but what about this? And what about this? And that's the conversations you're going to have at your table. Okay? So, yes. I'll explain that when it's when we're putting stuff out, but don't worry about it right now. So I want to give you, because values, those are deep, those run deep. So I want to give you 5 minutes to talk about your values at your table and have those deep discussions. Okay. Before you start, what is a value to you?
The things you hold dear.
The things you hold dear.
Culture, heritage.
Yeah, it's derived from all of that. It just, yeah. What else?
What defines you as an individual?
It's a defining factor for most people, or for everybody, really. What
They
else?
track what we do.
I'm sorry.
They track what we do.
Yeah, they're at that. It's why we do what we do. Exactly. What else? What is a value?
Beliefs.
The
things we believe.
things you believe.
It's who we are as individuals.
Who you are. Are they negotiable? Typically, they are not. You know, our values are those things where it's our line in the sand. You know, I can do a whole lot of things, but here's not. That's your value. Okay. So with that definition in mind, I want 5 minutes conversation about values for this district. Yeah. What do you think of the current one?
Yeah, so our current.
Their needs, values, their family needs, or, you know, just, professionally. Yeah, I was gonna say that respect part of that. The one thing I always need is hearing kids say, that I don't get professional. They tell us and stuff, when they start writing. But like I said, I kind of like that, because it kind of throws everything in, all daddy. Value, respect, professionalism, towards students, and the teaching. I mean, it just kind of just falls towards the structure of the whole school. We got to value our cooks, our custodians, has to care in order to security. Yeah, but doing it in the respect, you have value, respect, show things. I can't, I heard some, you have value, you have respect, teachers, you have professionalism, you know, you get in there.
So you were given, why do popsicle sticks? Plain ones when you can do colored ones. I love colored ones. So you are gonna take, this is how we're gonna know we get everything. I want each of you to take that sticky note and put it on that values thing. And when you do, you're gonna get your popsicle stick to bond. Okay?
Yeah.
It's like right now.
Yes. We're gonna make you move because it's a long day.
And then you want
And,
me
yeah,
to
and if you're not moving, you're gonna be snoozing.
partnership?
Partnerships.
Yeah.
I agree. But we want to lift our whole community up, all the pizza, all the areas.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very smart.
You. Thank you. I think so.
Real.
So. My voice.
Everybody?
My daughter. Yeah.
Well. Thank you. Okay. So now Bonnie's going to start kind of sorting that for us. Because there could be 15 different words up there, right? That's a lot for a district to handle, right? So she's going to look for thematic patterns and group those together. This is what we're ultimately doing. We're creating a Venn diagram, the circles with the step in the middle, because values are the centerpiece of it. And so we want to start with our centerpiece. We want to start with our core. Because if we're not that, we're not serving people well. If we're not that, and if people don't know what our values are, we don't serve them well. Okay. So she's going to work on that. We're going to keep moving. We'll come back. We'll circle back to that. Okay. And we're going to work now that the fairy dust has settled. Hi there. There we go. Okay. We already did that. Oh, yay. Okay. Now, let's look at vision. What is that? So it's a one sentence statement that is clear and it is inspiring, but it's about long-term success. So back in the 60s, the vision was to be a global power politically for the United States. And one of their missions to achieve that vision was space agency, right? The whole space stuff and going to the moon. I didn't get to see the moonwalk because my mother would church on Sunday night. And we didn't get to miss church. So my brothers and I had argued over that for many years. But anyway, so the vision to be a global power and one mission of achieving global governance or whatever is space adventures. It's conquering that. So we think big on a vision. Yesterday, I talked to the board about if you could not fail, what would you do? Failure is completely off the table. There is no way you can fail. Where would you set your eyes? That's vision. That's the the big 30,000 foot view. So now we're going to talk about the vision. Needs to be inspirational, clear, memorable, and concise. So think about your current vision. Maybe dissect it a little bit. Maybe tweak it a little bit. Maybe decide after a conversation, we love it. I would put this challenge out there on your current vision. I think it's short-sighted. People think you can dream bigger. And the word I love on this, be bodacious, be bold. I mean, think about that kid. Think about your kid. You don't dream small dreams for that kid. You dream big dreams. Do that for your district. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes. So how are we doing on time, Bonnie?
Are we staying in our same group?
You're right here. You're staying here. Yeah, don't worry about we'll move you. Don't worry. You're there till we tell you to move. Thank you for asking. That's good clarity. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to talk about vision. Oh, this is what I want for my kids. Okay, and I mean that's a passion. That's vision. All right, 5 minutes. Hey Siri, set a 5 minutes.
I really feel like when you think about kids or specific kids like that, I don't know where we are. We have just every kid. Just 9,000. And if I am, it's not. It's not. Whatever you're taking. So that's my all the other teachers are probably empowering. You know, but right now, questions down here, like what should it and are we gonna be support assistance programs? Are you gonna be the new business? Sure, like you said, we're harvest.
We all can really start
So now, all these years later, you know, where
So I can learn three words. I just put.
Yes, I don't know why it's not. Oh, I bet they got it just cultivate. But I still.
They were like, I don't know what's going on. You know, and they were so.
Yeah.
Making us see.
Right. And what if we had this one that's so good? So what do we want to say there? Yeah.
30 seconds to wrap up your sentence.
I think it's more. If you want to. Situation.
Meeting out there, empowering community growth.
I thought I was gonna have people feedback.
All right, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good job. Good work, good conversation. So take a minute and think about what you guys just discussed.
Growth and involvement.
Everybody's gonna get another sticky. Another Post-it. And remember what we said about vision. Words have power. So, you know what? The most powerful speakers are not the ones that say the most. It's when they speak, it's meaningful. Okay? So think about your words. With vision.
About fostering community success.
What I
That was
what I would like for you to do is individually,
let me double check.
individually. What is your vision for this school district? Short, memorable. Everything that maybe it's or it's maybe it's a single word. Maybe it's a word like inspirational. Maybe it's a word like irresistible. But write your vision for this district on that statement.
organize that.
Says for us to write what we think the vision should be individually.
Yes, individually, what is your vision for this district? So let's give everybody some quiet time to be able to do that.
Like we're doing that, we gotta update it so much, it's hard to feel it.
Okay. Now we're gonna do this just a smidge differently this time. When you go to the, you're gonna go one at a time and put your sticky note up there, but before you put it up there, I want you to state your vision for the district
You are or to everyone.
to everybody. So that, you know, you're owning this. This is my vision for this district. You will notice that there may be some that are very similar. Put your stickies close together so that we kind of group them so that we can see where we're landing. Okay? Who would like to go first? Grace? Thank you.
Bring your house stick.
Yeah, that's your ticket to get to host.
I wrote to prepare our students to be successful and competitive for careers or college and have endless opportunities of their choosing.
So endless opportunities.
Yes, I think a lot of like.
That's a good thing or a bad thing, like
Yeah, it's a good thing. Yes, and I
for him.
think a lot of like. Mine says GCCS provides a competitive education for all, leading to endless opportunity.
I love the endless opportunity. Okay.
Build resilient, independent learners with tools to become leaders in our community or the world.
Who wants it, coach?
Do you want to take over or you want to move on? Go ahead, Laura.
Nobody's looking, Laura. Nobody's looking.
Mine is to be, for all of us to be strong, caring leaders. And I want our students and employees to do that.
To be strong, caring leaders.
Yes.
Who'd like to go next? Bobby? Oh, sorry, Debbie. Debbie, go ahead.
No, Debbie, go ahead.
Mine are not elaborate words, and I love my words, kind of what has this. Mine is simply to prepare every student to be successful in life.
Okay.
That's a lot of it.
I like that.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's just.
Whatever they think.
Bobby?
this is.
Thank you.
Provide a broad exposure leading to competitive, successful individuals, in quotes, who are happy in life.
Future happiness.
Agree with them that an understanding that opportunities are limitless.
Oh, nice.
They were collaborating as a team, which is what started us off. Cultivating curious minds, leading around inequities, and nurturing every student to harvest their potentials.
I like that word harvest.
Yeah.
That's a great word. That it speaks to a lot of things, doesn't it? A great word. Go ahead, Dana.
I said to create and promote future leaders by understanding that learning never ends and will always create opportunity.
Really talking about developing a lot of leadership.
And opportunities.
Mhm. Mhm. Somebody else, who's next?
Right, but we collaborated maybe a little too quickly and a little too early, so they're gonna be pretty similar to cultivate the impacts. It was excellent, weeding out inequity and fostering community success and empowerment.
Ooh, another good word, empowerment. That's a great word. I have it stuck.
Community growth.
Oh, sorry.
That's fine.
Go on.
Academic growth into the future leader.
Leadership.
That was good.
Yes, Nicole, please.
I wrote to produce proficient and empowered students to be successful in a changing world.
There we go. Who's next?
I put be resilient, overcome all.
Love that. Resilience is, I think it's something that we're kind of missing the mark on, for a lot of our kids. And I don't know how to have that moxie that is needed to be successful in the world. It's a good word. Is that everybody? Oh, am I missing the Cullen?
I put to create future servant leaders who demonstrate compassion, humility, and respect in all spaces they are.
Mhm.
I put to be the top district in the state of New Mexico through student achievement, excellent educators, and every student being prepared to thrive in their next steps.
All right. So I think probably what this demonstrated is it's hard to put it in just a few words, isn't it? But we're going to need to do that because again, it has to be memorable. Because if it's not memorable and everybody walking around your campus doesn't know what your vision is, if they can't tell you what your vision is, how are they going to work for you? So we're going to have to wordsmith a lot and pare that down to where it encompasses maybe your greatest qualities that I heard were leadership, opportunities. Let me change that. Limitless opportunity. Because often our opportunities are only limited by our own thinking. So how do we expand? How do we help? How do we encourage kids to dream bigger? You know? So we'll wordsmith that a little bit. We're going to add that to our diagram. But you've done some really powerful thinking. And I think what collectively you're seeing, you've got you're along the same path. You have the same dreams for your kids. Have the same dreams. So schools that are serious about making powerful changes and impacts on students have to begin with an evaluation of the core beliefs and then translate that into that big vision. Okay. So how will you know once we get this collectively articulated? How will you know your employees are working toward a shared vision. That's, what are you going to see? What are you going to see on your campuses, principals? If your employees are working toward a shared vision. Collaboration. What else? What are you going to see? You're going to see respect and respectful collaboration. Improvement. You're going to see improvement. What else are you going to see? What's it going to look like? Professionalism. Okay.
Inclusion.
Inclusion. Yeah. It's not just a few kids that are doing well. It's all kids that are doing well. Right.
Compassion.
Compassion. Yes. And here's the deal. And all means all, not some. Yeah. Compassion. What else are you going to see?
Change in energy,
Ooh,
motivation.
energy. That's the reason I went into education, because I love the energy that you feel when you walk into a school. It's just, oh, I love it. It's addictive, you know? So that change of energy, and you can feel that immediately when you open the door, can't you? That's a great word. Any other thoughts? Teamwork, yes.
Accountability.
Accountability. And people that aren't afraid of accountability. That's the other side of that coin. You know, my kids didn't perform very well on that test. Am I going to blame them? Or am I going to look on what I did? I'm okay with that. You know what? Maybe I can do that better. Maybe here, I'll just do it like this. I'm gonna try it. And maybe they'll get it this time. You know, I love it. Okay. So now let's look at mission. So vision is the big. It's the 30,000-foot view. Mission is boots on the ground. This is our mission today. Think about the military. You know, they want to protect and defend the United States Constitution from all threats, foreign and domestic, right? That's the vision. Their mission are the small things they do on a daily basis to make that happen. So it's what you intend to accomplish, who you're serving. Well, we know we're serving students. Number one, first and foremost, we're serving students. And by extension, we're serving the community. But only by extension. But number one, we're serving students. We know that. So it's going to guide the day-to-day work of the district and on your campus. Because here's the deal, campus leaders, your mission statement for your school may be different from the next school's mission statement, because guess what? You serve different people. You, especially here, good Lord, you've got all these different communities and, you know, amazing culture. I mean, you're serving very different communities. So your mission may be very different, but you still have the same global vision and the same overarching mission of your district, but it may look very different for you at your school site. It's good. But people need to know what it is. So let's look at a mission. So let's look at some really good mission statements. So Starbucks. Everybody knows about Starbucks. Everybody's bought that $10 cup of coffee. Overrated. To inspire and nurture the human spirit, one person, one cup, one neighborhood at a time. Easy peasy. That's pretty simple. Google, organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. Do we ever tell anybody, look it up anymore? No. What do we tell them? Google it. Yeah. They they know what their mission is, don't they? Nike, to bring inspiration and innovation to every athlete in the world. I would counter that to say they also think every person in the world is an athlete because they want us all to buy their shoes. Here's one from the Ron Clark Academy. You guys have probably heard of that. I think this one is kind of interesting. It's to equip teachers with best practices that transform student learning. That's a different perspective, isn't it? Because our teachers, without teachers, we don't have doctors, lawyers, engineers, dentists, plumbers, electricians, HVAC people, all the people that we need to do everything in our lives. All starts with a teacher. So I love that idea of equipping teachers to serve their students better. So that gives you a little bit of a context. So then how do you make it real? So this is from an article by the researcher who's gone and looked at all the different information, all the stuff that's published about mission statements. And here's the things that it boils down to. That the reason they fail is that they seldom link the desired results with specific teaching and assessment practices. And so it leaves it kind of vague. That mission statements are generally too long and complicated for people to remember what our mission is. Because we want to cover all the bases. We want to make sure everybody's in line. And so then everybody gets kind of off target because it's just all over the place. Then what we do is we'll post a lot of slogans and mottos all over our buildings. And so nobody's really sure what we're really doing. Are we changing the future? Are we putting the fun back in dysfunction? What are we doing? You know, what is really, and so it muddies the waters. A lot of people aren't, let's face it. How many employees do you have, Mr. Weiner?
Over 500.
Yeah, there's 5 of y'all here today. So it's hard for people that weren't part of the writing process to implement some. So the key concept here is it's not buy-in, because buy-in is, you want people to have ownership. Ownership is different. When you're a renter, you're less likely to make changes or improvements to the property, right? But when you're an owner, you're going to change that light fixture. You're going to put the new carpet in that needs to be replaced, or you're going to do the things that need to be done to make the improvements. So how do we move this to an ownership kind of thing? We want them to be able to own it, but it's got to be memorable, got to be sayable, off the cuff. That's what helps. And then quite frankly, life in school moves so fast, it's hard to be reflective. And we silo people. English people get it, the teachers get in here, and the math teachers get in here, and the social studies teachers get in here. And we're not really encouraging that cooperation and that reflection on what your overall mission is. So that's why mission statements fail. So how do we prevent that from happening? Yes. So let's look at, we have 5 minutes, and I want you on your whatever, your sheets or your notes, however you want to do that. I want you to talk about your mission statement. What is the mission? If we want to achieve this amazing future for our kids where they are leaders, they have expanding opportunities, They, dream bigger for themselves, have higher expectations from life. How are we gonna do that in our school? What is our mission? What is our piece of that? We don't have the whole piece of that, let's face it. Families have a big piece of that. You know, that's where culture, that's where heritage, all of that's value, religious beliefs, all of that's family. But what's the school piece? What's our piece of that? How do we help them do that? So defining our mission. So if you would have a discussion about your current mission statement and any adaptations, throwing it out bright and new, whatever, but have a discussion about what is the mission of GCCS. Okay. I'm going to give you 4 minutes on this one. 4 minutes.
Did you?
Siri, set a 4-minute
Would
timer.
instill a desire to learn, because a lot of kids pass class. So there was a kid that had a book. He said, oh, for this teacher, you just gotta do this much and you'll pass. But they didn't learn it. But their kids really know the importance. We need to learn this. Now that they are educators, so I wish I would have paid attention.
It goes. Yeah.
That's what I think instilled a desire to learn.
Whatever the next steps are. So how can we?
So those are.
Before I got on.
Our developed and improved instruction by developing systems and expectations to impact people that also was I'm not good at torque, I'm a word.
Like one word.
Yeah,
That goes back to that, what's in it for me. One word that I need to learn about.
Yeah.
You guys probably agree as well. Or if I ever do use it, and they get a construction. I wish I would have.
We love our academy, and that's why.
Another language. I think
Things like that.
We got a few arguments. Don't understand
Curious to show how easy and also to understand that for some years that what year. That understand you see what it is.
Right, exactly.
So I have 2 of them, like I said, I have my notes here. This is all based off of.
No, not the student plan, but the
I started in 97.
When I graduated.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
That was.
Yeah,
Mrs.
so, this is, the mission is around the whole child. Our mission is to cultivate culture of academic.
Yeah, I mean, I like things like
long learning
students.
and fostering a sense of shift towards environment where because empower the thrive emotionally, socially, and just going not confusing of what here. We were talking about.
Just hitting the arrow. You're just hitting the arrow.
Awareness of fostering.
Yeah.
Partnership and exploration with diverse leaders for now that we're students are taking
That's why I like the military gas. Because they, this is what you're good at. Or more.
Yeah.
Or more.
So, it should. We're just looking at it that way, but I know it's not just posting, it is. Yeah. So.
You have to complete this check.
But that's why
This is all social success.
That's why you can like, actually.
Yeah.
And they'll compile it like any level. Yeah, it's easy, that's putting all of our ideas together. But anyway, they'll take it from here. Yeah. After we get from here, they'll take all their money.
Let's finalize this conversations.
We have all different.
Again, take your sticky notes, write your mission. What do you think the number one mission
Oh, you already got yours?
of the school is? Number one mission for the school. What is that? If you'll take your sticky note and write that on there, we would.
Will you give us the instructions again, because we were still talking?
Number one mission you feel as an individual. What is the number one mission? You guys have had a conversation. Number one mission. Do you write that on your sticky?
We're gonna want you to express this again to your or out loud again, so we'll do it one at a time.
Try to be a wordsmith on this. You may have some words that you really wanted to explain and explain and explain. But if you only would use one or two words, those words be.
I know what you.
We have all kinds of, to use at will.
Yeah, we've got a lot of stuff. Okay, as you finish up, take your sticky note over to Bonnie. And then I would like for you to share your mission for the district. You've been chomping at the bit, ready to go. Haven't you?
Okay, popsicle sticks.
Jamie, you got it.
See that?
He knows the drill.
Yes, because my Marine Corps background, we're mission oriented.
That's right.
I just put it short and sweet and still the desire to learn.
Beautiful. You got this whole mission thing,
I
didn't
mean,
you?
Walter's often talking at the best, hasn't he?
Okay.
For every student, building academic and social success.
Okay. Chris?
So I really like our mission, but I just.
Me too. We're the same
Because
crew.
I think these students, so every student every day building his first word for life through learning, growth, and opportunity.
Mhm. Okay, go ahead. Lauren.
When you said just a couple of words, we had to get more detailed there. Yeah.
That's okay.
But ours, I like our mission statement that we have too with the district, but I want to find a way to put all our unified.
All are unified. Okay, every student, every day. Building a better person
Unified.
in unity.
I also like our mission, but I like that a lot of our conversations were about adults are also learners. And so I said every learner every day, creating engagement for people to make a difference in the world.
Oh, I like that. Every learner, every day. That's good.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Wagner.
I'll follow Amanda.
Your mom is following.
I started off in our group and I said, I like our mission. I'm just not sure that everybody's living, right?
Yes.
So, I was kind of thinking about the core of what we do. We educate, we prepare kids, right? For their futures. So I wrote it and then I added for life in there. I wrote, we educate and prepare our students for life, for their future.
Thank you.
I didn't want to throw the baby out with the. that one.
And I too have no ambitions moving, however, and changed it around. Throughout, listen to everyone. I'm full of empower, inspire, and prepare students to achieve success in an ever-changing world.
Good. Empower, inspire. Those are great words. Yeah, very motivational. Who'd like to go next? Bobby? Oh, she's going.
Got it. Okay, so I went, holding teachers and students to the same standards when teaching, for example. Teaching guides, I'm sorry. So collective collaboration with teachers and students to excel academically and socially for the world.
Okay.
They. No,
Yes, Nicole.
I actually was trying to say anything, so that Debbie did. So I also wrote to empower and inspire every student to be successful in an ever-changing world.
Okay. And boy, isn't it ever changing. Who's next?
I just like to go. Our mission is to cultivate culture of academic education and cultural awareness while fostering strong community partnerships and equity to prepare diverse learners for post-secondary success. But I put refine because not all our students go post-secondary, but be training, career, what.
Okay. You said refine?
I just put refine underneath because I have post-secondary.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
but it's more.
Then I think you're ready. Go ahead.
Uh-huh.
So I also liked the every child every day. I put to create a safe and healthy space for every child every day to learn, grow, and build character for life.
Yours are good.
Building character, that's what we want, yeah.
Not characters. I think we're good at that one. Mission accomplished. I'm with you.
I put, unifying our communities to empower every student for continued growth and lifelong learning.
I like the unifying our communities.
Miss Monica?
I put unity, higher education, safety, and convenience. Who else? I think.
Okay, Tracy.
No,
There's another, we have one more. Go ahead.
These are-
I'm trying to find myself. I'm a worried girl.
I had two things. They definitely go together. But I have empower students for success in school, careers, and life. But when you talked about, words, I said inspire, grow, build character, and prepare for success. So I kind of did a 2-for-1 on that, one, but
We'll take two first.
I like
I'll
those
give you the short
things.
one, but I think a lot. So, to improve instruction, to empower students to achieve.
All right. Okay.
So go ahead and then we'll. Okay, so we're gonna switch gears just a little. You guys probably need a little bit of a break. So I'm gonna have Ellen kind of summarize this and put it in groups and we'll add it over there to our little wall. Flannery's also taking some notes and having those done digitally. So I'm not gonna give you more than just a couple of steps instruction because 1-step instructions are best, right? A, need to go to use the restroom and switch around, they can do that. B, if there's some food, there's still some food. C, when you come back in here, we're gonna sit you around, move tables. So when you come back, then be prepared to move, unless you're the board members who land, you stay put. And that's it, we're about 10 minutes behind, so if you can kind of do that, and come back and like 5, that'd be great. Yes, I did, I brought
Yes, if they need a break, you don't.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah, like just little ideas.
Yeah. That'll give me something to do when I go hiring.
We just keep the work. That's it.
I think that I'm supposed to have raised with you the. Where I laugh is that. Yeah, I feel like the way I'm all three. Okay, thank you. I can watch it. Actually, I know. Yeah, I just have a few more years of kids. So chat is, we need person to stay there tonight. I have a few more years. to stay. Take a blade, get it out of this. Take out the dog, your coat. Stay warm. Yes.
That's perfect. Okay, please just. Then we come down. Perfect. All right. All right. Yeah, okay.
As you guys re-enter the room, we've changed the whiteboard so you can find your name on the whiteboard.
Good.
I've been good. I've been here. Yeah. I've been coming to see you guys. How was summer all like that? Good. Oh, yeah. I love Is that what we're doing? Oh, not you. You stay put. Or all day. At least talk about whole stuff. Yeah. I'll get refrigerator. I'm telling you, I'm coming back.
Right, the boundary, I said, we're.
Oh.
But you're fine. I think that's pretty good, boy, based on boundaries, but.
Why? So, I don't know about rules, procedures, and routine, and then it's amazing. And then the other thing that I'm thinking, we didn't do this. It was a book on how to run a drill. The forms in the book. Look, and that's the thing, it's not. This is real life, I would be down the hall to make those notes during the command center. If they would have been. No, I get it, I don't. Listen, I don't make you. I don't real life. All right, guys, you guys come back to your tables. If you haven't found your name tag, it's on the board again, so we're gonna get started here. No, my name tag is going on. My name tag is sticking to my hair and my. Oh.
We know each other.
Yeah, very good.
I guess
Again. Yes, we have to find an option. Get it in 1 minute, go get your coffee, weapons and sodas, and then we'll get started here in 60 seconds. Let's see. You are not.
We had to come down to. Right.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started. We're gonna switch gears and start to look at data. And we are not here to be your data expert. That's not why we're here. You guys have all done different data analysis at different levels. Matter of fact, you had a great school board meeting on Tuesday this past week where you reviewed things at the school board level about various data points. If you've seen that PowerPoint, I'm not sure if it's on the website or if you guys watched it on YouTube or where it's posted, but that of course had a variety of areas of topics of consideration. In your new groups, this is the only thing standing between you and lunch. Not that I want you to rush, right? But the agenda has lunch at noon.
Want to eat?
The agenda has,
Keeper.
has lunch at noon, so that's about an hour and a half, so 90 minutes. I'm gonna give you some instructions first. I'm gonna tell you what we're gonna do. And then we'll divide what time we have left by like 5, because you're each gonna rotate through the table, okay? This time the whole group will rotate, okay? So leave your stuff where it is, just, get back to your home base. Don't bother people's stuff when you get there, kind of deal. But every group is gonna rotate through, so every group, all 5 tables today, or during this segment, okay? So I'm gonna do 2 things. I'll ask Ann Lynn to hand this out to you after I explain what I'm giving to you. This is what we call handout B. And it's called the data gallery walk. So we're gonna go table by table, okay? There are gonna be 5 subjects, because there's 5 tables. Table number 1 will be achievement. Table number 2 will be attendance. Table number 3, climate and community input. Table number 4 will be staffing, or actually I put community input as the 5th table. Okay, so you're gonna take notes on these. You're each gonna have your own form to write down whatever you want to write down based upon what's at the table. Okay, so far so good. Okay, so there's that, and then I'll hand it out there. What I'm gonna put now at each of these tables is actually I think yeah, I think we're good. Okay, the first table is gonna have achievement. Okay, and I'll put this on the smart board here too. But I'm gonna tell you what you're gonna see. Okay, I'm gonna use this, and it's gonna be the achievement table. It's will be the achievement table, and each one will have the guiding questions. Okay, so what you see in this little, you're gonna put your fingers all over this. You're gonna you're gonna share them, you're gonna pass it around, you're gonna circle it, you're gonna write all over it, whatever you want to do. You're gonna tear apart each of these papers on each table that you go to. And as you rotate through, what stands out in this table about achievement? What surprised you? What opportunities exist? What questions remain? Okay, what do you see at the achievement table? You can write down to leave your aha moment. And you're gonna have opportunities, and you have questions, and we'll have posters for each of these areas. Okay, so these questions are gonna be the same at every table. And here's the example of the stuff in the achievement table. So we have some math trends. We have the same thing with the ELA trend. We have highlights from other similar district comparisons, and I stapled them together if they were kind of the same subject matter, they're stapled. These 2 are differently, and they're not stapled because they're separately. This is math, this one's ELA, but this one is stapled because it highlights some other districts. So don't tear apart the staples, but pass these all around, okay? This one is GCC ELA proficiency, a 3-year comparison. So what do you look like in 3 years? And again, that one is stapled because they go together. Same thing for math, 3 years stapled because there's math goes together. And how are you going to foster student achievement? Okay, so all of these are about achievement at table 1 with the guiding question. Okay. So the second, when you guys start at table 2, and that one has more, not every table has that much to look at, right? There are some tables that have a little bit less information. Table number 2, we're going to call it Donovan's table. Again, the same questions. So I'll leave your question. This is going to be about attendance. Okay, so here's some key celebrations, opportunity growth, key attendance data. This one's going to also have enrollment data and trends. Again, stapled together, they go together. Okay, here's some attendance data by numbers in the district and also compared to New Mexico. Okay, this is a PowerPoint. It's really tiny writing, but it was important enough for you guys to add to your presentation the other day. It's a full meeting about student discipline. It's important enough to consider. So I put them here. It is really tiny font, so hopefully you can see that. But this is what happens to those who have been under some kind of a disciplinary measure. That's about attendance. And then your graduation data. Do you see that some of this attendance issue could also be considered if we're talking about achievements? Right, there's going to be some overlap, but I want to have a little bit of distribution. Let's put those in this category and put these in this category. Okay, guiding questions are the same. That is a little bit different. That's table number 2. Table number 3 is going to be the climate and community input table. Again, same guiding questions, same ones. But at this table, this is goal number 2, excellence in teaching and leadership. This is back to your goals from your current strategic plan. Celebrations, graduation rate, what's happening at the state level and also in your district. Goal number 3, student wellness, school climate, family and community engagement. What are you doing on here? And what I thought was interesting that I wanted to make sure you knew about was you guys did a needs survey in 25-26, or you made it available for a needs survey, 25-26. There was literally all the way to column Q, so how many letters and columns that was, plenty, and almost 400 respondents to that needs assessment. Okay, we would be here all day just looking at that one needs assessment, right? So we're not going to look at the results of that, but I wanted you to know, in case you don't remember, I wanted you to know what questions were asked on that needs assessment, so that if you could go, oh, I want to know more about that. Here are the questions. Okay, so some of the questions are, does your child live with a person other than their parent? Does your family struggle with consistent transportation? Do you need assistance? What's a barrier for your child's education? What do you believe the number one priority for our cultural preservation of our area is? So this is just a page of the questions that were asked. Realize there is hundreds of answers to Q times 400 people, that we're not going to look at that today, but know those answers do exist, and the district can get those too. Okay, that's all about climate, community input. That's the pieces you have there. Table number 4 is going to be a little bit different conversation. You guys are going to be staffing. Okay, and so in this one, again, the same guiding questions. Same guiding questions.
Wonderful.
And this is going to be staffing and retention rates, so the pie chart and also a bar graph. Talk about staffing, and that's it for this year. Okay, and then lastly, financials. Again, same guiding questions. Same guiding questions. A very quick synopsis of how much money you spend in personnel percentages, that kind of stuff. What you spend on PD, a very high level, big picture financial stuff, and some organizational effectiveness. Okay, so you can see there are clearly some tables that have more data to analyze than others. That's just the nature of the beast. Okay, but you have 5 specific ones: achievement, attendance, community and climate, staffing, and financials. And when we divide up the time here in a few minutes, you will all get through every table. Remember, leave your themes where they are. Just rotate your team to the next table whenever I say go. Okay, the guiding questions are on there. And Lynn has given you your posters. If you have, I'll give you some more post-it notes. It's on your guiding questions. What do you see? What questions do you have? What jumps out? Feel free to slap those on top of your poster. Okay, sure. All good? Just some clarity, yes.
For clarification, we're writing on the post-it note and putting it on the new.
That could be better. And remember, the posters are going to stay there too. So everyone is going to get to write something about everything.
Connie.
So where's the finance?
Is there the?
I think I mislabeled it. Yeah, I did mislabel it. Let's put climate and community together. So just call the community one for bottom. Yeah.
Are we writing on this?
Climate and community together.
It's just the way to organize the thought.
Sorry, good catch.
So,
That you can.
so we look at the.
Let me just see.
Okay, so for clarification, I'm gonna ask you guys to tell me what you're doing. I'm gonna ask one person from every table to tell me what you're doing, okay? I'm gonna start with Lane.
We are going to move to
Hang on, hang on just a second, hang on just a second. I'm gonna make sure we're clear. I'm gonna ask a person from every table to tell me what you're doing. Okay, Lane's gonna start first.
We're gonna move to 5 different statements. We're gonna be looking at attendance, academics, climate, staffing, and organizational financials, organizational management. We have questions that we are going to be considering. And I think we're writing on a big post, right?
Use a little post-it note on top of the big one.
Use a little post-it, okay. And then we'll kind of what we see, what trends we see, thoughts for guiding our data exploration.
Okay, good, thank you. Someone at Francie's table, can you add clarity or different?
Yes, so yes to all of that, but you provided us guiding questions. So we can ask ourselves what stands out, what surprises us, what opportunities do we see? And what questions do we still have for each of our topics?
Okay, good. Somebody from Walter's table, can you add some clarification to that?
Analyzing the data that was given to us and then using the questions and aha moment sticky posting.
I will tell you, I messed up on the forms. So we got this group caught up on the forms. On your, I just use your data. You will see that in this box right here, it says climate. And on this box at the bottom, it says poker. Or sorry, community input. Those are all together on one table, right? So just make one of these. If you choose to use this for notes, make one of the boxes financial. Okay. Somebody from Monica's group, tell me what you're doing. All right, clarity.
Yes, yes, and yes. 3 questions, 3 stickies on there.
All good, okay? Done, Linda, I started you. All right, so we have this until lunchtime. One of our little fancy little note taker. What's an hour divided by 5? Like 50, 12 minutes? All right, so let's do 12 minutes per table. Okay, 12 minutes per table. Flannery will start the clock at 12 again, and then we'll go 12 minutes per table.
But that was in your, all of them.
Yeah.
This one goes everything.
I know. Oh, I can go either way. I just made it wherever you want. Just have. Where do we go then? We have to.
Well, ours is good as wellness and family.
Security technology.
So this would be ours. Yeah. Okay. We're.
So this.
Again, they all overlap.
At the beginning.
Lots of places they could be in all places.
And it gives us a little bit more.
Yeah. You're correct.
We're like.
Yeah, you know, right? I know. Keep an eye on the timer. The timer is 11:14.
There's that.
That was my other moment. But you mentioned one was actually quite stress.
Lights on, auxiliary services, businesses, humble for students. That's not very positive.
I mean, not 14%.
I mean, I think.
Yeah, that's not very much. So, yeah, that's what it says.
To guide
That
us
is,
through some of this because
we definitely.
you're on the ground.
That was one thing that I feel money.
Why did you do that?
Yeah, right.
Positions, but that is pretty.
Yeah.
Like you said, it's like the political growing world, but the painting world. they're not.
Kindergarten, because.
Right, kindergarten is somebody that- Okay, well, they're actually supposed to be in kindergarten. Like you said, that is, like, you know, like you said, I gotta add, they're adding that 14% along for, that's along with the lights.
Well, it's interesting because.
Auxiliary services.
The backside.
I would think, so I would think that would be an ancillary service. I would think that would be possible.
Everybody else.
Would that be? Oh, okay, that would be special. Okay, so that would be.
There's an option.
That would be the same thing, because see, that one says keeping the lights on. So that falls, that falls. The things with growth, the
Yeah.
So like you said, the heating and cooling, maintenance, like I said, they. Just 14.5.
That would be more. Sorry, again, what I'm wondering is, as far as but are they new to the district or are they just new to the church? Because like we were told, you know, with higher, some people committed their certification. It was like the company was the only, so they lived to be to start. Going to the forward back open again. We'll like, so I think 12 minutes. Some people back. I think, but
You have to.
Simply.
And we're even thinking of having like high school.
At the end of 22.
She's here.
So they should be fully so technical.
But they would be. Right, they're the ones that are able to drive, I guess, or get to your
So he's totally.
So do we need one sticky per table or each?
I was
Right. But the thing is,
We definitely. Pictures, things. In order to.
So Craig was.
Change.
So. Right, and then. But like Stevie. So. New. So.
Yeah.
Right.
Put down the.
Trans different allowed passes.
We're just saying.
Yeah, 2 or 3, yeah.
But my students were at King's, and still weren't there.
We have about 3.5 minutes left, so if you got any good ideas on your sticky notes and adding to your posters.
We're going to, okay. I'll write that one down. So. What was your vacancy?
I think their kindergarten teachers only have like maybe
I
4
feel
for
like
each.
the rise
How many
of
kindergarten
trend
do you have?
this year was from parents.
Well, I think they only have like 4. Lacey was in the show.
So we
Like
actually
4.
had to listen to them, to those 4 years. This is the weird. They will put down. I don't understand why they do it. Yeah, it's flat, stay out of the district. So I do feel that. Switch.
So I 26. Commissions for many, new people.
I think they should have some, even if they're in kindergarten. Just start learning. You know, to have your computer labs up to date too.
So you're gonna stay back on stuff now.
Because like you said, the old books, even your computer labs, but even for that too.
Yeah, not to be.
Because I was like IT, technology update all the computers.
So is it possible? Right. Okay, that will have the school.
No, then we were behind on the first to say, there were some chips that they could get outside. I don't know if these. They did.
Yeah, they were sort of, but they were slightly out in isolated. Did they go back to being social?
Right, and if they're following the community.
Were they catching up on that? Yeah, that's probably my biggest one.
Give about 1 minute to wrap up your thoughts and ideas and get them on your poster on your sticky notes.
So what do we need to, what do we need to say? The match point.
We just need to continue to keep buying consumption, keep an inventory of them. Yeah. Budget and like she said, grants, sometimes grants. And then, that could be like a capital outlay also, you know, because they always tell us about oil. And if they all say, hey, we've got a lot of oil coming in. And sometimes we can do a legislative act, just ask for, you know, a whole budget. If they can help us with that, that's a good idea.
Okay, as you wrap up, I'm gonna encourage you to take a couple things with you if you want. One is if you're taking personal notes on your data walk form B, please take that with you so you have it throughout the rest of the table here, switching to. And secondly, if you have a drink you want to take, of course, take your drink with you. Otherwise, I would suggest you get everything there. You will return back to your home table. Okay, if you want to kind of sort your stuff and make it nice and pretty for the next person to join when they come, we're gonna stand up all together. We're gonna go this way. This way. To the right, to the right, to the right. Over there, cut off. Yep.
For.
You guys ready? Okay, go this way. Yeah, that way. Okay. Yeah, this way, this way.
They do.
He really wants me to take this pen. Really.
Oh, you're right.
She's left it for me twice already.
You can take a note, take your paper, take a drink, you want anything there? Get you doing your places and we'll set the clock again for 12 minutes. Give us a second. You out, Molly. Sorry.
Defense.
Well, it's interesting on me.
Yeah.
The longevity, that's good. That's my great for a while. Maybe it was saying break your.
Yeah.
I think you're all pretty much there, so Fleming will start the clock now at 12 at your next table, same thing, you had any questions, folks know. Please feel free to review what the group ahead of you did, if that helps you as you start.
Right on. 85% of our budget.
Yeah, I go in and watch them.
This is success, what's your candidate? What did you do? Basically.
We are nations that.
We want the
So the guys in question, you would say what steps out, what's
to be their best. So that's really important for me.
We have one other. So we can also.
Like these teachers will come to meeting.
Okay.
We got you time.
So we're all the same.
Okay, now, yeah, so this is it, but this is it. What's the?
I mean, we're doing definitely.
Do I guys want to go to the same time with each sheet?
I was just thinking, so there's math, there's ELA, and then there's
Fostering the student, the overall.
look at information.
If you like writing.
This is an underlying.
Thank you. I think we're trying.
Actually, this is really success at any subject, at any school, no matter if elementary, middle school, history. We have to certify license. Our schools have one person. For the teachers there.
I feel like that's an
So, I said, yeah, like, usually if you achieve them, it's a community success.
I think I almost feel like this.
Right.
Because it's also potatoes too. But that's fine with saying. I've been through office. That area.
I thought I was pushing arrows. I pushed down on the or not.
No, I really don't. So what, I mean, if we're gonna just go through this. So.
Well, like I said, I know a lot of times that's cultural effects. The statement is, which one of it she's always asking, going about it, the chief, the certified teachers. But like Amanda says, I think kids are more stable with. Subject, education stuff, all these
Safety, security.
Well, all of it, right? Because right now, some of the GMA functions to sit down with them. And that's the answer. You get to so that they could just crazy.
Right. That's the thing is we have to take care of our staff. We've got to celebrate our staff. Like you said, we celebrate the students. We also got to celebrate the staff. You know, appreciate the staff. In order for retention. And then they would make a difference.
Why don't we just start with question number one? What is their results to us? How much goes?
And there's Christian people too.
It doesn't seem to go together to the clients and the others. But we provided that.
Straight up. Anything else on that?
Well, I
It's a level one teacher.
Was in that area. Yep. And that's right. And we are.
They're the focus on reading.
But also,
So you push her. There's language that they get.
budget to
We just checked.
do we want there to be X for, these benefits? We want to ensure that, which was part of the $1,000, just straight across the board. We're doing.
You guys have like 5 minutes.
So they're able to do our district just does not. Correct. Been allotted. Okay, so that was our standout, a surprise.
Yeah, it kind of looks like everything is off the website. It's just pretty simply been. Just surprising. Literally how much it
Yeah.
is left.
I'm gonna say how small the budget is for every.
This year.
Because then all students generally want to be on staff, so.
So what do we look at as opportunities that the district, maybe be focusing on, what can we do?
What is?
I do, Ray, it's truly.
Yeah, we did a lot of. Yeah, it's not that.
I really do. That's a discussion that the board is going to be undertaking, and that's how I see it. Let's think of specific. Teaching in rural schools.
How about just a shade?
You put third week.
Or outdoors, you know, where regular school teachers.
So I'm rather district should work at economic. That does not make sense. The district should look at. Right. Reality. Oh, yeah. Schools open with resources could possibly be better allocated elsewhere. I mean, that's pretty blunt, but it's opportunity. All of it. All of it. It's a conversation. We're gonna just leave it there. Any questions remaining with just what we could look at here. I'm gonna flip this here because.
You guys have like 30 seconds to finish up your post-it note. You got that your drinks in your hand up, ready to rotate here in 30 seconds.
I read that is that it sounds like you're putting more administrators in rather than.
Really is ready to come up.
A little bit. Administration.
Okay, we're going to stand up, let's rotate again, take the things. And your head out if you take notes. And keep rotating, swaying.
See, we gotta keep you moving, we're gonna keep you away.
We didn't get an opportunity written down, but.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, that was a lot. That was a lot.
Yeah, on finances, yeah.
It's a tough one.
Huh?
We're just rotating.
We're just rotating, rotate, rotate.
Beautiful, beautiful. I'll sit over on the other side if you want. Well, there's your information here. Okay. Can have your slide.
Okay, so you have to go down in there.
It's just sort of take it away.
Throw in for our guiding questions and your notes from your previous two groups. If you want to review what they said before you start, have at it, pick up post-it notes or whatever you need to do. We'll set the clock at 12 again.
Yeah, no. Just out loud while you're looking. You really had a huge presentation Tuesday the 5th of January. And all of this data. Just publicly available. It's on any of this stuff. You know, so this isn't anything in terms of it's everything that I'm saying. So, yeah, I think over together and going like wow, we have trends that went down and then up, down and then up. So then this went down and then kind of stayed the same. Rates you're talking about, that one was real easy to see.
you know, you can see visually where we were and where we've ended up. And technically we were told that even though it says, you know, that it's 2022, 2023, it's actually 2021, 2022 data, but it was filed and put in and those two.
Talking
So,
about Pack 8, Pack 8 does
Yeah.
not go to the state, it comes
We're
direct
still
to
there.
the school district. So I don't know how they want this in a form, so. If I were a school district, I would really know, it does not go to the state. They're talking about and rails.
I just, but I do know that there was a shift in the testing. When did that, wasn't that about 2 or 3 years ago, where and I probably am confusing the platforms. Because is this IMASA, is this IMASA?
Nope. It's eating the supply.
Yeah, we have a map as well.
I don't know, but
You know.
I know firsthand.
Yeah.
We spent about $8,000 on that. But
Because there's only now 124. We're spending $1 million at that. They're not getting the whole social emotional. Better to do that.
not as good for like.
Yeah, that's what realizing the everything we do.
But then I noticed they get worse again. Yeah.
So we've had, I mean, thankfully it's not a shooting, but like our wake up, right? Yeah, we looked at with. I mean, it scared us when we had to shut down the schools, so they saved our total. But then it went down, we shut down our school.
And I know too, they phone.
There's no, so like this ordinance.
It was happened in the information that came out of our sphere.
I heard it. What they're doing, students with disabilities and
all our doors and
economically disadvantaged.
teacher access. So we did
Again,
That's a video, but we're doing right now. We're really
which is, that's just the easy visual. These are what the numbers actually are.
putting in big systems. Yeah, there's just a whole lot happening every cycle, but
I'm gonna swap them
trying to make
like that, that we can visually and look at those.
They only stay for generation. I mean, we get to some people that
For sure. Yeah, 7%. Yeah, only 7%. So I think that, what did we want to say? You said the APA was stands out is asking a question, why did we go so far up and then, yeah, why did we go down? So that was that. What surprises you?
yeah, I heard that was hard. And I know that they're trying to like area.
That would be
I think that too.
I did too.
Right.
I couldn't do it all, but it was good.
Which is, yeah, which is what makes, yeah.
I like what you're doing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's, they do by grade.
You can do it by grade.
Yes, yeah.
You've about 5 minutes left.
Great look at.
When I got.
Yeah.
What made that year? What opportunities do you think?
There's always up. And they do it.
Especially with new. With them. So if you like it, that's absolutely. I've been like that since February too.
I'm at this hospital.
Who are the new employees?
With everything else. Yeah. My dad, what would you say were questions? So that he has what you're everything. That's what he still has to I mean, I hope to start. Don't want to say I don't know, but what you're looking for. And like,
3 minutes,
as far as
3 minutes.
goes for students. I know my dad, what has they do? What are the different
It is, they are. Better they already have like this.
So
I'm very excited about it.
Yeah, and they came out here and they come. And I take them back, I put this to me. Now they're working. Oh, no. They're not.
Yes. See if that makes sense for what you were asking. So this, that's why I mean, that's why we left things. For my dad, focus on all the stations. That's what you're yeah.
And I did here in
No, it doesn't fit. And so that's correct, right? And then tell me again what you said for serving. Every now and focus on serving. I think that your focus is really think about. And I'm sort of like. That's okay.
I don't understand why they fired them.
It was Heidi.
That's right. It's sure the problem family. Was it not transported?
Okay, start copies at zero, so we can start these thoughts and get ready to rotate again.
Now we get to do the academic.
Take your little handout with you and your coat, get looked at another time. Oh, this way. We could win, so I like to win somebody.
It's okay, it wasn't Heidi. Yeah.
I think you guys are getting,
One more.
getting it figured out. You said
We need more opportunity. Yeah, this is going to be terrifying.
Is this still on there? Okay, so I'll bring you some, I'll bring you some more post-it notes. We'll set the clock at 12. You have this section and one more. So do you want to review the post-it notes your colleagues have left ahead of you? Please feel free. We'll start the clock at 12 now. This is no thing like the other like.
how we spend money on.
What do you mean? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's like, oh, it's just, absolutely. Yep. This is where we're talking about is partnering and collaborating with. You probably only look at all of the sheets, sometimes it's like.
Yeah.
You're really helping us a lot. The student feels. I started doing the instance of so the last year,
Right.
Like she says, her students give it
A lot of it.
Yes.
And then use the work and stuff like that.
You know, and I push it off.
I wish we got more lines and I said, and I don't like going for
Yeah.
you know, we're not, we can't come up with two places. And I've always questioned where is that disparity? Why did they put so much work?
I started going back up that. Oh, he is long on the button, you know, here's the number, you know, here's the, you know,
My constituents on Wednesday. But she can help.
There are certain things.
And if you look at the. It's like. There is.
The middle path. Kind of the philosophy of that versus.
Universal force. Yes.
Right. It's hard. We don't have. I'm sure he was used to
Need more.
Yes.
Yeah, this works. It's gonna be very money if they have.
Another thing too is our financial. Our line and. You have control that because the right travel must be because the wage you can see the money by marginal, but then you have. I don't even possible that cute.
Yes.
You still have to go. Still bring.
About 5 minutes.
I understand.
Generally, chime in on this. Oh, I think the opportunity you can come in is definitely high. And I know as an author, we're just trying
You're so brave. I worked on the thing, but it's very popular.
Oh, I'm.
But yeah. So,
building seems to be, but it was. I would say you only if you celebrate, but then school is still whatever.
Regarding, well, I think there are people answer it like it's community.
Right.
So we'll stop taking the lifestyle, most teachers, they have to say, go get us, but yeah. And just right. I'm still. Where. And I know I think sources.
Like. There's not, yeah, but it's got.
Right.
Now that's happened, so many. Our students.
I was great.
Like, there's worries.
Right.
Need to learn how to do it.
There's only like a couple of them that were the high school. A couple of them.
Like that's not my side.
Yeah, I was just gonna get that too.
I really feel like, you know, the social piece is so much now. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, there's one of those.
It's almost like their homes are being.
Right.
Professional development.
He just plays. Some of our leaders. Not adults in person, like I'm just.
We have about 2 minutes left, so wrap up the posting note to get those posted there too.
I would love to.
You're right.
I know, I did.
I mean, that's.
Right.
And here's when you're already thinking about everyone in the world. I think I've never built it.
A lot of ours, just like at the meeting with the night, we were talking about, yeah, you're not.
How to be there.
Our kids are not able to learn a lot, but I think it's utilize our, yeah, we travel around. And it's not that good. We were not, we're put in more.
Yeah.
Some of us are forbidding. I'm sure you said. Yeah. Language. I was gonna say, the part, I don't know what we're gonna say. So we it was like straight on my.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
I guess.
I think there are some hours to be able to see the
my first time in the district, when I first came back from, I taught her, I was figure out how very much about her. So when I came back, I started and she was on exam.
That's right.
Okay, so wrap up that comment to get ready to switch gears and play a one more invitation. One more invitation, one take your turn, second hand out, you go to next people.
The hard hit get done.
There's some data.
I have it.
Let's do 4 days a week. Ooh.
I see.
Never go back.
I bet I'm looking good.
You'll never go back, I promise you.
That's right. But you got 4 days.
Never go back.
I'm putting that on.
It is my favorite pastime.
Well, I think you guys are your last invitation, so look at the thumbs up for your last for you. And I'm out of here and we can have a start 12 minutes now.
So what, like, what I wanna know is like, what is this? I have to construct it. Yeah, I'll go get him on my phone. Yeah.
Flannery, can you start the timer?
Technology levels.
Yeah, because I know like this is your foundation, it's not listed for instance. I really one thing that I really shouted is like.
Technology and modernization.
Here. But we're not talking about what you really want to get. Certified teacher. Also talking about. Maybe retired teacher, but like here. Older, or older. We don't get you want to start again, but. Maybe we did.
But you're right. But we reverse the smartest issue, study and technology. Even this is about better, which I'm trying to get. Like that, this touch screen, we know this is listening stuff. Oh, well, hold on, I just want my kitchen. Pull up the whiteboard and they put them over. Yeah. Oh.
Okay.
And I don't know. Doesn't think it was as rather even in small groups, like actually they see these or interactive. Yeah. Strengthen engagement and customer service. Pictures
parents or. Customer service between parents
Standardized. In my program is easy. They didn't fit. Especially English. There were some kids just knew better, and they're not being challenged. They were like in math. Beginning to see where they could get that focus. It's difficult. Some of the problems like mine, but everybody all made it that first. That everything works. But then they do the same like this, they all get the same. The same level back. They're trying to teach everybody at the same level. It should be a different level of work.
In these discussions.
But if we're not knowing children in how they're. That goes back to.
I would ask the question, what makes the districts?
I'm not sure about the clock, right? We give about 5 minutes. It feels like 5 minutes in my phone. Oh, 5:38, that's pretty close. No, if I said feels like good.
We're not even hitting the average.
Nope, because our.
That's like the one that was saying that number one district in the state. Why do you want to see the number one district in the state? Like you're number one.
Yeah.
The first class. Yeah. Yeah, that's not what. Yeah.
Well, and it's this part, I mean, you read this.
Yeah.
And then you look at the red lines.
Yeah, no.
It tells a totally
Yeah.
different story. So why do we have some of the data points telling one story and then another story?
Yeah, like. About the gender.
This week on the ground.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Wow, I'm glad we.
So it's the one from. Really?
These are on. You're being overly challenged, but you're being underneath.
It's all good teacher. Yeah, so when I tried to. I told you. All the girls like, I made it so better now. Oh, I love.
You can't tell them the part, but you talked to them for like 5 minutes. Okay, that was that one.
Right.
Hey, about a minute to wrap up your final thoughts. We're gonna rotate you back to the table you started at. Here in just 30 seconds or so.
Just like him, no better than him.
Oh, and it's just so cute, like, and I have kiddos from my class that are ready to change. That are ready to. These kids are capable of this show. They're getting more. And that's all in the world. And this group.
We're up in the world. So we're getting that window in the streets that people they come here or we take the students.
Okay, wrap up your thoughts and gather whatever you might have brought to the table and go back to your table you started at.
Cool.
We're back to art.
Yeah, go back to the table you started at. So rotate over your time.
Done?
No. Wrap up your conversation, go back to the table you started at. Keep on rotating.
We're having.
I'm like chair. Everybody at the table we started at almost? Almost. All right, now you guys get to do the fun stuff next. We're gonna give you a couple of minutes to start out organizing your poster. So put up in the middle. You need to pick a reporter to scribe out or to tell us what you can see, summarize your poster, and put your stacks all together. Okay, about 4 minutes, put them all together.
Yeah.
And then report out. So we're putting them together like, I think.
I was in the all day and then I was just but I had to. Watching them during the report.
I just what we're supposed to do.
And then put.
I said to where we're at.
So look at the word, no, this had the water. These are the really, yes.
Family out.
That one. I think that's why she was really there.
Stronger tier one.
Yeah.
Here's another question. Students are feeling more comfortable. Online learning after COVID.
Be like community without people.
That would probably have one of these.
And that was very.
And this is this one is not, that one is. So when you get label. Let's put this living things under here. Or I'm doing. When y'all take your. So we're good. So this.
Yeah, I went to the bathroom.
Oh, okay. So. Very appealed to other users to have that burn. College. Okay.
We'll ask you, did you do our job?
We have to organize. This is maintenance.
So these are two.
So for clarification, we bring you back together real quick, like. Just for clarification, we bring you back together really quick. One, we want you to put your stickies together by group, by theme. Okay, and two, use your marker to write a word that summarizes what that pile looks like. Okay, and then three, have a report out in just a minute. One, group your stickies. Two, find a word or a couple of words to describe the grouping of them. And three, have a report out. We'll see what 3 more minutes look like.
STEM and social.
You have to make a circle, Laura.
We have maintenance here. It's very key among staff, which would be like admin staff. We have coders here. Transparency.
with technology.
This one's talking about just students. Place based. Yeah.
But is that the right place? But is it your-
I agree. I guess that would be staff too.
Right, it's like stuff.
School supplies, technology, here, make, you guys have to.
Good job.
Can you be done in about 2 minutes?
I think it makes right this one.
This is it set there.
No, you're good. And it's good, but they did those, yeah.
Maintenance.
Yeah.
Things.
Yeah, yeah.
Budget.
We were so focused on. Because again, so. I want us to write.
After you have them in groups, we're gonna find a word that describes that represents with your marker.
We have some outline. Sure, right? Okay, perfect.
Are you all gonna need your?
This one was gonna say.
I know. One of those from your, one of those girls.
Like that, Joel?
This one.
Technology.
Data.
Opportunities. Sorry, I don't have a question.
Cool. Yeah, maintenance.
Yeah. Now those things, so what would you say about this group?
So this one is overall. Yeah, maintenance, staff, IT. Or should I say supplies? Voice, Garbo, how did we got out there? So we just got to say,
Yes, but it's for.
I think it is a positive. It's kind of what I was getting.
Okay, looks like we're mostly done. You should have your stickies grouped, and you should have a descriptor around the group with your marker on your poster. The last thing I ask you to do is to find someone who can kind of report out. Is we're gonna ask you to, just by volunteers, and we're gonna hang the posters on the wall behind Amanda. Is there a group that's ready to go yet, or not quite yet? We are. All right. If you're ready for your poster, you have to kind of summarize what you have. Okay, I think Amanda's ready to summarize out, so you're gonna need to pay attention to what she's saying here. So give Amanda your attention, please.
I feel like I should start with a disclaimer of I'm sorry, because I don't know the time for glimpsing everybody's small little big pictures into that. But we kind of grouped things that utilities, hot, cold, basic needs to maintenance. Things that had to do with staffing and opportunities for that. Another couple groups of IT and tech. And then we have the variety of what is needed at small schools versus large schools and the variety of differences there. Then we have one for safety. Then we have a bunch that said need more data and impact data and financial breakdown, things like that.
Thank you, Amanda. Is there another good ready? Lisa?
Okay, we were at the attendance table and we broke up into 3 different like subcategories to organize. We did opportunities, challenges, and questions. So a lot of people just asked for either additional data, or had questions specific to the data. For challenges, some reoccurring themes were parent involvement, bullying, bias, some school specific questions. And then for opportunities, we thought themes of engagement, increased accountability, restorative justice, cultural humility, and then a few things on our new programming that we're going to use to hopefully improve attendance.
Another group is ready? Yes, is ready?
We had staffing and we grouped them. We categorized them by, professional development for teachers and admin. We had some positive sticky notes referring to the data, I guess. Lots of negative or obstacles or challenges that were presented, and then lots of questions. So the data provided wasn't enough. Like, they wanted to go more into it. And then we called these the Islanders. They had everything.
So I went to Jamaica this summer, my first time on vacation ever, and I learned how to say, no problem, man. So there you go, all you Islanders. Okay, good. Anyways, another group ready, Lane?
Lisa, we didn't put ours in nice rows. You set, and Amanda, you guys set a good example of it. Reyes is real tall, you can tell.
You're a Venn diagram, dude, not a row column.
Yeah, we did circle. Probably the greatest opportunity that came out of ours was a lot of community involvement, community engagement. There's suggestions about booster clubs and CTE and job placement, and we talked about if you feed parents, they'll show up to stuff. So, father-daughter dances, that kind of stuff, things that'll get our people in our communities. We have 16, 17 different communities in Cibola County. So lots of opportunity for community expansion, and our different communities have different cultures. And so lots of opportunities there. We talked about stakeholder engagement and partnering with our tribal partners and our partner schools, and and kind of expand that and restorative justice came up on ours with climate, because we want the kids to not be suspended. We want the kids to to be in school. So that was part of that. And then we have a group here where we could expand services into our communities. Maybe some of our families need supports. Maybe their kids need shoes. Maybe some of their families don't have food, the backpack program, that kind of stuff. Mental health, behavioral health, that you need that expansion. And so, that's what's included there. And then we had also talked about special education, gifted, and the need for maybe looking at how we expand culturally based curriculums and offerings, and like culture classes after school. And do we need to teach Tagalog as a language, because now we have a lot of Filipino children. So lots of important stuff regarding our 18 different communities.
Who's the spokesperson for Monica's table?
Our table is achievement. So we broke it up into categories. Tutoring, there were a lot of suggestions for like after school supports or interventions. Math and ELA were, a lot of the questions or the statements were in regards to why scores increased 1 year and then just completely decreased. Opportunities for, again, how to increase our scores. Disabilities, the surprising thing that a lot of people wrote about was how the scores for everyone with disabilities or our ELs, their scores increased or remained stable while everyone else's dropped. So that was one of the questions, like why did we go down? What was the main reason that scores dropped? The data showing, of course, the decrease in scores. A lot of them about our cultural teaching, education curriculum in regards to Martinez Yazzie, is that so that was all there.
So we are trying to get to our 3 to 5 priorities, right? So Annalyn's gonna give you some stickers here. And I've already put popsicle sticks on your poster. I wrote it over here just so you can see. Your green is gonna represent your highest priority, and your red is gonna represent your secondary priority, okay? And so we're gonna put a green sticker on one poster, right? And a red sticker on another poster. You just get 2 votes, right? As we try to figure out what the priorities of the district are: achievement, staffing, attendance, financials, or climate and community input. Again, you each have 1 green and you each have 1 red sticker. Okay, you're gonna put your green sticker on the thing, which poster you think is the highest priority for your strategic plan.
Oh, so not a sticky note, but the actual
Yes.
one of the 5.
Right, yes.
Got it.
I think achievement is my highest priority for this district. I'm putting my green one here.
Got it.
Up somewhere. And I think attendance is my secondary priority. I'll put my red one here.
Got it.
Okay, so not for sticky group, for the entire poster, because we're trying to figure out by picturing what are your priorities with your stickers. Okay, green against everything. If you get green is highest priority, red is secondary. Okay, so you've all seen all the stuff, been to all the stations, you've had conversations with your teams. I think we're probably ready to go to lunch. Before you do that, Annalyn has a request for you to review the vision, values, and mission, and then we'll go to lunch. Before you go to lunch, bring me your popsicle sticks and your stickers, and then Annalyn's gonna give you the next thing.
So while after you, we have taken the liberty of putting, finding the themes, which is always the thing. Here's the deal. That's our way of thinking. Might not be yours. We're okay. So what I would like for you to do after you eat your lunch, take a moment and come look at this and see what you think. See if we're in the ball. If this is kind of where you can go. So this is kind of like a Venn diagram. So your values are in the middle and they inform both your vision and your mission. I've put things up here after really pondering this for a bit, that this just brought to my mind. So all your values listed here, you may not want all of those. But when I read your vision and your vision statements, you guys are wanting to create world changers. And that's foundations. That's what you want to be. Because here's the deal. It's not that you're changing the global world, but if you change your kid's life, you've changed their world. And that's worth it. So I want you to think like that. That, so I just put that up there as question mark. Would you consider that or think about that? Is that kind of where you guys are going? On your mission, I'm just going to say, I really felt like this unity piece because it just resounded across many voices. To me, that fit better as a value, that you value unity in your communities while you are celebrating your differences you value coming together for the sake of your children. So I made that suggestion that unity might be a value. And that leads into those making those meaningful connections and those community partnerships. So there was that. When I looked at what was left, my suggestion was that you want to empower lifelong learning for all. And that would also help you change the world. Just a thought. The other thing I want you to think about is everybody involved needs to work like your life and the kids' life depends on, because it does. Just a thought. So just think about that. Take a look. If you don't agree, I am totally okay with it. Because guess what? It's not mine. It's yours. And it needs to reflect you. Okay? But just kind of wanted to lift something up, guys.
Okay, so bring me your popsicle sticks, your red and green stickers, and then I'll be back in your seats at these, at your original tables from this morning. Wherever you started off this morning, first thing, come back to that table after lunch and be in your seats at 12:42. So lunch is a little bit shorter than we thought, but 12:42 it is. So bring me your popsicle sticks and your stickers and stick them where you want. Okay. Green is highest priority, red is your secondary priority. To put it there. Don't forget to bring your popsicle sticks.
And then once you've done that, please help yourself to lunch.
Okay. So our goal was to formalize a mission, vision, and values. This is the work that was done this morning. So I would like to just get your pulse after having done that, after looking at just full of the data that can make you like eyes roll to the back of your head. What do you think on how we have organized this, and what are your thoughts? Yes, please.
On the world changing, you stuck a note on there.
Awesome.
And the other one was, one of the things you I can't remember what it says, but do we not work to live, not live to work?
Well, and that's a great concept, because the very American concept is we live to work, but the very otherworldly concept is work to live. Or live to, no, we want to work to live. Whatever. This is important. We got you. Get your priorities right. That's what I'm going to. Okay, I like that. So how would, I didn't like that word, but I couldn't think of another one rather than on it. The work as if everybody's like depending on it. Yeah, I didn't like that word. But I couldn't think of how else to express that.
Effective work leads to better life, leads to a more enriched life.
But I think that's the accountability.
It is.
Is that, and that goes to what I'm sharing is that, that every student every day, that holds us accountable to hold others accountable, in that we show up for students every day. And it's other people's students that are accepting us with that. Because you know, we shouldn't take that.
Yes, with your mission, you want to create a sense of urgency. Sure. That it matters now. We can't wait to be better 5 years from now, because guess what? What about those kids that are graduating before that? Are we just blowing them on? No.
If we change the word life to community, I feel like it reads a little more true. If we want like our community's life depends on it, it.
And like I said, I'm not cramming this down your throat. I'm just trying to give you a way to think about it in a holistic manner. So
Can I make a suggestion? What if we start with the conversation about the values?
Yeah.
Maybe do you like the synopsis on the pink page? Maybe you should do the pink page now.
So this is lots of values. And we all hold these lots of values all the time. None of them are exclusive, one from the other. Question that I would ask, and this is just food for thought, is because this is going to be the front facing, the verbiage that you're going to present to your district, to your community, to your students. These are the things you're going to teach your students, because it's a global commitment. This is what we value. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do you want all 7? Or paragraph down to a few? That I would love a thought. I think that if you list too many things, you're like, you didn't make what the value. Needs to be what the values are. If you start listing too many things, what is the core that we're getting at? That's just how I I'm thinking and seeing. Seven is a lot. It is a lot.
And you bring up a really good point. If we're trying to make something memorable, a roll off the tongue memorable, we know brain research teaches us that it's really segments of 3 and 4. That's why your social security number is segments number 3s and 4s. Those are easily rememberable. Any more than that, and it loses sting. And it's not as easy to recall. Those of us over that can remember phone numbers, when we had to because they weren't in our phone, they were in 3s and 4s. You remembered them because you knew the case.
Sister Funsies, what does the word start with on that page? Do you have it in your hand? What's the first letter?
And I was trying to look at an acronym.
An acronym.
And it was hard. So yeah, compassion. So we've got a C. Thank you, Bonnie. We have a C. We have unity, which is a U. Excellence. Humility. And honesty. Respect. And kindness. So those were the ones that you guys, and I will tell you, professionalism is actually a behavior. Yeah. And that is a behavior that's held by a code of conduct versus that. So, and equity, we all value that, but it is a result of respect and compassion. So it's not that it's eliminated, it's just, it's what occurs when you act compassionately respect.
So if you put those couple of pairs together, the humility and the compassion and the equity, what's the one word that would be all of those? Because you just said equity is, a result.
Yeah, so equity, we value equity, but it in and of itself is not a value. It is the result.
Understood, but that's why I'm saying, what would the word be? And Bobby just said empathy, maybe
respect and compassion.
Yeah, respect or empathy. You're talking about the humility and compassion lead to the equity, right? That's a result of and respect. So what, is there a way to
You would think.
get one word instead of 2 or 3?
Yeah, I was just, I'm looking at the letters. That's very helpful. Thank you. Very visual. And it all 7, 4 of those fit into 3, right? So I'm thinking compassion, humility, and respect. The others fit into those categories. And because you is unity, right? And if we're acting compassionate and with humility and with respect, we're unifying, right? E, grace with kindness. He said excellent. I think that really fits into respect too, and how we treat each other. What's the other H? Honesty. I think that fits into respect and humility as well. And kindness fits into compassion and humility.
So Donald, what are the 3 words then? I'm just hearing, those are the 3.
Compassion, humility, and respect.
Those are the 3 and everything else fits into those.
To me, as I just looked at it on the.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like even like you said, professionalism is a way to do it. you know, a result of that as well.
Yeah.
But it's a result from that too.
Yeah, it's a result of respect and.
Other thoughts? The more ideas we have, the better, because then we get to something really unique and really just, categorically view. And I'd love to hear your ideas, your viewpoints.
I think back and putting this tied together very well.
It's hard to be kind if you're not compassionate.
Right.
As we talked about, like the love for the kids,
Mhm.
I think that's compassion and respect.
And respect is a big word. It's a big global, all encompassing kind of word.
Yeah,
Um,
I
that
think on that one,
there's lots of things.
yeah, I think that's why as you're underneath it or around it, you're gonna have to branch off of self, others, and environment.
So I think we're getting pretty tight, not that we're necessarily down to values conversation, but we're getting pretty tight on your feeling about how these words manifest in your mind for the kid that you're holding in your heart and fixed on your phone, right? Then transition a little bit to the classroom. Could the teacher model and teach lessons in behavior in the playground, and in the cafeteria, and in a science lab, and in ag class, and in the wood shop, and all of these about how to be compassionate in the classroom environment, and how to be humble in that environment, and how to be respectful in that environment? Is that something you guys could embrace in every classroom as we go to the next phase of the vision and mission? Are these goals, are these values something that could be like on tip of tongue from the kindergarten kid to the superintendent? Right? Yes,
I
ma'am.
had a thought on that too, in regards to like, we're modeling behavior for our students. And like, if we can teach that, if our students are seeing that in the classroom, like that creates such a, going back to what Monica had brought up in regards to like safety, right? And the climate of the classroom, that I think that, because if we're doing it with staff, with each other, interactions with students, interactions with parents, interactions with community partners and our tribal communities. Yeah, I think that.
So the values that we had before was GCCS values, respect, and professionalism. Could we create a sentence? And I don't know how to stall out too long, we need to get the other two done here, right? But could we say GCCS values in that order: compassion, humility, and respect? You want a different order? Is that the good order? GCCS values, is that the right? That's what I'm gonna say, right?
I like that.
I like GCCS values, compassion, humility, and respect, or do you like GCCS holds values in? I mean, what's the wording you're going to put? And I'll make a sentence and so we can type it.
GCS.
The core values of GCCS are.
Something like that. The core values of GCCS are these three in that order?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll write it and Flannery can type it.
What about,
That's order.
what about, I'm gonna just throw a word in that, which might encompass a little bit more.
Respect is big.
I remember back in the day.
Oh, I love-
Back years ago, the character count.
Mhm.
But isn't that all of those things?
Their own characteristics.
They're all, part of the character that you are portraying in the district. And you are gonna be compassionate, you're gonna model humility, and you're gonna give respect.
So GCCS values character building by modeling compassion, humility, respect. GCCS leads character building by,
Or just leave with compassion, humility.
we were trying to
Well,
use
it's
character.
always
Are you limiting when you continue to use it? Are you limiting? I think character falls into each of those.
We're going to make sure we capture that and move on to the vision and to the mission. I'm getting kind of two schools of thought.
I do I do like the idea of saying we lead with this. Because you can also teach that to students. And a whole lot of what you talked about was developing leaders.
Right.
And so if we lead with these things, then that's down to the bitty bitty.
It's like our fighting force.
Yeah, and it's, hey, no. We lead with respect.
Right.
Tracy, the only reason,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the
No.
only reason I say not to add country here is because that wasn't a word that came to the top of the service.
Sure,
These words came to
sure.
the top of the service on all those post-it notes.
100%. I was just trying to look at a lead-in word
Okay,
Yeah.
for those three things.
so could be,
That's all.
GCCS will lead with compassion, humility, respect.
Can we say lead instead of?
Yeah, I like
lead?
Yeah, lead
Yeah.
is with,
Okay.
it's an active,
It's in.
that is a.
Well, we're doing it now, not
Right.
will eventually.
That is an
We're thinking
active
about-
verb.
Yeah.
We lead with this. I mean, that's what comes first. We lead with this. The rest falls in line. I like it.
It's funny. I'm looking at respect totally differently.
Yeah.
All right,
There's your language. Done, check the box.
Check the box.
Check the box.
so then what is your big mission or your big vision? How do we want to phrase that? Remember, we want to keep it. What we just say about the three on the values, and you want to keep it because roll off the tongue. We want it ever ready, because if people can't say it easily, they're not gonna abide by it.
Change the world,
Uh,
students, change the world. We will be. Students will change the world.
So it's unity and power.
creating world changers was kind of what was put on here. You're changing because you're helping the kid become empower the student and create leadership. You're doing all this.
If it's the vision for DCCS, should it include then the employees as well? So you'll be a vision that encompasses them, so not just it's in students, but the whole DCCS umbrella is set to align with developing the world thinking. But
Well, I get what you're saying, but it also is about the fact that as a functionary, as a component of GCCS, I too am being changed. And
that's what I was looking for. The teachers are growing, the staff is growing, everybody grows, and everybody, you know.
I know, I was thinking about painting the brain. What are we gonna do today? We're gonna change, take over the world. Sorry. But I like that because that's kind of also what Amanda got to on the mission earlier was about everybody's a learner, everybody's, it's not just students. Yeah. So and the empowering lifelong learning all. So I don't know, are you guys want the world changing phrase in there or not?
Well, how about changing the world by bringing potential to life,
Okay,
bringing the potential of the kids?
it's wordy. I'm just I'm gonna push back a little bit. I like the thought. How do we say that? Simply. There's no
Why
way.
don't you read us what the vision we have right now?
Okay, your
is?
vision is to be the #1 performing district in the state of New Mexico. That limits you to education stuff only, and it also limits you to just New Mexico.
And in the reality is though, we have a huge variety of learners or community members who their goals may be to remain in the community or to take over the world. And whatever we do, we are helping those achieve those. And it goes back to you, we said, I mentioned independence, but you guys have all mentioned uniqueness, different, inclusivities. So whatever, wherever the 18 communities are from, and whatever their goals and dreams and talents are, we're helping that. From the littles where I am at, getting that independence of fact fluency and reading, to then the graduation rate and be able to go to college or the trades or whatever it is. But it's that tools for independence for whatever their dreams are going to be, for whatever skill or goal that they want to attain.
So what's the sentence?
What if we said something like developing future leaders?
Developing their, or
And whether they're gonna be
for
the
independence.
governor of Laguna or the president of the
I like the word
United States.
fostering, is a good word.
Fostering unique, because that was the
Fostering
word, unique.
Future leaders.
I also think that the current, vision statement really isn't a flex, right? Like, if I love what George said in our groups when we were moving around the tables, it's like, we're bragging about being first and last place, right? Like, that's not. And I think that it has to be something that, like, in one of our other groups, we were talking about like expectations, right? When our kids know the expectation that we have for them, right? Like early college students seem to be doing really good, right? Like they know the expectations, their parents know the expectations, their parents are probably involved more, right? Because there's that higher expectation. And so I think if our students see that and feel that, they'll rise to it. And so I agree with what Amanda was saying. But getting it down to one sentence. Just be quiet.
Just what Mr. Weiner said about developing, what about sort of harvesting future leaders?
Yeah, because I think when you're saying you're harvesting them, you're picking, one at a time, but harvesting is the act of taking what's done. It's not, you're not planting the seed and nurturing. I liked fostering and empowering.
Nurture, okay, so I just did synonyms.
I like empowering.
I love to.
I like empowering too.
I mean, that, because when we talk empowering, we were talking that,
Yeah.
For the mission, and that would be.
And empowering goes along with the uniqueness. Empowering goes along with our conversations earlier with not limiting.
Yeah.
So building.
I think opportunities
Our
needs to
future,
be
one
in there.
student at a time.
And opportunities is for anything. It could be college, it could be career.
Well, I
Right.
liked our limitless work too.
Yeah, because I really don't like the word world changing personally. I think that's
Yeah.
far fetched.
But I wanted
I
you to
think
think
it's-
big.
I have an idea, maybe, out of the box. And then told a story yesterday to the board, we were doing the board training about her daughter's, you can tell that today, did you?
No.
Oh, yeah, tell that story real quick, and then I'll follow up with my
Okay.
idea
Oh,
about
so,
vision.
okay, so my granddaughter, is volunteering in the children's ministry of our church. And she's not 18, so she had to have a parent going. And I was the lucky one. And, but what they did is they sat down with them and they talked about their vision, their mission, their values, and their goals. And this is kids' church in the street. Sweet. So their vision was to be irresistible. And it's kind of weird for a kids' church ministry. You'd think it'd be about, sharing Jesus and all of that stuff. But their vision was to be irresistible. And here was their justification. She said, we can't do anything unless they're here. And if they don't want to be here, there were too many kids brought up in church that didn't want to be there. Their parents made them go. So if we can make our ministry irresistible to those kids, then we can get our message.
So my idea is if their vision is 2 words, be irresistible, could your vision be 1 word and could you just live on empower? No? Okay. Does that help?
Yeah.
But along those lines, what about building a GCCS build structure? Build solid structure for unique opportunities, successful and be successful along those lines.
Okay.
It's about everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Making an impact.
Making an impact. But I mean, your vision is you want to, and so the words that I was looking at, synonyms. Well, we are thinking about that mistake.
we can't do standard quote. It's gonna be
Exactly, it's gotta be bigger. Come on. Anyway, it was nurturing. It was, these were synonyms for fostering, and I do not know where that is. So you're Mr. Google. He find me synonyms for fostering, thank you, because my phone just quit working when we need to talk. So it's that kind of work, because again, it's what are we doing? So it's an action oriented kind of thing, right? So so we're looking at, we're empowering kids, we're nurturing them, we're growing them, we're what are other words, y'all?
a solid foundation for unique success.
We're building. Was that the word?
Building a solid foundation.
Developing.
Promoting, encouraging, nurturing, cultivating, supporting,
Cultivating is a great word.
advancing, strengthening, facilitating, stimulating, developing.
Cultivating lifelong learners.
One of the things that was written down here is creating opportunity.
How about cultivating opportunity? I love that word because that there's a whole lot that goes into that.
I also like strengthening because we're not alone. We're
Absolutely.
not cultivating and creating, but it's that partnership. They're coming to us and their parents are their first teachers. So we are strengthening that, whether it's the partnership, I mean, the community, all of that.
Strengthening opportunities.
Strengthening, I saw like learners, opportunity.
What, strengthening opportunities?
Yeah.
I like those 2 words. I don't think they could just be 2 words, but I think.
Strengthening a foundation for unique opportunity.
Donaldin had a really good start. She said, Donaldin said, cultivating opportunity
To empower future leaders.
But does that turn into a mission? Does that turn more into the mission if we're saying it that way?
Well, if we just end it there.
cultivating, strengthening.
Or either strengthening or empowering.
We said empowering second.
But we're cultivating environment that empower our.
So strengthening, how would we say it when it's strengthening?
That's actually a very good one. Cultivating environments
I love the environment.
to empower our students, cultivating environments, empowering students. It could even be that
Say it one more time.
slash this.
Say it one more time from the beginning.
Cultivating environments slash empowering students.
Are we just seeing connector?
We just like everything.
I think this
Everything
is what's right.
Cultivating environment. Oh, right, I can't remember.
Cultivating environments to empower students.
Or by.
By empowering students.
Now, you're creating these environments in order to empower them.
Empower. To empower students.
And it needs to pretty much stop there, because
But,
anymore, nobody's gonna remember it.
The word learners rather than.
Absolutely, we could do empowering learners. That's even better, because then that includes the adults in the system. And then includes the adults in the community.
Like you said, the teacher.
Uh-huh,
Cultivate environments to empower learners.
I like it. To empower.
and empowering learners, whatever, I mean, what do you think?
Cultivating environments to empower learners is what I have.
You like that?
GCCS in front of that? GCCS, will cultivate environments to empower students?
I think honestly, I think you say vision. Cultivating, and don't add the fluff. It doesn't have to be a complete sentence.
I mean.
And that's coming from the English
GCCS
teacher.
Cultivate, but not will.
Yeah, agreed.
Cultivating environments.
Like you with the ING, cultivating environments to empower learners. That's good? All right, check the box.
Good, you love it? You love it, can you get behind it? Can you get behind it? Can you sell it? So that people own it? If we don't want them to just buy in. We want them to own it.
Do you want to know what AI says? Cultivating environments to empower learners means intentionally designing physical, emotional, and intellectual spaces where students take charge of their own learning. Instead of acting as passive listeners, students become active participants who drive the educational experience.
Okay,
With 5 words.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
can you relate? You're gonna remember cultivating environment, and you're gonna remember empowering.
I mean, you could even make that the acronym CEEL. I mean, you could do lots of things with that. There's a lot of brain opportunity there. Just gonna say, okay, so your mission is how we're gonna get there, right? The boots on the ground. So our mission, the big things that you guys talked about, and again, was empowerment and the learning for life. You captured that in your vision. And so what is your mission statement? Ask AI. What's the mission statement that goes with that vision?
But you need to put the value in that too.
Yeah. Somebody.
Reyes, you taught me how to fish.
Anybody have an idea on mission?
what Debbie said at our table this morning. This was hers, every student, every day, building a person for life through learning, growth, and opportunities. You know, that I think everybody feels strongly about building. You just said cultivate, you know,
Mission.
What's it say?
Our mission is to co-create inclusive, student-driven environments where every individual is equipped to guide their own education.
Okay, tell they're too wordy.
yes,
And
agreed.
to keep it to 5 words or less.
To be.
But I get, you see where it's going.
Francie, can you repeat that one that you just wrote?
Yeah, I really liked it. Happy to repeat it. Every student, every day, building a person for life through learning, growth, and opportunity.
Yeah.
Done.
I like that it takes what we've always loved about what we've had, but
But adds in how it's gonna happen, right? There's a continuity.
And we dropped the word opportunity from our vision, but now it's now.
Empowering
in the mission.
learners through compassion, humility, and respectful collaboration.
but that's basically just rewriting.
That's, yeah, just a read, yeah.
Yeah.
That's just taking the values and putting.
Okay, so we've got every learner, every day. So, but I thought we wanted to be every learner every day, so that it's not just students. Right?
Just like.
Every learner, every
That one,
day.
It just adds to it. And how-
Building a person for, this could almost be again for someone. Building a person for life through learning, growth, and opportunity.
I don't think that.
Okay.
You're gross, you got.
Gross. You need to have them.
So you're saying we're cutting this part off.
No. Yeah, every student, every learner, every day. As opposed to just students, or
Okay.
Oh, I did.
Yes, sir. Every learner,
Yeah,
every
we
day.
were learning too.
We're gonna.
So every day, building a person for life through learning, growth, and opportunities. That makes sense? Every learner, every day, building a person for life through learning, growth, and opportunities.
I don't like learner and learning in the same sentence. I think that dilute the impact. So is there a better word for learning? If we're
How about
saying every
exploration?
learner, everyone.
Inspired.
How about exploration?
Inspiration.
Silent.
I feel like, because a lot of our conversation has really, included unifying not just the, like, the people in this room, right? Or, group, like, we had conversation earlier about how many different communities are in here and really coming together and really strengthening those partnerships. I think we have to be a little bit more broader about like identifying what we're trying to do by unifying, because we're not going to be able to live our values or envision that vision for our children if we're doing it in silence. And I think that goes for like different schools, the different communities.
So we have learner over there. No, we don't. Yes, Sue. We have learner over there, we have learner over here. What if, and we have opportunity, we have opportunity over there. What if we said everyone? Every day, building a person for life, and everyone, every day, building people for life.
For character.
I think we have lots of repetitive words, and it might be okay, but vision, values, and mission have.
Could you change building to preparing? Preparing people for life?
Training.
Can you make that a minute?
Bonnie, can I join?
So your point. How do we make that one person?
Yeah.
I guess you didn't like building.
I didn't like building, but if I can remember, oh my, but the unity is every,
I think.
the unity is every, that means every student,
Yeah.
all students.
Yes.
So that is unity.
It is unity.
And
Okay.
so where does unity go in this?
But unity
In the
is
word
there.
every?
It's right there.
That
Every
is
student
unity is every.
is means every student. It doesn't mean
All these.
Oh, the word isn't there, but every, like every
every
is there. Yeah.
encompasses
Every
every.
student, no, I think it's every stakeholder we have, every partner we have.
That's
why I said
what Bonnie
everyone.
said, everyone.
That's why I said everyone,
And which makes it, which simplifies everyone every day.
everyone, every day. Everyone. After everyone every day, then what?
So
When we-
is building a hiccup word?
So when we presented that, if I remember correctly, Amanda got up. We know what that mission was. It's been the mission since, I
Since we
don't
were
know,
kids.
since we were in school. So if you ask our teachers, they know what the mission is. So changing it drastically, is that gonna? So like leaving it the way it's written, every student, every day, building a person for life, and then the mission is how we're gonna do that, and that's through learning, growth, and opportunity. So keeping it the same, but as I can recall, I stood up there, I liked our vision,
I
maybe just adding it. Laura got up there,
Yes.
we liked the vision, just adding to it.
But
Debbie
we
got up
knew
there,
it this morning. We
What's that?
all knew it this
Oh, I
morning.
knew
That's the one thing we all knew.
everyone, that's the
Laura,
only
everyone-
one that we knew. Every student, every day, building person for life.
That is true. From the outside perspective, that's the one thing that was brought to this room.
And even when we stood up here to own it, we all started out with, I like this because.
And everyone, you stood there, Debbie stood in there and said she liked it. She was an employee of our school district.
She added,
Yeah.
she's the one who added.
And so did
Right.
George. George remembered it from George and yes.
Debbie did the same.
Yeah, we have the same, so
It's
Literally
one of
the
those
same,
things,
both of you.
don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
That's.
I think it just adding that end piece is telling us the mission is, this is what we want and this is how we're gonna do it. Through learning, through growth, through opportunity. And that encompasses your staff as well. We're gonna teach our staff to be better. We're gonna grow them. And we're gonna give them opportunities, same with students.
So Grace, you're saying back to every learner, every day, building a person for life through learning, growth. And
I like
how you like
student,
it.
but it could be, we can change it to learner, but
Okay.
But I also like
everyone.
Marcia had
the
something.
word.
Sorry, Marcia had something.
So I guess I'm looking at it in a different perspective because you are all administrators, you're all teachers. But you have to remember, if you're gonna be talking about unified effort, you have your families, you have your communities, we all have to be in it, to ensure our students reach academic success. Again, if this is just being built of you as administrators, you as teachers, but the community doesn't know what your mission is. So again, you know, if you're gonna put something out there, I would put something like through connections, or something that's gonna get the buy-in of your community. Again, you know, in our native communities, what we always say, it takes a community to grow our children. It's the same thing here within the school district. It has to take everybody to come together to ensure that that mission was done completely.
So we're coming back to everyone.
But the mission
But-
is, but the mission is.
Well, I think
working
that it goes
for
back to
the
what
same,
Anne
but
Lynn said
for
to
the
start
work
this
is not
whole
the
entire
same.
conversation is she imagines that she was the child, the student. We ultimately, when we keep that at the forefront, that's what we're here for. It's just my perspective. But I also, when you're saying this is how we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this through, we're just adding these add onto it. The same, I go back to learning is broad. It's a lot. It's a big thing in why we're here. But learning, I kind of want to change or add a word to engage.
So I did not say it's appropriate to say, but I'm gonna say this anyway, right? There's some components of the vision, mission, and values that every sort of group has a different ownership in, right? I wonder if the mission of doing this more so belongs in the school building. And if you think the mission of how to accomplish this stuff more so belongs in the school building, then it needs to be written for the school people, right? Because over here we have environments empowering the whole everybody, and the values have the whole everybody. I'm just asking if the group feels like carrying this out is the people who have paychecks in the district.
But we also had
That's what it should be.
conversation about how parent involvement impacts the learning path.
True, which is why all the parts are overlapping a little bit. I just wondered if that would be, if this part could be owned a little bit more purposely by the people getting the paycheck doing the work. Is why I asked.
Because
This
I
mission has been there for several years.
Because they're the ones that are.
We
using our
haven't
kids.
made
You know,
any
we're parents,
progress, so there's.
but we're not actually
some sort of
using
change.
it. It's the school that's using our kids. So that mission should be from the staff.
It can be both, it can be both. Go ahead, Marcia, I
No,
hear
I
you.
was just saying, if that mission has been there for a long time, then there hasn't been change within the Grand Cibola County School Districts. Why? Because we as tribes are still wanting to see change and nothing has happened. And again, if we go by the same mission, the grants haven't done their due diligence, maybe our teachers have.
Valid point too.
So what if? What if? So let's look at concessions. And where can we reach consensus on this? Because we're all gonna have different little takes on this. But where can we reach consensus? So I think we are widely agreed. We like some of what has always been. Okay? And then minor tweaks. So it was every student. Part of the thinking is that we want it to extend beyond the students to incorporate or encompass all of us that contribute to the school system to help the student. So that's the everyone, every day, because it's all the time. This word might be an issue. Person for life through, and there was some we're repeating learning all the time in everything through connections, growth, and opportunity.
I like that.
Connection or engagement, but it needed to be community too. Through, I think that's what it said. Community and Marcia were talking about engagement. Community is a huge part of it.
Or you could put building connections.
Building a person for life
For
or
every student, every day, building. Making your community a part of your mission again. Talking with the superintendent, we need to build that relationship. We need to start building it. Really that, again, we're back to engagement.
Say that again, because I think you kind of flipped this a little bit. Which was
Building
kind of interesting.
connection- Building connection for every student, every day. I'm just going back and trying not to
Yeah.
change the midfield, but
So it was building connections.
you start with building connections for every student, every day, building a person for life. I mean,
How about building learning connections? Everyone for everyone, every day. Building learning connections for everyone, every day.
our building connection through growth and opportunity for every student, every day, building a person for life.
Say it again. I know.
Building connections through learning, growth, and opportunity for every student, every day. I'm just using the same, I'm not trying to change the mission now.
No, you're just rewording.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about building a community?
How about building a community of learners?
Building a community of learning connections for every person every day, for everyone every day. Building a community of building it, because that's what we're doing, right? And like we have many communities who have dealt on the outside of the district for
more than 50 years, right? And
So
so,
building a community.
right, because we're one unit.
Well, we're just trying to get this written down.
What about through connections?
Yeah, building a community, a learning community or a community, just building a community.
Through connections, opportunities, and
And grow for every one every day. If that has to stay in there.
Okay. Here, I'm gonna switch back just a smidge. Is that the job of school? So the job of the school is to educate kids. That's their job. Educate kids. There's a whole lot of ways we can do that. But still, the job of the school is to educate kids. So you can't put every social ill off onto the responsibility of the school. Okay, I mean, there's issues. Okay, and can the schools help? But is that their mission?
I think it's a case of semantics.
Exactly.
Because for Native communities, when we're talking about community that is education, because our education is not separate from the academics in the Western part of the Euro-American society. The academics are separate from community life. With Native communities, it has to be an integral part. Right? It cannot be separate.
Okay.
So that's
Okay.
And that's actually,
that's helpful.
thank you for articulating that, because that's the reason, like, we have to have that community in there, right? Like, the data shows community has not been included when we're educating our Native students, right? From, so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to summarize it. I think the shorter we have it, the better. I think one of the regards to go on right now. I like what we had before because I
How about you?
mentioned that it was the community ourselves, the mission kind of, the new teachers will learn. But what about everyone, every day, building communities and
I almost did the same thing you did, Miss Ivy. I apologize. I got excited. I didn't mean to interrupt you. How about everyone, every day, building a person for life through community growth and opportunity. One more time. Everyone, every day, building a person for life through community growth and opportunity. That's not the same thing. Not the same thing.
So how do you word it? Kind of everyone, every day, everywhere. How do you word it? How do you fix the wording?
What about
If we keep the everyone, every day kind of thing at the forefront, that honors what we have. If we have the community in there, then that honors the other part. So how do we put those together? Right? That's a challenge before us.
Yeah.
Everyone, every day, building a person for life through community growth and opportunity.
Can we just take the person for life? So everyone every day, building a community through connection to break for every for the so
You went to the bottom.
I was saying, yeah, talking about this, everyone every day, read that out, then building a community through connection to the work. Okay, so if we're missing something.
Okay, so what you're saying is everyone, every day, building a community through opportunities, connection, and growth. One more time, everyone, every day, building a community through opportunities, connection, and growth.
Is it building or developing? So, I mean.
And elevating.
Oh, enriching.
Yeah, I mean, if you think it's developing.
Enriching a community, enriching our community through. Opportunities, connection, and growth.
Enriching that community,
Our community.
enriching, you can own it. Enriching, okay, so everyone, every day, enriching
I'm pushing back on enriching.
Yeah.
Me too.
I think developing would have been a better word.
Fostering, y'all like fostering.
We did like fostering.
Fostering a community opportunity, connection and.
Marcia, say that one more time.
Oh, I just repeat it.
Fostering
I already just put it fostering in the
Fostering
front.
instead
It's
of
just
building.
this word is fostering.
Instead of. Okay, one more time. Here's, and I'll remind you with not body language. I'm not an elementary teacher, in case you couldn't tell. Everyone, every day. Fostering a community through opportunities, connections, and growth.
Is it A or B?
Our fostering our.
Can we say community?
I think it was short and sweet. But now we're going off with it. But now we're going off on tangents and paragraphs and everyone knew every student every day. I'm not saying we should go back to that, but what I'm saying is they knew it because it.
But
But I guess.
I really don't see a difference between what, Bobby was saying and what you had said in the original. Everyone, every day, building a person for life through community, growth and opportunity. It's the same thing, just a little more wordy with fostering a community through. So. I
Okay, so
really-
one more time before I make the pretty version. We have everyone, every day, building a person for life through community, growth, and opportunity as a version.
Short and sweet, we were going for that.
Or we have everyone, every day, fostering our community through opportunities, connections, and growth. Or something else. Okay. A, I mean, if we're both. Can you write on both? They're on this, sorry.
Yeah, right above.
Put them on the board.
I'll let my name spreadsheet.
They're up there.
She has them up here.
Oh, thank you.
Everyone, every day.
You're such a-
Everyone every day.
Okay, so here's something about vision. Is we gotta figure out how are we gonna measure that? How are we gonna measure? What are the metrics of us achieving our mission? You talk about, we might need to change it because we've never achieved it. How are we gonna know we're gonna achieve this one? What would be the metrics that we could use to know that we've achieved this mission? And so that's something to consider when you're thinking about your mission. You've got to be able to gauge when you get there. And so that's why I'm saying, so
Also the difference in taking it from the student centered or the person centered to then taking it to community, and I'm not.
You
I'm
can't
just
measure
saying, you
that.
can't
Yeah, you
measure
can't measure that.
opportunity, you can.
But you're utilizing, if we look at the one, that first one, the everyone, every day, building a person for life through community growth and opportunity, that sounds like it's a little bit more measurable.
and the next question, because again,
right,
you're so this is cultural training for dummies for me. If I ask the question of everyone every day, building a person for life through community, what does that mean? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. So if I mean, would anybody else know what that means?
It's highlight fostering our community.
Okay, so, and then push back on that. I know, but
it's
I just playing-
that's a very valid question, and I think
I'm playing
got quiet because everybody was trying to think of how to answer.
define it. Yeah,
You know,
so,
but I think that when we talk community, I think everybody is right. Community is important because, you know, we are trying to unify and come together as a district. So we would be doing it through that. But again, I agree with you. How do we look at that? Is that just through you know, our partnerships with, you know, our native communities. Is that also looking at, you know, the other groups, you know, we've got to talk about the ELL, the special ed, the gifted, the everything like that. So how,
So I have
does that
a time
yeah.
that might be helpful to that. So let's spend a little bit of time here. To Amanda's point about measuring, that is, we're gonna get to the second dinner. It's probably pushing on 2 o'clock. So we probably need to keep moving forward here. 1:45. We need to have a timeline and what we're gonna measure. And then we're gonna have the board commitments and what are they gonna actually tell you that they're gonna promise to do as a board. All those things are coming next, right? But to Amanda's very valid point about how are you gonna sort of track the data. If you have science fair night, or if you have a festival, or if you have a community acting like you guys we do last night with the bike rides that are stuff happening right now. All those things you're gonna have, and you have they can offer, are they called festivals? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, peace. So all those pieces are community, but the science fair night, the reading night, the math night, the all the stuff, those are also sort of community input that you have. I went to some amazing Thanksgiving dinners at Amanda's, made whole balloon fire, all the deal. All of that is measurable community pieces that the independent aids and communities worth have different pieces of that. So to me, and Lynn, to your question, to me as an outsider thinking about what community means, I might define all of that as how community can be defined. And then to Amanda's point, also then measured.
Also, all those things are just opportunities for our kids. We have days off for those feast days to give those students the opportunities to go out and participate. And so I think opportunity falls into that cultural community as well.
How about every, okay, quote. Everyone, every day, building a person for life through intentional opportunity. Because it's make it purposeful.
Could it be for building a person for life is uncomfortable person life? Because we don't send our kids to school to go through. That's basically our job at home, is to build that person. We enhance that person through school. We build them up structurally through school to exist in another world. But culturally, it's uncomfortable for me to say I send my kids to school to build a person.
Yeah, I that's my least favorite part of the whole thing. I love
We
that
go
every
back to
person
what a
every
mission
day.
statement
I love
is.
that.
It's the why the district exists.
Yes.
What it is trying to accomplish and whom it serves. So does it answer those questions? Do you know what I mean? That would be the question I would pose back.
So why are we doing what we're doing? Through learning, growth, and opportunity.
That's
We
what
can measure the learning, we can measure growth, and we can calculate opportunity.
Yes, because we're having this important conversation around this, but we're forgetting the achievement. And you guys said it in the same.
Sorry, I have another one. Because I'm stuck on community, right? Because that's so important to our cultures and I think unifying is super important if we're gonna see real change. Because I agree, right? There's a handful of people who know the old mission, but I think I just think it needs to be more inclusive. So
Okay.
empowering every student every day, because folks like that, to grow, learn, and lead with purpose in a community that values inclusivity. One more time.
Okay. Can we not stop it? Grow, learn, and lead?
Yeah. Empowering every student every day to grow, learn, and lead with purpose in a community. I have the same question. I think it's going to lead. Empowering every student every day to grow, learn, and lead.
The reason I say that is because community really comes in your goal stuff. The mission is bigger and broader. The community component can really come in the goal areas and in your strategy roadmap. How are we going to get there? We're going to get there Because we're gonna build these linkages to this community. We're gonna build this pathway for communication to this community. That's part of our strategy roadmap. And that's your action steps.
So, and Lynn, to Lisa's point, our mission is a statement tells why the school or district exists, what it intends to accomplish, and who it serves. Do we think we answered the question, why we exist with empowering every student every day to grow, learn, and lead? Have we answered the question why we exist?
Yeah.
Have we answered the question what we intend to accomplish when we say empowering every student every day to grow, learn, and
Well,
lead?
I would say maybe answer the first one, because Native students, as a Native person, I don't exist outside of the context of my community. I was born for my tribe. Our Native students are born for our.
So empowering every student every day to grow, learn, and lead doesn't say why the district exists in your mind.
I think we're missing. I'm hung up on the community. To grow, learn, and lead within our community. Can we say within our community?
I
But
think that
that's-
limits you though, because that's keeping it here and not, saying that we want those world leaders.
Right, that they keep
Yeah.
from here.
How about empowering our community and every student every day?
We're gonna measure
Community at large.
Right.
We're gonna measure empowering.
But I like the.
I think if we do those things, it benefits the community and the community across.
Yes.
We can measure
Yes.
empowering them.
Lisa, I think you hit the nail on the
Can
head.
you repeat that?
Just that if we do these things, I think it's a direct benefit to our community if we achieve these things,
Yeah.
because we will have great leaders within our community. We will have empowerment within our community.
I'm gonna make a suggestion as we kind of maybe move on just a little bit and kind of see if we can kind of see what comes in the next kind of part of our conversation. We'll leave all those out there and I won't write on here in the marker until we kind of figure out which one we want. I'm hearing some trends that you want to be able to measure things, right? You want to have some things that you have reflecting the school, community, district people with paychecks doing the work, but also in honoring the community at all 18 communities and the tribes and all the inputs from the community influences as well. So those, I think those are the themes we have. We just haven't quite got the wording quite right, but if we do, I have to agree with that. Okay, so I think we can kind of move on then with our next component, and then before we leave the afternoon, we'll finalize that mission as well.
Can I ask you to go ahead and write that version down?
Which
Because
one?
I think
The empowering one.
the one that Donaldin had, the
Yeah, the dark
empowering every in blue.
Okay, someone read it for me.
Empowering every student every day to grow, learn, and lead.
I think we just need to at least have it as a reference over here of kind of where we are, even though we know we haven't checked that box yet. But it'll let us at least look back to it when we're doing all of our other stuff.
Did I get that right? Empowering every
Yes.
student every day to grow, learn, and lead. Okay, so
Yes.
kind of transition, then we'll come back to what that might look like as we think about the next pieces of it. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. All right. Who needs a break? You need 5 minutes to like shake your head and
3 minutes.
you need candy. I've got a load of candy over here.
Amanda's got really good sour gummies.
I've got chocolate, I've got sweet carrots, whatever. It's over. I'm like, Come on, Carol, Carol.
I know.
Know that everything we do, I'm sure a lot of influences the community. Like, you get like,
I need my, nice stuff. I like those.
It's interesting too.
So not really.
Can you imagine carefully doing?
I'll do it for you.
Well, he tells me more than I understood, but.
Yeah. That's totally at my house. And Jake and we are you saying that that's?
Why are we doing?
But that's the difference in that we didn't Jake or each work together for 6 months and then had to go on engagement. I just reading it. I like huge.
He likes all the.
I had to run out because the teachers want to go.
Here we go.
Get in there for a lot of it. Yes, now they can't work.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
We're all in different areas.
Yes, ma'am.
But they should have already been covered.
Don't you? If you want to be, you could be here. They would find your own baby. You could be.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Okay, guys, let's kind of put that together. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of math I was doing. So we kind of did some work on the other side of the wall before we had lunch. We kind of did some work on this side of the wall before we did some work. We want to kind of tie these two sides together. So I did a little bit of a mathematical equation. I'll show you that in just a second. We really are trying to get to the place of identifying what your priorities are for the districts to build a strategic plan that's manageable, measurable, all those things. That's so the SMART goal piece is our next part of our work. We need to identify some priorities. Okay. And so I'm going to just tell you what you told me and what you told yourselves. The green dots, of course, is a reminder where your highest priority. The red dots were your secondary priority. Okay. So you can see overwhelmingly achievement has the most dots, right? And so staffing has the second most dots. Attendance and climate are the next ones, and finances. And remember, every table you rotated through this morning had pieces and components that could be in many of these areas, right? They overlapped in lots of different places. So I did my little ag teacher thing on you, because that's what I teach. So I did math. And so I did the greens times 2. So I inverted, right? Your highest priority gave us the most values. So your greens have 2. So 8 greens on achievement times 2 points, plus the 1 point for your red. There's 4 reds over there. Means that mathematically achievement has 20-point value. Okay, same kind of thing for staffing, where there's 4 green ones times 2 equals 8. 6 red ones times 1, 6, there's 14. So these two rise to the top. Right, these two rise to the top. And so then our next phase of things moving forward is how to develop these into priorities and the right wording, because then we need to come up with language to do the goals, what that might be. Right? And so to the point you had earlier this morning about the goals you had before, kind of those tied into where you were before instead of dumping the baby out with the bathwater. What are your thoughts about the 2014 and then the singular digits down here as we work towards getting our priority? What does that make you think, that information? I'm trying to get us to, we got wide, narrow, right? I'm going to suggest that we have 3, maybe 4. I'm not a big fan personally of 5 goals, but it's y'all's work, right? I think 3 or 4 is probably manageable. So if we think about 3 or 4 goals for the district, what are those? And so and then we got to find some language, because now we're going to write SMART goals for our priority areas, right? So if we just say achievement, then what's SMART? As an our team, and we'll do that worksheet just a second. What are our SMART goals about achievement? And is achievement the right title for the priority area? And likewise, is staffing the right title for the priority area? Because you have to know what you're measuring in order to, before you write your goal. You see what I'm saying? So I'm asking you to kind of digest and think, what do you feel about the 20 and 14? Because they rose to the top pretty handily, right? Versus these 3 that are single digits, and muddy that up with they all overlap.
They do.
Right. So just because our next thing is to get to our goal area. And we're gonna rotate you through to the next little stations as we work those together. Do we agree we need to have a goal area for GCCS in the student achievement?
Yes.
Okay. Do we like the language and just leave it there right now? Call student achievement as the goal area.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll just do that.
Like,
Take a picture and talk to people.
Right?
We all love that.
I'm just thinking funny things that I guess. Because something funny.
The priority to do that.
I know, everybody got paying attention. Let's go.
Oh.
Like she said, I can take a picture.
Right.
How's your heart? Yeah.
Yeah, Cooper said that that business was the heart.
Should I text you first?
No, learning is the heart.
Should I text you first? Okay, so I don't think they like the title of a goal area to be staff.
It's adult.
It's a what?
It's adult.
Right. Right. This could be, so what is it about staffing? Right? So you said professional development, teachers and admin. You said positive. You said things I covered up, sorry. You had questions about why are we having resignations and retentions? All of those.
Good buzzword.
Oh, good, there you go. Oh, for the next deadline, okay.
Yeah, that, this is for the next strategic plan.
Oh, okay,
Here's your, instead of saying staffing, you
okay,
say
gotcha,
staff excellence.
gotcha, okay.
You know,
Could we live with that?
Staff excellence.
Staff excellence? Yes?
So I
Okay.
have a question, I have a question on that, because I know one of the discussions that came up in our group was like staffing in general or specifically focusing in on teachers. Agreed. Is that because teachers are who our kids are with, right? If we're talking about staffing, that includes like administration, that includes the facilities, yeah, teaching. And I think that what we were talking about there, and so it was really hard because the data didn't break that out, right? Like, well, like if there's an issue with staff retention and specifically teacher retention, right? Because we heard issues of long-term substitutes, knowing all the staffing doesn't help us clarify the goal around teacher retention.
So here's the body answer to your question. I told all of my teachers, my custodians, my maintenance workers, my bus drivers, all my everybody, every one of you is a teacher. Every one of you is an educator. Because you may have the connection on the playground as the EA that the teacher in the classroom teaching math doesn't have, right? You're still modeling behavior. You're still modeling how to be kind to others. You're still modeling all those things. So I always treated every one of my staff members from top to bottom and everybody in between as an educator because you're in a school site. And so if that's the case,
And I don't disagree, but like if you're sending your child to a school, right? Where they're gonna be learning from a licensed professional who's teaching them, right? Like, I agree, everybody, all staff are modeling behavior and everyone we interact with is teaching us something, right? But the outcomes of our students, like, relies heavily on the qualifications and our ability to retain licensed teachers.
so I think that comes with PD, that comes with support, that comes with training. I think the broad category of staff excellence as a goal area might cover all of that.
Okay.
And I think that's where that was our group plan, grant season.
Yeah,
And that's where it came up as professional development, teachers and admin. Those are going to be the biggest change agents for our student achievement, right? Give them the professional development. Teachers and admin, we're the leaders of those teachers as well. So we need professional development, admin coaching as well.
Climate community input as highest priority, because again, you have to create that same positive climate before you can even achieve any of your make improvements in student achievement, even with staffing retention, attendance. You need to understand your environment and see where those deficiencies or those gaps in skills are before you can fit and improve in academic scores or retaining our teachers. So I'm looking at it in a different perspective.
That's why you're here. That's why you're
Yeah.
here. Yeah. Okay, so here's the hard part, right? I'm gonna just plant in your mind a little seed and we can change off the seed, that's totally fine. But I'm gonna plant a little seed of, let's see if we can settle on 3 goal priority areas and see what happens. Okay, so focus in your mind on just 3. If we get more, we can have more. Again, we're not gonna do more than 5, but I'm gonna say, let's just start the conversation with just 3. Okay, so we have some mathematical problems because we have attendance, which may or may not be tied to financials, which may or may not be tied to climate, right? So I'm wondering if those 3 areas that were priority areas previously we scored on could be put together in one way or another to have it be one goal area. Because some of those fit, some of those don't fit, some of those might not be a priority. What's the suggested moving forward on the language of the next plan that Lane gave me was student achievement, which we already have, and staff excellence, which we already have. The other 3 potential bullet points, as you muddle through what this math looks like over here, is safe and supportive schools. Could safe and supportive schools be attendance? Could safe and supportive schools be financials? Could safe and supportive schools be climate? I don't know.
Yeah.
Could be some of all that, right? Another area is operational excellence. So operating your new attendance plan, operating your business office, operating your SIS, your student information system, your systems,
Policies.
right? So could that be a goal area that would encompass all those things? And the last one on here is a suggestion is community partnerships. So is community partnerships going to address attendance? Maybe, maybe not. Is community partnerships going to address financials? Maybe, maybe not. And is community partnerships going to address climate?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to suggest again, back to the 3 in your mind, is there an overarching title we can give our 3rd goal area so we can begin to write priorities and goals and measurable, all that kind of stuff about that one.
Environment.
What?
Environment.
Environment. What about the environment?
Using that.
Just call it environment. Does that speak to you? Do you guys know what environment meant?
That's where that climate, that's what she's talking about, is environment.
So as a school person, if you just said environment to me, that would resonate with me.
Third one you mentioned.
The 3rd one,
safety
safe and supportive schools.
Like
Is that environment to
Is that
you?
for?
That'd be our-
That includes the-
That being environment to you?
Well, and it encompasses all three of those safe, you know, the safe schools that. That
Community
is all of it.
attendance.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
that's all
that
of
goes
those
with-
three,
Your restorative justice, it goes with
yeah.
your
Safe and supportive.
Okay,
clean.
okay. So if we want to add the fourth and the fifth, I'm not gonna let you, it's your deal. We're just here to kind of facilitate and help you talk through some of the stuff, right? So I hope we're doing that for, to your satisfaction. We'll just add number 3 as safe and supportive school. Right? Okay, and then we'll see how the thing progresses here.
That's environment, environment, that's keeping it in good shape.
I don't know, community that to see the old and the old
32 pager.
strategic plan. But this might save us some time if we want to, as I mentioned earlier, use the same. But back then, they decided that their first goal was academic, just like we did. And the goal back then was to foster student excellence and academic achievement with a curriculum that recognizes our cultural diversity. That was the goal back then. Their second one was also dealing with attendance. Oh, no, I'm sorry, with staffing. And then their goal back then, goal 2 was to instill excellence in culture and leadership. So that was their goal, instill excellence in teaching and leadership. Back then, their third goal was kind of hanging in with Marcia's thing that we didn't know about. Create a school climate, an environment that is safe, supportive, inclusive, and respectful.
Same thing.
That was the third goal.
Same.
That's the exact same 3 that we have, so it might be helpful. Would you tear off the 3 pages and we'll go copy those? And then we can have them at each table.
Goal 4 and 4, engage our diverse families and communities and students. Yes. 3, that was 4 goals.
Right now, yeah.
Yeah, right.
But that's number 3.
Yeah.
We think it's cited.
Yeah.
Yes. Debbie, so if you'll tear off just the 3 and then we'll make copies, and then if we want to add the 4th, we can. Okay? Right, we're gonna do SMART goals in different groups. So before we get too far into the weeds here, we're gonna rotate you around,
Yes.
right?
So I have relabeled each table. So maybe board members, if you'll hold up your little whiteboard to let everybody know where they're going next. Vanna, please show. You can be like the, what is it, the green girl that walks around with the one tip at the boxing matches? Yeah. Walter, who's at your table? Could you go back, please? Nicole and Jenna are over here. Oh, here, Nicole. Lisa, right there. And I got George.
All the actual workers.
Sorry. But the old plan, data.
That's always a good one. Sir Bonnie Brisbane. Okay. So we have simplified this process for you significantly. Number 1, by 3 priority areas. We're going to give you a word sim, because let's just face it. A SMART goal is a SMART goal is a SMART goal is a SMART goal. What that means, it's an acronym, you know, educators love acronyms. We live and die by the acronym. So it means it's a specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound goal. Those 5 elements. We do these ad nauseum in the school system. Everything has to have a SMART goal. So as an example, for those of you in the community, perhaps you have not seen it specifically in this context. You've probably written these in your businesses and whatever, but this is how this is the educator speak for goal setting. All right. So, an example, we want to improve third grade reading specific from 52%. So it's measurable. We've got measurements to 65%. Achievable is iffy on that. By spring 2027, time bound on the ELA state assessment. So it's specific. So it meets those 5 criteria. I will tell you that the data suggests that in the PED will actually kick back dash plans and things like that. If you set your achievement too far, they're going to say that's not achievable. Try again. So what is it? It's like 6%. It's the outside limit of annual improvement, annual growth.
What did you see that?
Yay! You guys are amazing, and let's bottle it and spread it across the district. It's just the data supports that as
Over time.
as a standard. Is it set in stone? You know, you're going to have some that do well, but by and large, on average, it's about 6%. Okay. All right. So that's where we're going. So what we're going to do now is we are actually going to create the priorities. We're going to we've already reviewed those priorities, and we're going to create SMART goals for the time span of this strategic plan, which is 4 years. Okay. Again, goal, it's a dynamic document. It's a living document. If you achieve it ahead of time, celebrate like crazy and write a new goal and go even farther. Okay. But for now, we're going to do the 4-year goal. That's our time bank. So this is the big picture. We're going to make sure that these 3 goals that we write, 3 or 4, whatever we end up with, that they align with your vision of cultivating environments to empower learners. That's your vision. So do these line up with that? Is it going to help us accomplish empowering every student every day to grow, lead, and learn, if that's what we end up? Okay? They have to be in alignment. So in order to do this in the most easy way possible, I've given you a word set. And it's like a math list. You just fill in the blank. So GCCS will do something, put a verb in there. You will increase, you will raise, you will whatever the verb is, you're going to do something. And you're going to do it on a specific topic. So you're going to raise ELA achievement. You're going to raise ELA achievement from, what does your data say that you currently, where are you currently? We can pull that data back out to what is achievable. And remember, this is 4 years. 6 times 4 is 24. Okay. So think big. That's big. Okay. By 4 years from today. It makes it super simple. So why don't we have all of it? Because achievement, that is your biggest academic area.
And
I
then
mean,
you
yeah.
and I are on the same page as we always are. I just had time to make 20 more copies.
Yeah,
I'll do the same one, right?
yes,
Go
yes.
from there.
Achievement encompasses, it's math, it's ELA, it's, it's English learners, it's, special education populations, it's sorry, y'all, don't forget science and social studies. Those are still very important academic areas. They just get brushed over so much, but they're critical. So okay, well, we're just going to divvy it up. Who wants English? To write a goal for English. Nobody wants to write an ELA goal? It's easy.
The most important.
Huh? ELA?
It's the most important one.
Who wants ELA?
So
To all
you
the
should
others.
take it.
ELA.
I actually
Okay.
wrote,
Okay, you're ELA. Who wants math? Who wants to do a math goal? Okay, Reyes. All right, who wants a subgroup goal? Academic achievement for subgroups.
they want for math, but they don't for ELA.
Are you talking?
I'm talking about like your subgroups. You're talking about it could be in looking at your data.
So maybe.
Did your subgroups perform worse or better? Because here's the deal. Maybe they perform better, and how do we parlay that to even more growth?
Donovan, were you taking?
I was already.
And that could be your economically disadvantaged. It could be any ethnic group. It could be, whatever. Okay. Okay. Awesome. Science and social studies. You want science? You want social studies?
Those are still.
Y'all got social studies. Also sauce.
So right, just one struggle, one form for the table. Do y'all work together on develop
Yeah.
your for your thing, one for the table.
That's just social studies, because there's no. that's
Definitive measure, but the thing it is, there could be,
There's science, there's a state science test, but
Yes.
there's nothing testing.
yes.
That's a
there-
hard one. Because
It is.
All for our eggs in that basket.
Or if
We're
you
not-
do the SAT, don't do the SAT.
Yeah.
We have a teacher here.
That is measured.
We're not leaving it up to her.
Exactly, or if you don't do social studies, you could do the
non-fiction
SAT.
Both of those are the non-fiction.
Yeah.
They're the information.
But basically,
And our
We did a.
ended at 40.
Graduation requirement. I say this year that's.
What is the?
Then you have to finish your 5 minutes.
There's
No. It's a bad lib. Do you have the, do you know this?
Okay, I have 7 minutes, guys, 7 minutes.
Graduation.
So the last school, they have math, ELA, science, and a graduation rate. That might be a better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because we moved to like the SAT.
So we want to do
5% per year.
So those are the.
Thank you.
That would be graduation.
Yeah.
Do we have that data? The math.
Yeah, it's part of
The student election.
This one was the last one, so.
And I think we graduated.
I think they wanted.
Your graduation rate has actually.
Yeah.
Because we didn't.
Yeah.
But it's high down thing because.
Body
That
unit.
graduation
So
rate.
it's 24%. The next year's 34%. So they did 10% this year.
Credit for the kids.
Right.
They
They
did extra year, it's a thing. Oh, okay.
But this one's for real.
Yeah, so
The cohort, these years it is.
Yes. So that's where it started.
Yeah. This is actually.
Started accumulating credit.
So I don't know. It's not getting-
Through the scene.
But yeah, so that they want to increase from 24% to 30%.
Do you have a peer talking? That's what they need.
Whatever the current measurement is now. Let's look at your.
Free to say that-
Today. If you need data, let me know.
You always need data.
Is that what it was? Oh.
Which one are you guys doing, Reyes?
Now that her.
And then it might be
The
here.
reality is we're starting with.
It's different at each level.
More people.
So, right, this is taking.
80%, right?
He's going. And figure
This is
out
also.
by
Great.
then wording next year. So you're looking and then we're important and therefore the thing
And they're always asking why. Again, it comes to this thing of yes, so the issues is why we're arguing. They have the same, but this is just. So to come in at this point, third graders like they will for flow. They get our third graders like this, you know, like. We're at all right, but able to, yeah, I think this right now, the word to let data. Because, I mean, I'm just saying, let's say, 70% of. You know. So for data learning still, third graders and also others.
Yes.
No.
I use it. Yes. You know, next time. If you were to say there's.
They could actually. Maybe even out.
So.
Yeah, but if we can't, then, I don't know, I think the question of where,
You know, so.
because the reality. But if you know, it's the right.
We are.
Strategic plan.
So we're gonna, GCCS will raise. Math proficiency, so it's generally, we're not gonna put grade level.
So how much is it really hard?
From starting at.
So. Say some. Well, there is data.
I would say it's 16.8%.
For sure.
Put a parenthesis, let's say that's 45 data.
Like, it does, like.
And then we're looking at 4 years.
Altogether.
Why did they do a 3 years?
So let's-
Well, I mean, like.
It's like strategic plan 4 years plus 6. So it's what, 200?
So it would be at 42%.
So 243, yeah, so that is 80%.
So the
That's
state.
what we wanted it to be, but the current reality is here. So we need to make our
Did the year.
baseline data the current reality, and then we need to make.
In the old line, starting from the bottom, right?
This is the
So
She's
so they're talking about just 24%.
So that's the baseline.
Okay.
What is it?
As a
Over
district,
4 years.
this is your starting.
So they wanted.
So you said that.
Equivalent to some last one.
So it's interesting.
10%.
Each year.
Using it as
10% each year. And then after 4 years, that is.
So 86 is a big number. So
That's
start off. Because
Right now,
we're gonna collect
That's too narrow. I don't think it's shaft, what's 50, that's the work. So
I'm sending you this long, we're supposed to send this long for 3 minutes to make sure you write it on the form. I'm gonna collect it from you.
I don't want to limit ourselves with 10, but I. Yeah. Let's shoot for 2%, right?
That's. That's things, so it's so we're 5 years. We're saying 40.
So we can shoot for like,
I mean, right there, that's 3%.
so if we do 10%, that's 20,
doable.
we can say like a 26%.
That's doable. But do you need to
10%.
be
So 26%.
you know, specific to say something, 20% AI involvement. You know, except when it's not what it's not. That's probably. That's probably, yeah. You're gonna know next. That's where we're adding that. So. So we would say, DCCS, that's probably. You see, maybe we don't say improvement. You're saying, oh, that's 340. Percentage of
So we get, well,
I don't know the actual. 20%.
the reality is.
But it's an attainable goal, we don't.
There we go. You're saying one, she said, one that they agree in. It says,
The reality is.
1 minute.
Grade level
They made a
expectations.
1.5%.
That's so it's why the increasing.
It's ambitious, but it's also.
In it, I have to try and STEM.
Issue with this.
Do it, because that. 2%.
Or even shooting the same 30%, which would be.
Your.
14%.
Does that get so much better? I mean, you want to say?
2% per year. Done time
Okay, 30 seconds.
Our target is 4, 6, 8. By 8%. So our goal is 8%. And it'll be 2% per year.
Your boys.
Okay,
Target.
so finalize and then we're gonna share out very quickly because we're gonna do a quick check on this to make sure it's meeting the SMART guidelines before I turn you loose on the next one.
The baseline is 80.
Okay, you ready?
The target.
ELA. Hit it.
Okay, English language arts, GCCS will improve language arts scores from 38% to 58% by 2031.
Okay.
Is that all students? That number for all students, that percentage?
Can you say it again? I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. GCCS will improve language arts scores from 38% to 58% by 2031.
So it says 20% over 4 years, so that's 5% a year.
Isaac graduated my grad.
Okay, plan on saying so. Okay,
What, 30?
it's ambitious. That is ambitious. But here's the deal, y'all. I would rather you shoot too high to come just a little below than to shoot too low.
Mhm.
And, you know, I mean, yeah. So show some faith in your kids and your teachers.
Before we get too far, let's all agree on the timeline. There was a conversation with the board last night about how long the strategic plan should last. And we're gonna propose like a 4-year plan with a possibility of, we might be done in 3, and might at that point in time kind of change it up. But for the sake of your form, so that we can take it and make it uniform, let's have the end goal be 2030. Okay, 2030.
That's 4 years. Okay, yeah. All right, so we got ELA. Does it meet the requirements? Is it specific? Is it measurable? Is it achievable?
Yes.
Is it relevant? Is it time bound?
Yeah.
Perfect. Great SMART goal. We meet that. All right.
Who's got math?
Who's got math?
So GCCS will raise math proficiency overall. Because that's the data that we're going off of, not the.
Because you're
specific.
the district.
Okay.
Overall, from a 16.8% to a 26% proficiency rate by 2030.
From
That's
16 to 26.
16 to 26, and that's a 10% increase. Well,
Wait,
we were looking at it
4 years.
and we were holding about 1.8% prior to the, and then we decreased another 1%. I don't know.
And like I said, we want to
It's
turn that
achievable.
ground upside down because you're treading it like this. Okay.
So it's achievable. It's, I would say it's also ambitious, knowing the trend of how it was going.
But if we were 1.8 and it was 2 to go to 4 years, 8, maybe.
It's 2.5 every year for 4 years, increasing it.
So one clarification about the language, you guys said for all students, I think, when you read the ELA one, and then you said for everyone. So we need to make sure we use the same language. So everyone is the same as for all students, but I think the metric on the reports that you get say for all students.
Oh.
Yeah, so instead, if you said it for everyone, make it to say all students.
Just,
That's
Where do
just
we add that?
consistency.
I just said overall,
overall.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, awesome.
because this one, the data that was given was, I guess,
When you get to reporting out, I think it says all students in the category. That's why I asked for
Yeah.
clarification.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, and then we have science.
Yes, yeah. So our goal area, obviously science, and we landed on, GCCS will increase the percentage of all students meeting or exceeding grade level expectations in science while increasing student participation in science, STEM, and CTEs from today's baseline to 16% by raising, the 16% by 2030.
Well, this back, that's 2 separate goals.
Or 3.
Okay,
One at a time.
okay,
Right, one goal for each thing. You want to increase proficiency. You want to increase participation. And you want to increase something.
okay.
So
Thank you
make
for
that
clarity.
three separate goals
Yes, ma'am.
for science.
Need more papers.
Yes,
Why
ma'am.
not?
Yes, please.
All right, and then we have separate.
I'll write it down for you this time.
What do we got, ladies?
Beautiful, thank you.
What do we have on separate?
It's not really easy though, it's part of it.
Okay, so we
Or it's
focus
time of
on,
it's still like cohort.
we focus on the addressing cultural inequities and disparities in disciplinary practice for some years. GCCS will develop, a DEIA plan. Cultural responsive training for all staff on implicit bias, cultural competency, and equitable practices. The baseline data shows that over 50% of Native students are suspended. And we don't have data on how much training staff had on implicit bias and cultural competency. The target would be 50% reduction. And increase staff training to 82%.
Okay, again, that's multiple goals
Just go and get clean.
within one. And you want one goal,
So this up.
one target goal. Okay, so
But I
if
thought
you
that was just.
want to
that
increase
accounted, or-
cultural sensitivity, that's a goal. If you want to decrease disciplinary negative disciplinary actions, that's another goal. You see what I'm saying? How those it's not all one big one. It's multiple, you just write one for each area. that you want
But
to.
again, these percentages are.
And
based on-
As a reminder, also, on the team, you guys are in the category of safe and supportive schools. So that's kind of your umbrella. So if you're thinking about attendance, if these guys are using all, you might want to use all, so you use the word all, right? So what does that mean in terms of safe and supportive schools as the umbrella goal area?
Yeah.
Okay,
That's the-
So when we talk about, we're writing the achievement goals also. I totally get that the kids aren't here, they can't learn. Totally get it. But it's looking at how those students perform on academic achievement measures. And how do we improve their performance on those academic measures? Okay, so might want to look at how do we make this more specifically about the academic piece? We know there's a lot of things that we can do. Yep. But so do we have too many students on IEPs? Do we have do you have appropriate interventions in place? Do we have
Well, I think they're trying to get at 50% are suspended, so they're not here to achieve that.
and like I said, I totally get that. But that's a different part of the puzzle than just the academics. We want to see the students that are in the subgroup areas like English learners, special education, homeless, all of those, the subcategories, all of those. We want to see their academic achievement improve. How do we do that in the classroom?
that you're done, please, right?
Yeah.
That's what I
So,
was
yeah,
saying.
Yeah.
So like in math, this is how those students perform by those subpopulations.
Okay.
This is a hard, I'm telling you, this is a hard, because there's a lot that goes into that person.
And Lynn, would it help them if you guys focus on attendance maybe? Because we got an ELA piece, we got an achievement piece
Well,
over
we
here.
were doing all achievement.
Sorry,
We
my
were
bad,
doing all achievement,
my bad,
all academic
my
achievement.
bad.
So I'm gonna let y'all revisit that. I got just a minute. Yeah.
So all of the.
Yeah, it's a way to go. One subgroup. I've already go. Okay.
Bonnie, should we have a career pathway? That's like, before you're to graduate, like, should 100% of our graduates have a career pathway?
You put it as.
Well, I'm just underachieving, like, a graduate of GCCS should have a career pathway.
And
That would be another one.
I mean,
That's what we could just talk about.
That honestly, that is gonna be, I think, more of a school. goal. Your goal might be to ensure that financially the funds are available for them to enact that. But it's not an overall district. Makes sense? Okay, last, who we got that? We did science. You guys are graduation rate.
But that's still a good thought.
Yeah.
So who's gonna share out here?
Go ahead, Nicole.
So based off of Mr. Wagner's amount of graduation, or the kids that graduated was 80%, came out to about 243 kids. So we said GCCS will increase graduation rate from 80% to at least 2% per year, which is just an additional 5 kids per year. And we feel like that's achievable. We can do that by 2030. So that would increase graduation rates from 80 to 88%, or we could even shoot for more.
Based
We're
on,
probably even get over 90.
it's based just on the enrollment.
Yeah, and based on current enrollment, yes, and so it's three kids is 1% in that way.
Yeah, like 2.3.
Yeah. 2.5.
Yeah. Yeah.
So 5 kids a year more, that's doable if you get really intentional about it, you know, over the course of 4 years. Okay,
That'd be 20 kids.
yeah,
in 4 years.
more. And every year you're getting more.
But
So
it's
it's actually-
falling through the cohort.
Mhm, yeah. Okay, so you get an idea about how to do that. It's that is the SMART goal planning piece. Okay. What we're gonna do at this point is you're turning all of that into, I think Bonnie or Flannery or somebody. Flannery's, yeah, she's the guru. What we're gonna do, because here's the deal. A whole lot of your SMART goal planning and your how it's gonna be walked out in the school buildings themselves. Those are district decisions. That's why you've hired a superintendent and directors and principals and teachers, because that's what they went to school to do. You trust them to be the professionals with that. And they are the ones that really develop the bulk of this piece of your strategic plan. Again, they will set a district goal and have district initiatives, but each principal then will have that plan at their own campus, and it'll look like their dash plan. It'll, you know, and how they're going to do these different things to help the district achieve their strategic plans. And that's what their dash plan, and they're required by state law to do that. So that's how that plays out. So we don't have to write 10,000 SMART goals today, because you've hired people to do that. So let's get what we pay for, right? So we're going to turn that over to them. But I want you to have full confidence in their ability to do that. And so what we've asked is for Lane to come and provide you with how they have done that on the previous strategic plan. So that you can see they know what they're doing. We want that transparency for you to see, oh, this is what they did. This is how they did it. Okay, I can trust them to do that again, to repeat that behavior. So we asked him at the last minute, maybe I add, like 3 days ago. Was it 3 or did you say, maybe just say 2? To take one initiative that was identified in the former strategic plan and to walk you through everything the district did intentionally to achieve that goal, so that you can see that you have trustworthy people, and to see how it works and all the thinking that goes behind it. So
just so I'm clear, after he speaks and tells us about that, we're gonna come back to the group to do the other 2 areas.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Making sure I'm there. Go, Arlene.
You want me to be brief,
Be
right?
free,
Yeah,
or
very-
very scheduled.
Okay.
thorough, but brief.
So the ladies have created a really good template here that we're all going to work with, I think, in a little bit. Kind of how you establish goals. I went back through our previous strategic plan, and I kind of became superintendent in the middle of that, right? And so I can't take credit for all of the successes, and but I was trying to figure out which area we were the most successful in. And with the safe and supportive schools part, because we built, since I've been superintendent, we built 2 schools. We opened Blue Water, and now we've opened Mesa View,
right? And so when you look at those schools, they are high technology, they're high safety, they have security staff. We've grown our security team to where they're comprehensive group. If they're a force, they're in all of the schools. We now have the Verkada technology where, you know, we have the cameras and weapon detection. And if a fight breaks out, you know, there's all of these electronic notifications that go to our principals and go to our officers. And so I think our biggest success has been the safe and supportive schools, because we're getting better there. And as we go into the 26 through 30 strategic plan, we're going to be looking at, we're going to be building a new Mount Taylor. We're going to be building a professional development center. We're going to be building possibly a career technical education school. We may be expanding the early college high school. And so there's a whole lot of safe and supportive things you have to consider about those schools and keeping our communities safe. We've got our safety committee that Donald and Monica are on, right? And you guys are attending those meetings. You're meeting with county police, you're meeting with Laguna police, you're meeting with first responders, fire chiefs. And so I think that was kind of where we were successful. And
Graduation.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I started as superintendent, that's kind of when we started moving in the SEL direction with our counselors, with Rick Ramirez and Rizzo, and we've social emotional learning. Our kids came back after the pandemic, and I was describing it to somebody this morning. They were almost panicked. They were, you know, they weren't used to not wearing masks, and they weren't used to being around each other, and fearful of each other and germs and COVID. And so we started in 2023 doing a lot of training at our site with our counselors and support and our administrators, and really helping those kids build the social skills, the interactive skills, comfort coming back to school, being in school. And so SEL was a big part of that. Mental health. We started rolling out in 2023 Talkspace for all of our students and families. And so, like, if you need a counselor, if you need, you know, therapy, there's resources for you that way. So I think that the one area that I would choose that we were the most successful in was safe and supportive schools, and kind of trying to help our schools, our kids be mentally safe, physically safe, and comfortable in new high-tech safe schools.
So what you can't see from the screen there behind Lane is for each one of the strategies that gets implemented, right? And there's steps you kind of need to check the boxes. And so one of the steps is, what's the action step? Like, what are you going to do? Like, specifically, what are you going to do for each one of these, right? And then what's the responsible role, not the person, and then you've got their title. Who's got the responsibility of taking care of that action step, right? The next thing is, how do you know you're successful? What's your success indicator? When you do this, you have succeeded. When you haven't, you need to change plans. What's the success indicator? Those are all identified. What resources do you need? Is it space? Is it people? Is it time? Is it money? Is it all of that? What are the resources that you need for each one of those strategies? And then what's the checkpoint to the timeline? Back to the calendar. How often do you need to check? Annually, biannually, every month, every week, first period every day? Like, what do you need? When do you need to check? And so some of this work needs to happen, of course, at the district level, but some of this work happens at the site level. So we asked May to kind of give you an example of what has worked. Let's just get started. Through his work and people that are employed in.
A lot of the safety equipment, the Verkada, the cameras, that's money. That's people in the courses. You guys have had A&M in your schools and they've been installing all and the badges and all of that. We've expanded that. So it takes money, but it also takes people resources. You guys know we've had a couple of different directors of facilities through the last couple of years. And so when Cooper started, he was the project manager and then he became the director of business. And so, you know, there's a whole lot of responsibility there. About a year ago, the board members will tell you, we ran into a big problem with Mesa View. And, you know, we had the big flood 2 years ago, right when they had started. And about a year ago, we realized Mesa View was not on schedule, not near on schedule. And so for the last bi-weekly for the last year, Cooper and I have attended all of those meetings, and we've met with the contractors and we've met with the engineers, and you know, and so and so those are bi-weekly meetings. And so there's I mean, you definitely in my role, I definitely have to have people that are responsible to go to things and do things. And like Gary, he came on a year ago as the facilities. And so this last week, he's been going around making sure that we have air conditioners and portable units. And if we don't, you know, what can we do to get some, I know Amanda's office is real hot, but trying to get, you know, you kind of disperse and use your resources. So.
Thank you for that. We should be at the next phase of things by 3:15. We're not quite there yet. We should get one on the next little piece if we're ready for that.
Yes. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna backtrack just one little bitty bit, because we do want to write SMART goals for both the staffing and the attendance. And so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna divide you up.
And then just make sure we're together. We didn't want to do attendance necessarily. We decided to call it safe and supportive school.
Oh, my bad. My bad. 7 sports schools. You guys already kind of wrote one. So you're 7 ahead. So you 3 tables, if you will focus in on a SMART goal for safe, supportive schools. Okay. And you 3 tables are go at individual, because that makes that we'll get to. You look at staffing excellence, okay, and write a SMART goal for that. If you need data that we have provided previously that you'd like to look at again in order to get your metrics, that's good. Okay.
Or if you need blank sheets, let me know.
We can do that. We need sheets because of course you all of them up. Okay.
It's like Bert has one extra. Blank sheets, are you good? I don't think they're down. Right. Oh, they're stacking.
Yeah. Staffing.
Guess what?
Yeah, I'll need another sheet.
Here's what we had this morning for stacking. And did you need some blank sheets or you have some?
I need a thing.
You need a blank book?
Staffing, like. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So if we're looking specifically at.
Let's set timer for 7 minutes on this one. Can we do that?
So this guy.
7 minutes, we'll see that first.
That would help.
So this one.
So it added the advisory, and my last thought, but it's just. Leadership teams like professional,
I can go fully stop, but you always. And you supposed to keep the. Down by how much?
So it's sort of. So like, yeah.
So, that was our subject.
Yes.
If they are in focus on that, it will be. That's not what we do, because we don't have the data. Because there's a one.
Well, and that's what society.
Last year I was put in for a lot of training, that's so.
Yeah.
Everybody should have a chance to present.
I don't know how I measure, yeah. I don't. That's what it would have been good.
We're looking at this. We're looking at like. We're thinking educated, but here we've got custodian, we've got.
I'm gonna bet that is good. I bet this is representation of blue employees and that's the administrative things.
So they're.
The goal is for the education.
Well, then necessarily, I mean, if you wanted to.
But like
have
you
some-
said, the custodian still counts.
Everybody, and there should be
It
consistency.
gave us like the broad data, but when you're looking at the goals, this is all for educators, like all the strategic priorities, the looking forward, this is all for. No, this is that's what we were talking about.
So we're just trying to figure out what the real number is.
Realistic.
So there's.
Right, but and so you could, if there's a question, if you want to write the goal with the end in mind, you don't know the number, we can make something else to say that we know the numbers, it gives us an end. I'm gonna say there's a consistency separate, because everybody's retained, the principal's retained. Which is that.
Even though it shows that there's, a lot of the times, they're not at the same school.
So we can do it. So we can do it.
So Yeah.
Well, we didn't want to do the same thing that the other two groups.
So remember your lane, right? You're this district writing goals. You're not the type of personality who gets assigned to which place. So don't write a goal about keeping that amazing, if that's not really in your area. So if you're concerned about retention and staffing at the district level, then write that way. There's a bring them up.
I think that.
Well, if you care about the whole district setting altogether, you just have employees that were hired, right? So it could be both. You might not just focus on this one, not this one. You know, but you could also, but then if your goal is about all these new employees that there are. Y'all are really at your heart. That's your. Did that help?
Like you said, you know.
So if you wanted to
If you're looking at.
like.
And a minute and a half left to read your new goal.
Like professional learning.
We got 15 more kids.
This is important.
And I think.
Already. A lot of you want to go, let's go.
So.
I've been writing on your.
So shall we?
That's the co-pilot.
What do you think, Grace?
Yeah.
As a parent, I loved it.
So like, your student was asked, what is it like to provide
Oh my gosh.
because they thought they were talking to their AI, but they didn't realize they were.
So means, why would you even do AI? I could just say, she's at Tennessee, or she's at science fair, or, and it would help fix it.
They're gone at the tennis.
Yeah. I thought it was.
So it's like, really good.
Yeah. And then I don't know to make sure she takes it and she gives it to you guys. And I'm thinking, God, I get it. Yeah, I just sent it to you guys.
Do you still use that?
I like all.
What is this?
I like a lot.
I like Gemini.
It doesn't freeze without.
He told me.
The PC data is the one that got me started. Or do data again, you just dump it in the AI and it takes all your graphs and it aggregates.
I like ChatGPT.
So that would be.
Okay, my bad. So need to do, hold up your fingers if you need more time. Give me fingers. How many minutes do you need? 5 fingers? 2 minutes. 2 minutes, 1 minute. We'll set it for 2.
If you get a free sheet or.
Oh, no, I'm. Thank you.
Let me read it. It's amazing what they can do and how they can speak. Some of the worst ones.
1%. Also, so range that is just 1%, that's 5. Yeah.
So they like-
You think back in time.
So I feel like you're trying to-
And you can always go back like she said. just to what you achieved. Oh, you
Yeah,
can-
that's
What do you think so?
Number on.
This is my.
That is
there's
like-
no baseline data that-
So what's your say?
One minute.
You can decide if you were to die.
I always go back.
Basically, how we got so.
You know.
We get
Already.
Oh, yes, we're trying to put my credit in there.
Oh, and then she went to Sunlight and yeah, she's having, I hope I don't think they'll.
So I think we would have.
Oh, yeah, of course she was. I thought she was part of the staff.
No.
How they-
Because if it's the last survey that they did, they only had 32.
When I first became superintendent.
returned back. But
Okay, apologies at zero. Are we gonna start with the student or staff excellence side of the room? Or are we starting with the school side of the room?
That excellent.
Staff excellence, okay, there are two tables for staff excellence, yes?
Oh, yes,
Okay, who's first?
we can.
Okay.
So we said obviously our goal is staff excellence and our goal statement is GCCS teachers and school leaders will demonstrate implementation of professional learning in their practice as evidenced by annual evaluations, instructional observations, and or leadership evaluations.
Okay, read that one more time and the members of the gallery here, think about SMART, right? Get there, measurable, attainable, all that, make sure y'all know what it is.
Well, and we have a finished, you know, from what our baseline is now. And we want that up to 90%, making sure that 90% of that.
It was
happens
also, it's
by
also kind of wordy, so I want to make sure I get many words. Okay, so let's come together here.
We can.
Hold on, let's come together. Okay, we're trying to make sure we're on the same page. So I'm gonna collect these from you. And it's gonna be the basis of your documents. Let's make sure what we're having is not too wordy. It's what we're trying to get to. So read it again slowly.
Okay.
Top part.
GCCS teachers and school leaders will demonstrate implementation of professional learning in their practice as evidenced by annual evaluations, instructional observations, and or leadership evaluations from what our baseline data is. I don't know what it is, up to 90% by 2030.
Could I convince you that staff members who have the safe school training or who have the facility managers things or all that kind of stuff is also need to increase their practices and they'd also have an evaluation?
Sure.
So the top part, could you just say GCCS staff rather than instructional and leaders?
Sure.
That might simplify just a little bit. So read that with the word staff in there, see if that's a little more specific.
Sure. GCCS staff will demonstrate implementation of professional learning in their practice as evidenced by annual evaluations, instructional observations, and or leadership evaluations.
That gets a little tighter for me. You guys okay with that piece? Everybody has an evaluation. Everybody can demonstrate their learning that they've implemented, right? So that part's good. Okay, go ahead. Then to the next part.
And then it's from whatever our baseline is right now, up to 90% by 2030.
Okay, so you guys have the same kind of question. You don't have that baseline data to start with, just like they did.
Let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes you guys just gonna roll that out.
Yep.
Professional learning. Everybody does vector training.
Yeah,
You learn about bloodborne pathogens, right? So if
that's 100%.
the
right?
custodian at Mount Taylor cleaned up a blood spill, is that
Professional
documented? Is that measurable? I mean, the incident that, I mean, there he's demonstrating that he's professionally learned. Right? How- But
Or are you guys thinking more like professional learning communities?
We're
that
saying.
Right now, they have 1 month, and if they start having one a week.
But we're saying that we want everybody, staff, and thank you for making that specific right there. We're saying every employee should have some type of professional learning opportunities. And there has to be some type of evaluation. Otherwise, they're not offered a job back, right?
Well, and also they remind you about cultivating environments to empower learners. We kept the word learners to be staff and adults on purpose.
Right.
Right? So it needs to be wordsmith just a little bit. We're not quite there. But we're close.
Agreed.
Well, and like this week, we had workshops for everybody. Everybody had. a workshop.
But fancy opportunities, there's not good because it's an opportunity for that custodian to do that. Or that other teacher that wants to do that,
Right.
whether vector or, you know, I just like.
Right.
to keep women that.
Other
But-
feedback for staffing excellence here.
Also, the data would be the evaluation process, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
And then that also illustrates that at least 90%, we get to 90% of all of that, being done, and that leads into the retention and then that.
Could I-
We were going with one goal.
That's good. Let me push off one more thing, and we'll go to this table here. Rather than getting to 90%, because we don't know where you are.
I have no clue.
So if these guys did 4 or 5% beyond the baseline, is they just put increased by 20 points in 4 years.
Perfect.
Rather than get to 90, get higher by 20 in 4 years. Does that work?
Yep.
Well, and you could set yours in the high 90s because,
I mean, that's kind of what I was hoping.
because everybody should have an evaluation.
And everybody should have training.
But you
But
know,
also like those evaluations to have no idea.
We had that same conversation though, because it was around professional development, and it was what the goal was to do 100%. And I
I
said,
did.
but every
Thank
year,
you, sir.
just like with ELLs and PSYOP and letters, signs of reading, it said every year it's not 100% because every year we get new staff. So every year it's at 80 or 90%, and every year we train again.
Makes sense.
Well, you look at the spring. We had 3 principals leave in spring. And so I didn't complete their.
okay, the second staff excellence table, what's your SMART goal?
Just had broad data, of course. So we just focused on the retention rate. We put GCCS will increase staff retention rate from 92%, which is the current data, to 96% by 2030. That's just 5 staff years, keeping 5 staff years.
That is an excellent district goal.
Mhm.
You get an A plus.
Could you read that again? Nicole, could you maybe turn around and so that they can hear you? Yeah,
GCCS will increase staff retention rate from 92%, which is the current data, by 1% per year to 96% by 2030. And that's just keeping 5 staff members per year.
Preventing turnover. That's that retraining all the time.
Yep.
And the money
Train them
that
and then they leave.
spends and
Yeah.
Train them, then they leave.
retention is a great project. That's a
We wanna keep
great
them.
strategic goal.
Yeah.
Even by 1% for these people.
All right, safe in schools, safe and supportive schools. Ray, you got it?
Yeah, so ours was safe and supportive schools, focusing specifically on community engagement. And so it's kind of long. GCCS will strengthen safe and supportive learning environments by increasing meaningful family and community engagement opportunities across all schools, resulting in baseline data is, we don't have any data, but we said 60% of families reporting a positive sense of connection and belonging, and each school implementing a minimum of 4 quarterly engagement events that support student well-being, academic success, or school safety.
Or
Yes.
quarterly or implementing quarterly.
4 total,
Oh, okay.
like 1 a quarter.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna also say that's true.
That's 2 different goals.
Yes, so you might just put a line and say, okay, the second two is the quarterly ones.
There's a blank if you want.
But
That's the.
So the first one is 60%. A
Yes.
sense of
Yes.
positive connection and belonging, and then the next one is schools implementing for.
That's a whole separate.
Yeah.
We do,
Perfect.
Reyes, we do surveys
Yeah.
that.
We also
And so the data
take
would be,
sign-in sheets.
so the data would come from, surveys from the family, and then also
We do
seeing if the schools.
I
just don't know that they ever.
When you ever do anything, do you ever do anything with that?
Right, there's one in the survey telling, okay, like having them check in the box versus incorporating the recommendations that are coming from the dash, from the studies. Like, I think that's,
Yeah,
we can do surveys all day long.
but they also need to be able to give feedback.
Right.
And then that feedback needs to be analyzed and investigating. Okay. Thought we did that, but maybe we didn't. But, and so maybe I need to go back and circle back around and check on, and we need to do that. You know, so to that effect, you're right. To listen to the feedback. So maybe not all of it can be doable. I mean, I don't think we can serve a 5-course meal at every open house, but you know, if that for the feedback, but could we do something?
Superintendent, how many families are here within GCCS? We have about 3,000 students. How much do you guess families to? Has that ever been something as part of your survey?
Probably over 1,000 there.
Mhm.
I mean, some families have lots of kids and some have just.
So that's why I'm asking, so that we have at least some sort of baseline data saying we have 1,000 families, so when we hold our events, are we, 50% of the 1,000, which is 500 participated, so then again, re-looking and seeing if it's an attainable goal.
So Marcia, you're a couple slides ahead of us, because that's part of that. That's part of the timeline. Yeah, part of the timeline, like, and we don't want to write a SMART goal or a strategic plan. If we don't have accurate baseline data. So verifying that is a perfect point. Yeah. Sorry. What other two tables, what goals do you guys have? Go ahead, let's take one.
So we also had safe and supportive schools, and we just broke our two down from earlier. So GCCS will GCCS will decrease suspensions for Native students from 60%, which is the current rate, to 30% by 2030.
And it's 30% representative of the population.
It's probably at population.
Are you 30, or Native students 30% of your population?
Well, did you say native students?
Natives.
I think we need to decrease suspensions. For all students.
Right, I agree, but Native
Right,
students
but
are
at least
60%.
proportionately.
And yeah,
We're about 43%.
So can we write it that way? Would that satisfy both pieces? Because we want to keep all kids in school as long as we can, right? So if we wrote the goal about having the suspension be about the proportionate enrollment rates of that population, that cover both. So it's not just about the native population, it's about,
all, if you do it proportional.
right. The suspension rate should represent the proportionality of the enrollment of the student group, is my point. Right? No,
say that again, sorry.
So instead of it being just Native students, it could include all students of color that that by 2030, their suspension rate will not exceed their representation in the overall population.
enrollments.
It'll be proportionate. Everybody will be proportionate. It won't exceed that. Now, do we want to go less than that ultimately? Absolutely.
So you're talking about the proportion of suspensions for all students
All
versus, so.
It's for
So
every
Should
section.
correlate by population.
So for all students of color, from 60% to 30% by 20.
Or to their, it's not everybody, well, it's not everybody's.
30% of.
If they're.
Absolutely, so even if you're saying.
Suspended. We were just talking about.
The.
We were just.
Right, so it's spread out to the.
I would say the same. All students will say
But it
that.
should align.
Okay, because then if you're looking at school,
And then the state will go down.
okay, because if you don't have, say, 4%,
I'm gonna suspend it mostly for
20% of them
just doing.
are resident, okay, you want them. In fact, right, you want all your.
So how are we paying the?
So you would say all subjects will not exceed their.
We're just trying to make sure, you know.
That makes sense.
I got it.
You have, I see.
You guys good with that?
For like,
So guys.
we have 1 or 2%,
Yeah.
Asian.
Donaldin, you said you had
So that's
two goals there.
They
How
would
does that
only make
relate?
up 1 or 2%
So
of
that's
the
it.
discipline, so it should be proportional. So let's, you know, to take the race out of it, if 80% of our kids are purple, then I should be spending 80% purple. They should correlate.
It shouldn't be, it shouldn't exceed 80%. So, because what's happening now is there's 40% of your overall population are native. But they represent 60% of the suspensions.
Yeah.
That's the disproportionate piece. So, and their goal is to get it back to where it's
To their
not. Oh, they're not overrepresented in the suspension rates. And then ultimately, of course, you want to reduce suspension rates altogether, but that's a start. That's the starting point.
Did y'all have two goals or just?
That's probably their second, that's probably their second goal.
So our second goal under safe and supportive was GCPS, and we don't have baseline data for this, so we like guesstimated 10%. GCTS will train all staff annually on implicit bias and cultural competency to address ethnic disparities and disproportionality on disciplinary practices from 10% to 80% by 2030.
Oh, fair. Superintendent had a good point.
Your second goal probably should go under staffing. We're gonna train all staff on it.
And that's fine. We will know that's our great place. That's easy.
Yeah.
That's easy. And it's, there we go. So y'all.
And that's one of
Y'all
our
know
metrics.
that overachieving group that just did one for everybody.
Debbie, I
Okay.
did it this week.
Okay, okay. All right, what about ladies table? What goals do you guys have?
You have a great goal.
So we're safe and supportive schools. We focused on attendance. And we just said that GCCS will improve attendance from 69 to 90% by 2030.
Is that accurate baseline data or you just get accurate?
And that's why we're kind of taking a big jump because we're doing that media app. And we're
big hopes.
We're hopeful it's gonna really help us.
Okay, hope is not a strategy.
We're confident it's going to.
Strategy. Media is the strategy.
We're
So-
confident.
There we go. So make sure that you are mapping that out and this is where you're expecting this from this and this from this, okay? So.
Yeah. We can read it one more time.
So you need.
Just village figures is fine.
So GCPS will improve attendance data from 69% to 90% by 2030. And then we talked a little bit about that. We were hopeful about the item, which would be our strategy.
So my availability mixed Mickey Mouse was it is 3:30, so we have an hour and a half together still left. We have another kind of chunk. I'm gonna rotate you guys one more time and then we'll have the evaluation piece and then we're done. We're almost there. We've got lots of information today. So now we can't walk away from the mission. We haven't quite got that tightened up yet. So let's say just a few minutes, you guys like 5, rotate through. You have your new assignments at your last table for the day.
Yes, high five. No, hang on to it. Hang on to it for now.
I get to be with you, Glenn.
Glenn, Larry, can you check that clock for 5?
And Nicole. Or Nicole felt pressured yesterday. Oh, the superintendent said, my gosh.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And Unamas.
Right? So move it around.
Lisa and Jenna.
Laura?
Mr. O'Neill. All right, Bonnie, you're taking over, right?
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
We're in the home stretch of it.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, guys.
Feel like a little kid. Which is fine. This is a lot, isn't it?
Okay, guys, so now you kind of know what a school day is like for your students.
Yes, the bell would be just. Gather up all your form C, your smart goals, gather them all up, and let me have them in my head if I have them already. Make sure Flannery has them.
Oh, you can.
You want them?
She took a
Oh,
picture
she
of it
did?
already.
Oh, okay.
Oh, my goodness. Is that now? You did it on the eighth. It's a little pretty, it's like a little weird. Oh, that'd be so loud.
What is that?
Those were my. Okay, it's over and he's down. He graduated cashier. So November, she finishes her 4-year term. She's in her first season. Wow. So he's.
Oh, cool. Wow.
Very cool. Exactly. Oh, yeah. You do?
It's like it's not fair.
I know.
And it's not forced, and it's still.
Those are my. I do.
I need to do that. Where you at that day?
Yes.
No, I know.
I should be a senior. The school was way different. But that's why we're here, is for the kids, in order to make them better. Started to look at it.
That's why
We did all, it's like I said. I got my kids going, they got me right now, so. There's still that right here.
Yeah, they.
You know, the rest of the population. And we need to get those parents to. Grandparents, like they aren't, they just mostly raised by grandparents.
I don't know.
Yeah, but I also already for sure that I'm going to be already.
I don't know. I don't know. But then there's something
So there's all, there's things to do. Control. Right, they just think they gotta do this.
But I'm fine, that's my else.
They take care of their elders, so they got. So schools
Okay, I think our little time clock came back to zeros. Let's keep going here.
Kids have a long day, because after they do that, they catch the bus, then they come. They get in and they walk back, so we gotta do that. That's the only way to These are the stories I've heard, like in the bad.
So if I can bring it back together, I'm gonna tell you what we're gonna do, and I'm gonna have Anlyn hand you out some paperwork. So it's not quite yet, Anlyn, with paperwork. Let me explain it first. So the last piece of information we need from you to kind of start the process of strategic planning is this thing we're gonna call a balanced scorecard. Okay, so I'm gonna explain the questions first, and we'll do it chunks. Okay, we put 4 on the page because we weren't sure what we were gonna get. How many did we end up with? 3, right? So your bottom line you're not gonna use because we have 3 goal areas, and those 3 goal areas are student achievement, staff excellence, and safe and supportive schools. So far, so good? Okay, so this row, the very top row is going to be student achievement. The next row is going to be staff excellence. The next row is going to be safe and supportive schools. And the bottom row will be blank because we didn't get to 4, we stopped at 3. So far, so good? Okay, then I want in the goal area, and I'm gonna give you each your own. In the goal area, I want you to write literally what I just said. Student achievement right here, staff excellence right here, safe and supportive schools right here. Okay, just do that, and then we'll do the next piece after that. Okay, you can hand those out to me. Everybody gets one. And everybody write in there on the very top line, just on the goal area, we'll fill it in sections. Goal area number 1 is student achievement.
Thank you, Barb. Awesome. Thank you, ma'am.
I'll pretend I'm told. There you go. Okay, just in the box number 1, goal area 1, student achievement. The next row down in goal area box, write staff excellence. The next row down in that first box, write safe and supportive schools. Okay, good. All right, the next thing, I have a visual that really helped me understand the difference between lag and lead. So if I get this mixed up, you can step in. I had a person visualize to me, like if you're dragging this thing along, right? You're dragging something along, it's lagging behind, right? It's not quite where you need it to be. There's something problematic with this thing. You're having to lag along. So far, so good. So the lag indicator is the thing you want to fix. Okay, the lag indicator is the thing you want to fix. Okay, so for this example, we have third grade proficiency rate is the goal area for the example we did. That's not your example, right? Your example would be student achievement, right? Actually, are we live on this?
Yes.
Flannery, can you change this to say student achievement?
Oh, well, technically on that, yeah, I can use that too.
That way it matches.
That's on my slide, so you want it to be uniform?
Do just say student achievement. So we're all speaking the same thing. We just filled it in as an example before we came, so we'll make it all be the same.
Here we go.
Okay, so now it matches yours, right? So far so good, right? And remember to go back to the student achievement examples we had. We were measuring proficiency rate, right, on the student test, right? So the lag indicator is the summative test that we use. So it's the NAMASA or it's SAT, right? That's the only ones there are. SAT and the state spring test, right? So as this example, the thing that's lagging behind that has a problem that I'm trying to fix is the score on the NAMASA. Okay, that's the lag indicator. Okay, so for this example, everyone should match me at this point in time. You need to write down NAMASA. And also write down SAT, because those are the two that I can recall. That's the only two state assessments that are required that are.
Is that the lag or is that the measure?
No, hold on. The lag is the thing that's a problem, right? I have a problem with this thing. This is lagging behind because there's something wrong. Just don't go past that in your brain. Stay with me. Stay with me. Okay, that's what I want to fix. The lead indicator. Stay with me. Stay with me. The lead indicator are the things we're going to do to fix the lag, right? So we're going to maybe have professional development. We're going to have a 30-minute reading block. We're going to have a school reading club. We're going to have PLCs. We're going to have whatever we're going to do, all the things we're going to do, right? To fix, these are the strategies we're going to use, right? To fix the thing that's lagging behind. Okay? On your paper, everyone should be the same at this point in time. Student achievement on row number 1. Everyone should also have NAMASA. You may have also written SAT because that's the other state assessment thing. Okay? And you should have nothing past there. Right? So I'm going to give you 5 minutes in your little table group here. What kinds of things does your table think will help improve the problems on NAMASA? That's why we're having to lag it along. Right? So is reading groups, is PD, a literacy block, a book study, PLCs, what do you think at your table will be the strategies to help fix the lag indicator? Okay, what do you want to have happen in your classroom? Okay, 5 minutes and Flannery can push start. Can you say start on time? Thank you.
So we're just filling out the lead block, right?
Just the lead, that's it. Just the lead block. 5 minutes on the lead block. Yes, what things do you think help fix student proficiency?
Well.
I won't wait for much. Like, a volunteer can be, but you have to.
Are we talking about it's very, we have a very time student achievement is so broad. We're gonna put the actual thing we're gonna do. Are we talking reading? Are we talking math? Are we talking
Intervention, by name, block scheduling by name, PLC study, anything that's math or science, ELA, all the directed by the semester. So what kind of things we're going to do to get all those? So and we're not doing extra, we're going to bring them on. We are not. This is there.
With our curriculum, isn't it?
To tidy.
And do your small screen pressure.
Start testing. I'm also testing. Parents go to. But what do you think about help? Get that short. Yeah. You can brainstorm.
Like you said, like a game, but don't break trails.
Oh, it's already.
Highly trained, highly qualified, highly effective.
Right now.
Because I.
It's in the. That's good, you're gonna research anything that we can do to improve the state test.
Give us, you know, like you said, as a prize. Hey,
Because you're
good job.
educated.
Like a multiplication, you know. So like you said, that does take.
You say that, or that's the teaching that lead us.
And we should have it. Summer
We're doing that.
Yes and no. I think it's an okay general.
Yeah.
You know, it's a refresher pass, reading blocks, rhythm, silence.
1 minute, I'm asking you to share out your lead indicator ideas you've written down. 1 minute.
Little tiny snapshot. That is on that day, and maybe their dog got you on this day. And it's actually hard to share some information. So like you really
No idea how to what you're
Okay, so we're at zero, we're at zero. So we're gonna share out. You guys are trying to just. You guys need to brainstorming, right? I'm not asking about every possible solution, right? You're just gonna brainstorm. Okay, good. Lane's team is ready to go first. Tell us what your lead indicators are.
We listed a lot of things to help academics or achievement. We talked about our proficiency skills that we're implementing. We talked about our intervention blocks, our advisory periods, our after school programming, tutoring. We talked about our PLCs and our district learning classes.
So I took interventions for that.
Professional learning.
So guys have a lot of
It's where like all the third grade teachers come together.
It's alphabet soup, not only education alphabet soup. Okay, so do you agree that all the examples that Lane just read off, if implemented correctly with fidelity and if they're monitored and timeline, all the stuff we're fixing to get to, all of those pieces can help solve the problem of the state summative testing being lagging behind. Follow me? So far, so good? Okay, Lane, Francie, can your team add any other ones that he didn't?
I think I would leave it up to a PennDOT. That one, maybe she also had one other point that's really necessary on the lags indicator. Because what you told us was, NAMASA and SAT, but that's not accounting for our K1 too.
Oh, correct.
So Amanda had a good one. What is it called?
Yeah, which I station of Mara, but we're saying we have that
Correct.
measurement for. the
You're right.
foundational skills.
You are right.
And we did talk about what your table just talked about. As far as the interventions, PLC's interventions, but before that, we had strengthening that tier one is from where we're at right now with Marzano and engaging instructional strategies. Which would be measured by walkthroughs and things like that. But then after that, tier one is improved, then discussing PLCs and intervention through MLS.
So Amanda, please make sure on your form you have written on all of those tests you just mentioned, because I'll collect those from you. So, okay, good. Walter Struple, do you have things to add to what the other two have already mentioned?
Cool. I mean,
Nicole. There you are. We have like refreshers in math and English and making sure they have incentive. That is for sure.
like she said, if her intervention.
Yeah. Intervention blocks, reading blocks.
Okay, so 3 tables worth, all the conversations and ideas, all of that, again, implemented with fidelity, being trained and supported on a timeline and monitored, that has an impact, positive, we hope, on the lag indicator, right? Okay, do you guys have anything else that hasn't been said already?
Did we have a couple?
Okay.
We had communication. And then that we would like the staff to be highly trained and effective.
Good. Okay, and you guys?
Similar things. Impact for what tutoring, test taking strategies, summer enhancements rather than summer school. Peer groups, family learning nights to teach parents the curriculum we're using as well, and then professional development.
Okay, good. Okay, so the next little spot on your scorecard, there's no way we can actually fill in the baseline because you guys have 10,000 things we just listed, right? Every one of those is going to have their own baseline, right? So then as we put the strategic plan together, along with the staff here at the district, we'll need to verify what the baseline data for each of those points is in order to move forward. So far, so good? Okay, all right. And likewise, the target, right? But I would like for us to kind of come to a consensus about what we think the target might be. I'm going to say if we suggested 6% every year, maybe an average of 5% every year. So could you, in a 4-year plan, could we agree increase by 20% by 2030 across the board? Is that a good number to, right? If you agree to that. So in your target area on your paper, right, increase by 20% from baseline by 2030. So whatever those numbers turn out to be, we want to increase every one of those 5-year average over 4 years, get the 20% growth in the timing of the strategic plan. Right? Okay, so we have our goal, we have the thing we're trying to fix, we have the strategies we're going to use to try to fix the thing that's lagging behind, right? We are going to have our baseline data that we're going to collect over time. We have some of it, but not all of it, right? We have our target to be 20% higher than where we are, whatever the baseline is. The last thing is review. I'm going to suggest to you that that's also something we need to fill in later because it might be annually, might be weekly, might be whatever. I don't think we can identify all those today, unless you disagree. Agreed? Okay, so I think you have a kind of an understanding about how this balanced scorecard works. Do you have any questions? All right, let's go to the second column then. The second column then, everyone in that should already have written down staff excellence. Right, so take it away. And let's go for the lag indicators that we had talked about earlier, and then we'll stop there. Do your lag indicators, and I'll come back. I'll give you 5 minutes to do the lag, and then we'll come back to the leads. Flannery's got the clock. Go to class.
So this is going to be our.
Oh, there you go.
Like our evaluation.
That was like 44.
And that's- is it Excel or so? Excel. one. That's I like that.
Because I know it's not that deal.
Now it's not. They're fixing to change it.
I think that check out the
That would be a good one. So it would have to be retention.
One to be culture.
Yeah, I don't think.
And then she came back.
If you already have your staff excellence flag indicator, go ahead and move forward to the lead indicator. On here we are, just 15 minutes here.
I'm able to recall in case I just become a trouble.
Yeah, it won't be.
Because I didn't hear. She can forward it to me, but just in case, I want to put you on. I'm not sure how to. You're fine.
I'm getting the sense you guys are already there, but go ahead and do your lag and your lead indicator for staff excellence. Go ahead and do both.
How would we think that? Just was.
Well,
She got it. She got it.
Oh,
Since-
I can.
Are you sure?
Marshall.
They're already doing it.
Marshall, Amanda, we're talking about that we need community service, right?
Homework to do.
Two minutes and I'll ask you to share out your staff excellence, your lag and your lead indicators. 2 minutes.
Yeah. So I kind of got my thinking screwed up, so so instead of saying. It's higher expectation. It's more.
Advertise, even visiting colleges.
And then the lead. Yeah, it's just where we're getting the best staff and we're training better. Possibly obviously it's such a big coaching.
So it's salary, salaries.
You know, when you're going to bring.
1 minute, please share out your lag and lead indicators for staff excellence.
Yeah. There it is.
No, it's like.
Recruitment.
I might not gonna think it's a word.
I can't find it.
I don't know that, you keep saying that number, so it must be stuck with you.
Systems.
Thanks. The lag and the indicators for staff excellence. Volunteer. Okay, ready? Share. Okay.
I feel like we always still.
Get ready. Okay, Lane, everybody ready?
Focus in on what the share out is, please.
Ready?
You.
So
Ready?
for staff excellence, I just thought that like your measurement is Canvas, Elevate, Excel, vector trainings. That's kind of how you measure that people are doing their job.
Those are your lags. Okay,
And then, we did the leads too.
that's fine. Go ahead.
We talked about that, PLCs could be a lead, observations, walkthroughs, coaching session, micro credentials, and our like employee handbooks and staff handbooks.
Okay, so I'm gonna say again that your baseline, based on the list you said, is not gonna be attainable today, right? So I would need to be, we'll discover that later, right? And your target, did you like the idea of 20% on that one too? Do you have a different target in mind? I hadn't even got there. So that may not be identifiable today either. That's okay, because some of that stuff is gonna change. And then, so of course, review also depends upon the thing, right? Evaluations are once, but coaching sessions might be every week. Right? Okay, but who can add on to Lane's group? We had very similar conversations. Staff excellence, we talked about the lag indicators, which of course, the items spoke about aren't always, public information to, the Canvas, the evaluations, the things like that. But what we just looked at earlier with the staff retention, we also spoke about the long-term subs versus the teacher licensure and things like that with, certified staff, but it doesn't matter who's in the classroom or not, they're all a part of the same PD. And professional development rollout, PLPs, walkthroughs, supported feedback, coaching conversations. And rewinding before that was the work that we've been doing on policy and procedure and ensuring that admin have the same support to have the same conversations and rollout at all sites.
Good. But
Would you agree?
we also talked a little bit about, and Amanda had a really good point, that it would be, a target would be increasing, that 1% per year.
Your guys' goal.
Yeah, it was their goal from earlier, but we felt that the way we had looked at it, that 1% per year was a good target.
So as you can imagine, what's gonna come at the end of our day is next steps, right? And so some of that stuff is at the next step conversation. Okay, all right, Walter's group, you guys have anything you want to add to staff excellence? Yeah, but they had, everything.
We have the same thing as you, except we put unfilled positions under lag and incentives, pay and recruitment.
Okay.
Line Walter kept thinking that number was 44.
Depends on the lag, right? Depends on the thing. Yeah. Okay. All right. What about you guys over here? Monica's chicken.
James, lack of accountability for the lag under qualified. And then the lead indicators are improved test scores, attendance, and participation.
Okay, so lack of accountability might be hard to measure, but an evaluation tool is something you could use to measure that. So that could be refined if wordsmith below. Okay, you guys agree to those? Yeah. Okay, down on this table.
So we had staff retention, non-certified teachers, long-term sub, and lack of cultural awareness and insufficient and ineffective cultural
cultural sensitivity training. So we had a lot more of a discussion around the culturally specific training for the entire district that fits the community here, not just what's on the vector training. And then for staff retention, we talked about retention step up salary increases. And then one thing that I just added was using state interviews.
The state interviews with whom?
With staff who stay.
Oh, with the staff who stay. I got you. I thought you said state. Misunderstood. State. Gotcha. Okay.
The only other thing on the lag indicator that I wrote would be the non-traditionally trained teachers. And then the lead indicator would be providing training for those. We have a lot of teachers that didn't get trained to be teachers. Alternative licensure, and so supporting those teachers will help with staff students.
So again, as we think about next steps and then our work as we continue this, we need to think about these lag indicators. Are they at the district level? Can they be monitored? Can they measure all that kind of stuff? And what's the tool for the leads so that we'll implement them moving forward?
So I had a question, or I know it's just a question for the group, but we didn't really resolve it. Like in terms of like pipelines, like do those exist? For maybe if teacher is not certified or in like getting them from like students to teachers, right? Like those type of things.
Like grow your own kind of opportunity. Yeah, there are grow your own opportunities. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, there's even funding sources, that kind of stuff for districts to do grow your own. Yeah. All right, you guys have one more. So you should be on the third column, or third row, I should say. So make sure you have written on the third box there, safe and supportive schools. And then go for the live to meet on this one. I'll give you the 5 minutes here, and then we'll get to the end of our next steps. Go for it. Safe and supportive schools, 5 minutes.
Bad stuff happening in our lives with something we see and they feel like this is unsafe, but that, yeah, our meetings, we've gotten about that is kind of, Bible service, already, successful site events, games, running events, response from security, now the things will be structured. Our directives support. That's true.
My oldest son, those are kind of like their priorities. What is more? But I know
It's already different.
Because it could be anything. It could be energy drinks. It could be, like you said, drugs. You hardly ever have to like I did others high school, like as you should drugs, tobacco. I thought that would fall back to suspension or expulsion.
Disruptive students.
And that's key to see.
2 minutes to get your safe and supportive schools flag and leave.
But I remember the teachers.
Something for the strategic plan.
We were all talking about
So what's next?
We need to put together some. Maybe capture all of it, because some of this. Who's got? Yeah. It might be more site-specific on this. Right? So we need to put together.
So that would probably, like you said, that could probably be like drill.
But yes, so we can kind of figure out
Maybe,
where we are.
How long would that take?
So is that?
More training. Just say supportive schools.
It's not like we're gonna go to a track show, like international track show. They have a big thing, like, I gotta go watch that. What? Crazy to me. What? Like a track show, like your dog shows, like. Oh, yeah. Yes, they have.
Okay, KC, are we?
My neighbor has a leash cat.
Oh, there you go. We're gonna go watch that show. Anyway, so I think we'll go back home. All right, 20 seconds, wrap up your stakes, flag indicators. Yeah, drawing lines turned out to be a job. Again, it's coming up from the sheriff this time. Sure, yes.
So our lag indicator, we talked about
Let's
violence.
come together, let's come together. Okay, Lisa, go ahead.
So our lag indicator was violence on campus, weapons, I can't talk today, threats, bullying and drugs. And then our lead indicators would have been training and programs, accountability and consequences.
Okay, you guys see how that could fit in safe school plan, our safe school?
Safety plan.
Safe, yeah, safe plan, too, yes. Safe and supportive schools, flag.
Okay, we need, hey, look, wrap up your conversations so that you can hear the share out. Thank you.
Okay, Reyes, you ready to go next? Or Donaldin, whoever the mayor speaker. Yeah, oh, you're gonna pass. Okay, who wants to go next? Lane.
So as we were looking at lag indicator, I wrote down safety plan because you guys brought that up. We talked about like the Verkada data, the if there's a fight, you've got it on video, you've got all that, or break-in. We talked about the discipline data. We talked about what goes into synergy, because how it's reported to the state as our discipline. We talked about attendance data as well as the surveys that we were talking about that we put out to the families. I think our lead indicators would be, and I could be wrong, I think if you have a successful event, if you have a basketball game and it's successful and there's not a fight, you're not kicking people out, I think that could be part of that. I think some of the counseling data, open houses, responses from security, and like parent nights and clubs and CTSOs, as well as the meetings with our director of student support. He's often meeting with parents when there's issues.
Good. You guys have a lot of stuff, and we asked you to do a brainstorm, right? We didn't ask you to be experts in all these things today about lead and lags, right? So now we'll step in and kind of make sure the lead and lags you guys have identified, A, fits these 3 goal areas, And B is district level, not site level, because that's not the deal. The site level does their own things to implement all the different strategies. We'll make sure as we move forward that those things are covered. Okay, so far so good. Okay, Francine Sable.
You did. I think the big thing that Marcia and I were just recently talking about is the communication side of it. We were saying that communication definitely needs to be better. And we don't know how we implement that with the lead side of it, but knowing that Facebook isn't the answer for everything going on within the district. And Marcia had a really good point. Not everybody has a smartphone. And so we need to make sure that that communication is going out for everybody in some way. And Amanda was saying, not only is she sending, a newsletter home or bulletins home, paper, it's emails, it's calls, it's texts, as well as doing those posting. But we felt that the communication side of it is really important, because if there is a problem at a site, if there is a shelter in place or a lockdown or whatever, it needs to be better than just, oh, it's on Facebook.
And remember remember as we kind of get to the refinement of those specific strategy, right? Like saying improving communication isn't a specific strategy, right? And it's very hard to figure out baseline data for improving communication. So again, that's on us to do some of that refinement work. Keeping in mind, we asked you to brainstorm. Not all of these things are going to rise to the level of putting it in a document, right? Some of this could just be brainstorm that may not be appropriate in the document.
Marcia had a point.
We also talk about finances. Of course, we have grants out there and based on their scope of work, so looking at what the deficiencies and gaps in support services are available. I mean, sometimes our teachers have to think about, do we need our curriculum, but we also need to do that community outreach, community engagement activities, to show their support as well. So they shouldn't have to decide. It should already be something that our staff should be able to do.
Yeah, make sure that Good. Yes.
We're ready now.
Okay. Okay.
So we talked about bullying by student to student, teacher to student, teacher to teacher, negative peer pressure, ethnic disproportionality, and trauma informed or trauma responsive training for staff. And then we talked about lead indicators being SEL. Look at me, we're in the new acronym. Partnerships with behavioral health providers, cultural responsive, and trauma responsive interactions and engagement.
Okay, and those are your leads.
Yeah.
Okay, good. And again, I think we've all kind of discovered the last part of the scorecard for this example today, really we can't define because we don't have that stuff yet. Okay, all right, you're okay.
We're
What else can?
introduce you to Dr. Rivera. He's pretty,
Well, my exact.
right?
I can add two.
Okay.
things. One is going to be structural integrity. We have buildings that are not up to par, and the other is going to be environmental problems, such as, there may be a juniper that's outside of a window that everybody gets allergies from during the, so things like that, but environments.
Okay, good. Any other weeks to add?
No.
Okay. Well, I'm going to let Ann Lynn take from here and go back to the idea of the vision or mission and figure that out. I'm going to come around your table, make sure I have all, if you guys have one table that you recorded, then I'll take one. If each of the three of you wrote down, then we have all three.
I didn't write nothing. You guys don't. I usually draw. But 60 is not good. I don't get any anybody.
Just as a little aside, just an FYI, you actually can build your balanced scorecards using AI. You want to put this into Chat GPT or whatever robot you want to use. We actually have a prompt that can help you do that, and it will provide you with lag and lead indicators. It's kind of interesting to do that. Don't ever rely on it solely, But it sure does give you some ideas and give you some baseline and some places where to start that you can customize. It is not the be all and end all. There is nothing that can replace the human capacity. So it's a tool. I would recommend using it just as a start. And that's for the principals that are going to be building this out further. Okay. All right. So
Can I do an
before,
environmental disclaimer?
Huh?
I just want to do an environmental disclaimer. Every question you ask ChatGPT is 10 gallons of water.
Oh.
Yeah.
the croissant. That's
My 13-year-old.
okay. Okay. So if I can have your attendance here, or your attention, please. We're gonna finish this up. We're gonna finish the second mission, because we're on a mission to finish the mission. All right? So what we currently have is empowering every student every day to grow, learn, and lead. I just like the way that bounces. It just makes so easy. So you've had about an hour and a lot of get your mind off of it, come back to it. I need to know where you are with this statement right now. Personally, I love
Yes, well, like your mission.
Empowering every student every day to grow, learn, and lead.
Okay, you get everything.
Yeah.
I need to see a vote of approval. Okay, are you good? Is this something that you can support, you can back with your communities? You can sell them, because you're gonna have to. Okay, that's awesome. I love it. That's it.
Reyes,
Thank
you like it?
Really empowering every student every day to grow, learn, and lead. You can just.
I am mind blown, and I thought maybe to stop right there just from that. Fun fact.
Okay, so we now have a vision. We have values that you have identified. A value statement. You have a mission. You have identified priority areas. You have written SMART goals for those priority areas. You've identified ways you're going to monitor that and how your board can monitor that. And so yesterday, when we met with the board, we asked them, as the leaders of this district, what are you willing to do? That reminds me of the Untouchables, you know, when Sean Connery's dying at the end. What are you willing to do? Okay. And here is what your board committed to doing. And these are very powerful. So ensuring that the board, we commit to ensuring the board demonstrates support for the educators in the district by applying financial allocations with identified needs as evidenced by monthly financials and annual reports. It has a measurable. How are we going to measure that? How are you going to know that they're doing what they've committed to do? Secondly, yeah, oh, that's bigger for you. Reviewing, adopting, and following policies that enable the district to achieve our strategic goals as documented by board agendas and meeting minutes. And that's a huge commitment because there's a lot of policy work that's going to have to be done within the next year. in order to get your district back to good compliance with your policy. But also making sure that those policies are being followed, they are following the policy, and they are all legit. Prioritizing resources and infrastructure that promote student safety as demonstrated through financial reports and policy reviews. Student safety, we have to, as a governing board, that is their responsibility. They have to be concerned about the safety of the students and of the faculty, quite frankly. And so they are going to make sure that they provide the resources to make sure that you have safe environments. That's physical, emotional, and psychological safety. Okay. And finally, meeting with constituents periodically to listen to concerns and feedback collected from surveys, to provide strategic plan updates intended to improve community trust through transparency. So it's that community piece that has become increasingly evidently important throughout the day here. That is something that is vitally needed. And so these are things that they are standing on and saying, I promise to do these things. We are going to do these things. And as a board, we are going to do these things to support the work of achieving our strategic plan. So just wanted to put that out there. So to go back, it didn't go out. Why is it not going? There we go. Still didn't do it. What the heck? Why is this not changing? No matter what I do. It's just not, I don't know why it's not going back to, I want that. So you want to go backwards? Yeah. But it's like that's present. I see.
Because it's not even recording that we're talking.
There we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, so just so you know, what happens next? In the immediate short term, what happens next is that Bonnie and I are going to take all of this information that you provided us today, and we're going to compile it. We're going to put it together. We're going to wordsmith a little bit of stuff for you. But I really feel like we have a pretty good handle on the pulse of what you guys have been thinking today, because it means such deep, good thinking. We will take that back and bring that back to the board and to within a couple of weeks. From that point, then the board, the board's going to look at it. But from that point, then it gets turned over to the district staff, the administrative staff, teaching staff, because then they need to put the boots on the ground. These are the big goals that the district has set. What are you going to do? And they are the ones to really define that down to the very specifics, because her elementary school and her elementary school serve different populations. So their goals are going to look very different, probably. Okay, there's going to be an achievement goal, and there's going to be a safety goal, and there's going to be an attendance goal. But they're going to look different because it's different populations. And so that we have to leave that to the professional integrity of this district to determine a timeline on when we want to see that completed. That's not for us to say. That's for you guys to do. So, but I left anything out on what happens next, Bonnie? Then finally, the last thing, and this was something we brought up with the board, is that it's just the strategic plan becomes the guiding force for your district. And since Lane is responsible ultimately for all things instructional and everything else and putting everything together, we just encourage the district to really consider aligning the strategic plan with his evaluation, so that he knows exactly what he's being evaluated on, and he has the metrics to support that. That also helps that you as community members and as staff members to know what he's being held accountable for, and whether or not the things are moving like they need to be moving. And you have a basis of understanding. So finally, we are just thrilled. You guys are done, but we are just thrilled that we got to spend this time with you today. There is a QR code here that we are asking all of you to, if you need help, let me know.
If you don't have a QR code, I have a hard.
We also have hard copies if you'd rather do a paper copy. But we have the QR code, and that's just an evaluation of Bonnie and I, of our presentation and of our work with you. Y'all, I'm just gonna tell you, you don't have to be nice. We need honest feedback, and we can't get better if we don't hear from you. I will tell you that that's the hardest piece of teacher evaluation, is giving really actionable feedback. It's something you can do something about, but man, it is so worthwhile and so incredibly important. So if you would take a few minutes and do that for us, we would appreciate it.
I have a question, and I'm just gonna raise it again. I know I raised it when we met. So, like the most important people around the strategic plan are our students, and they're not here. So how are we eliciting feedback
Thank you.
on our students?
Thank you. Because I knew there was something else. What is it? And it is the student voice. I think a really good place for that to happen is at the campus level. Because here's the deal. You can get the really great articulate kids, that's not an issue. But you know what? You really need to hear from the disenfranchised ones too. Right? And they're not going to come to a setting like this, typically. So that's typically. So they need to work with people that they trust, and that's probably going to be on their campus. So the students need to get involved. They will approve this, they will know about the district strategic plan because their campus plans will be based on that. Does that make sense?
I mean, I understand what you're saying. I just don't know that, like not having student input before we have a final district plan.
I agree. Well, this is the rec plan. It's going to take a while for them to fill out the various goals and things like that. So I think in the meantime, there's plenty of opportunity to meet with students, student groups or whatever, focus groups, however you want to put that, and present the three things: the vision, values, mission.
So are we just, or is it just gonna be presented to them, or are they gonna be allowed to?
I think, and that's absolutely up to you. That's not our decision, but absolutely. I mean, they're the ones that are impacted the most.
Right.
And so what do they think about this? Okay, here's all the different things we were looking at. What do you guys think about this? Are we off base? Is that totally stupid? Is that really not important to students? At least maybe it's just an adult thinking it's important. But I think you absolutely could talk to them, but I would do small groups, like focus group. I'm gonna tell you, don't just get those high performing. You want the kids, let me tell you, the kids that maybe the school's not working so well for, you need to find out why, from them.
Right. And I also
So get those kids.
I also think there has to be different ways to do it. So I had a meeting with my constituents on Wednesday evening. And after the meeting, there was a few students there, right? And they're like, oh, I can give you a list of 10, right? But they didn't feel comfortable saying like some of their concerns because their administrators for the school were also in attendance. And so I think, right, like not every student is gonna trust providing information.
Exactly. It's so those are in-house conversations. I don't know that. So I think you guys have the capacity and certainly the brain power to figure that piece out.
And also I might add, it ties some things together. If you have a staff head group at elementary school, you're talking about attendance. Why didn't you come to school today as a age and a grade appropriate? Is a way different, harder conversation to have with third graders whose mom and dad drive them to school versus the high school kid who's just like, I hate my 4th hour class. I'm going to go dish every day. It's a whole different kind of conversation. But you want to hear from those people as well. And we don't feel like this environment would really be a safe place for them to express because kids don't typically want to talk in front of grown-ups anyway. We don't want to exclude that piece at all. But if you had the attendance piece together and the little group of elementary kids said, my mommy didn't wake up in time, we didn't come to school today, you might go to that needs assessment that you did. You have trouble with classification. Are they tied together in some way? You can put them kind of together. We don't want to exclude it at all because they're the center of the whole day. But I don't think this setting would be appropriate for the captain of the football team. What's working for you? Okay. Hey, little guy who got suspended 3 times, what's not working for you? Different conversation. Does that help? Yes, thank you.
All right, other questions, comments, concerns?
As you wrap up your QR code in your survey, thank you guys for letting us be part of your team. I continue to have the appreciation for you. If you have blank forms that we gave you on your table, just leave them there. I'll select it. If you want to take maybe that's also fine. Have a good day.
Thank you so much. Help yourself, grab a full of candy, take it home.
Oh, yes, it's adjourned. My bad.
Huh?
We're not in charge. We have to adjourn.
Oh. It's in the board. Oh, sorry. We were just peace out.
Superintendent, is there a recommendation to adjourn, sir?
I recommend we adjourn.
All right, board members in favor, a motion to adjourn.
Second.
You. It has been moved by Ms. Lorenzo and seconded by Mr. Jaramillo to adjourn the meeting as presented. Mr. Truby, roll call please. Mr. Jaramillo?
Yes.
Ms. Lorenzo?
Yes.
Ms. Elder? Yes. Aye, the motion carries. The board has adjourned at 4:35 PM.
Now, peace out. Later.